where loyal companions await. One place stands as their beacon of hope. The Pet Resource Center of Hillsborough County, where you can adopt your very own superhero. Adopt a dog. Find your sidekick and unlock the power of unconditional love. Suit up, show up, and adopt today. For more information, visit hcfl.gov/pets.
Good evening, everyone. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening. I want to welcome you to the August 18th, 2025 Zoning Hearing Master hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I will be presiding as the hearing master over today's agenda items. Let me start by introducing Ms. Michelle Heinrich. She's with the Development Services Department. She'll introduce other staff members and go over any off-the-agenda changes we have for tonight.
Sure. Thank you. Again, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. With the County Attorney's Office, we have Mary Dorman. With the Planning Commission staff, we have Lillian Linehan. And with Transportation, James Ratliff. And I do have a few changes to the agenda to go over quickly. The first one is Agenda Page 4, Item A4, PD 25-0383. We have made a revision to the agenda to correct the continuance date from September 15th, 2025 to October 20th, 2025, the ZHM hearing. We've also provided a revised continuance notice in the backup to reflect that. Secondly, agenda page 4, item A5, PD 25-0425, revision to the agenda to correct the continuance date from October 20th, 2025 to November 17th, 2025. And that's all we have.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me start by going over our procedures for tonight's hearing. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by a zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation 15 business days following tonight's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who will make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I'll decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all evidence must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight for the hearing is as follows. Ms. Heinrich of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction for each agenda item. We'll then go to the applicant. The applicant and their witnesses total have 15 minutes to present their case. We'll then go to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has 5 minutes to report their findings of consistency for the application with the county's comprehensive plan. Did I skip Development Services? I believe I did. Development Services goes first. I've done this so many times, I forgot. Development Services will go first before the Planning Commission and present their findings on the zoning, and then the Planning Commission on the comprehensive plan. Next up, we'll turn to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an application. Total, combined, everyone in favor, 15 minutes. The same is true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application, 15 minutes. We'll circle back to the Development Services Department to see if they have any changes or comments based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, the applicant has the last word with 5 minutes for rebuttal. We have a number of cases tonight on the agenda, and a number of those have people that want to speak, either in favor or in opposition. And that is how this process is supposed to work, so that's terrific news. But we cannot open a case past midnight. So we have to adhere to those timelines of the 15 minutes for proponents and the 15 minutes for opponents pretty strictly. What will happen is we have people in the room participating, and we also have people participating virtually. So when it's time to call for those in favor or those against an application, I will ask you to raise your hand. We will get a count of how many people want to speak for that particular section, and we will divide that 15 minutes as equally as we can. It's sometimes more efficient if you have a spokesperson for your group, if they want to use the majority of the time, and the rest of your folks want to come up and just put their name and address on the record. That's an efficient use of time. Otherwise, be aware that your time is not unlimited. We have to get through this agenda and let everyone have their turn as fairly as we can. So if you could help shorten, help organize while you're sitting here if it's not your turn yet, and try to make your presentations as efficient as possible. If someone's already made your point, you can go ahead and rest assured that it is in the record. So when you're here, if you're in the room or if you're online and you want to speak, please always start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing, and we want to make sure that we have your information correct. If you're in the room and you're done speaking at the podium, if you could see Michael. Michael, raise your hand. He is with the clerk's office, and he is keeping a log on the dais. And so if you could sign in also with your name, your address, and the case number to which you spoke. It helps keep us straight and organized as to what you spoke to and about. And also, that is your opportunity to turn in any documents you'd like to submit into the record. You're welcome to give them to Michael, and that is the official record for that file. All right, so we covered that. Next up, let me turn to Ms. Dorman of the County Attorney's Office. She will provide you the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Dorman.
Thank you. Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present evidence and testimony. Any evidence presented tonight will become part of the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its October 7th, 2025 land use meeting, unless a different date is stated by staff. When considering applications, the board will only review the record and the recommendation made by the land use hearing officer for each application. The land use hearing officer will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on September 9th, 2025. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. The following applications may not be placed on the consent agenda: applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications on roadways with a failing level of service, applications that do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record either prior to or at tonight's public hearing. The board will allow testimony by any party of record at its public meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Testimony by a party of record shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, someone who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, someone who has been certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. The content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the land use hearing officer. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you, Ms. Dorman. I appreciate it. All right, as I said, if you plan to testify, and that testimony must be under oath, so please stand, raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Now, I want to let you know that we have a number of people, I said, that are interested in these cases tonight, and I see folks standing. We have set up an overflow room downstairs on the first floor. It's televised, so you can watch the progression of the hearing. You won't miss anything. Security downstairs can direct you to that room if you choose to do it. So I don't know, the fire marshal doesn't like people standing in the aisle, so if you're okay, I'm okay with it, but just if somebody asks you to leave, that's what's going on. So with that, Ms. Heinrich, we are ready for the first case.
Our first application is item B1, which is a remand of Major Mod 24-1141. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 06-1564, and Chris Greenlenard will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation. Thank you.
Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, hearing officer. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. Hearing officer, this is a remand for a very limited and specific reason, as indicated in the staff report. Specifically, this had been heard in April and June, April ZHM, June BOCC, and there were 3 items of restriction included under conditions, which was marijuana dispensary, gun stores, church, synagogue. As it got to the Board of County Commissioners, the County Attorney's Office indicated, with or without zoning, that those were uses that by state statute cannot be regulated by the county. So it had to be remanded to tonight. So nothing else is different. It's exactly the same, except those three conditions have been pulled out. So I do have a PowerPoint, which is exactly the same as what you saw before. That's been filed, except those three conditions have been changed. I would suggest, I don't know if we can, everything that's been on the record up to date, that it's included, including what's presented here tonight, and be able to move forward with other cases. Or I can run through the PowerPoint, that's up to you.
Well, let me ask you my questions, and if it turns out it's appropriate, I'm glad to entertain that, but we might be able to shortcut this right with my questions. We'll see. All right, so as you stated, the purpose of the remand was to remove 3 land uses from the prohibited use list from the zoning conditions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At the last hearing, I recall conversation with transportation, with the county's transportation section, that there was some confusion as to whether they were recommending approval and so forth. And in fact, I think Mr. Ratliff even went upstairs and got revised conditions for you and so forth. And it was still the testimony of Development Services that did not change their recommendation to not support your application. So can you update me? Because I do not see revised transportation comments. We can ask Mr. Ratliff, but what is your understanding, since I've got you at the podium, of that issue?
Well, that's my understanding, but love to hear from Mr. Ratliff.
All right, Mr. Ratliff.
Yes, for the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. So there was not a revised narrative or anything submitted. I think the testimony that we had provided last time was that, you know, if those had been submitted through the regular course of review as proposed conditions, that was something that would have changed our recommendation. You know, whether it would have affected the overall recommendation, I would have to let Michelle speak to that. But so since between now and then, nothing revised was put into the record other than just what was submitted that night at the hearing, we weren't sure if they were reaffirming that those were conditions that they were proposing, and so things were just left to stand as it is.
So your conditions as it stands tonight is you're objecting to the major modification, is that correct?
Correct. Similar to what we said before, that those conditions that they placed into the record, if that had been a part of what we had reviewed, would have, you know, particularly that restriction on the trip generation and other elements would have made it supportable. But because that wasn't put into the record except at the dais, we couldn't change the finding at the dais.
All right, and in the staff report, there is a blurb that says, under notes in the staff report for this remand, administrative variances were previously submitted for the initial iteration of this project. The current iteration request modifies proposed uses and, in parentheses, and significantly intensifies maximum trip generation of the project. As such, revised requests were needed or the issues dealt with in another manner. However, none of those were submitted by the applicant. So it's your testimony by taking some of these 3 uses off of the prohibited list, one or more of those increases the trip generation significantly.
Correct, unless that they're standing by the conditions that they had proposed and they put into the record at the dais at the last hearing, which was included a trip restriction.
Oh,
regardless of the number of uses on the list or how much they generate individually. If that overall trip restriction is held, then it will, you know, result in a lower number of trips than could otherwise be possible if there were no restrictions on trips.
But there's been nothing submitted to establish that trip cap to define any of that. Is that correct?
Other than what they put into the record at the last ZHM hearing.
Okay.
And again, he may be standing up here saying, yes, we're still proposing, we're okay with those, but, you know, it just wasn't clear because it didn't come in through zoning intake and there wasn't a revised narrative that said, yes, we are agreeing to these conditions still.
Understood.
And so we just left our recommendation to stand as it was.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate
Sure.
the clarification. So, Mr. Pressman, that's where I am. I was just establishing what had come in, what had changed. I understand the 3 uses being taken off the prohibitive list, but I'm willing to shortcut the hearing because that's the testimony I wanted.
Our engineer, Chris McNeil, is online. I'd like to ask if we can have him make some comment or respond.
Absolutely.
Please.
Absolutely. Mr. McNeil. Good evening.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Chris McNeil Engineering, 15957 North Florida Avenue in Lutz, on behalf of the applicant. My understanding is that we did agree to the trip cap for the project, and I didn't know if there was anything outstanding other than that. The AVs were withdrawn to gain staff support, so that's our understanding of that transportation position.
And Mr. McNeil, is it correct to say, understanding that you've agreed to the trip cap, is it correct to say that some of those uses that were taken off the prohibitive list do significantly increase the trip generation rates that could be generated by the project?
That is correct, and I think that was the comment of the prior uses that were added, and so that was the reason for the trip cap being agreed to. But the three that have been just added recently, I don't know if those would add or not add. It was our understanding trip cap would still be in play either way.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Thank you for your time. All right, so
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pressman, if the PowerPoint's the same, the staff report's the same, except to explain the remand, then I'm fine with that, with just taking it through. Ms. Heinrich, I feel the need just to ask if they have any comments. Ms. Heinrich, do you have anything?
No, nothing further.
All right, and the Planning Commission, did you have anything to change?
No, we do
Okay.
not.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Then let me ask if there is anyone to speak in favor of this application. Anyone would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, is there anyone in opposition that would like to speak to this? All right, now how many do we have? We have two. Do we have anyone online to speak to this case?
There is no one online.
All right, thank you so much. So if you go ahead and come forward. You have 15 minutes total, but feel free not to take the entire time if you'd like. So, and give us your name and address.
How you
Good
doing?
evening.
My name is Nasha Sufan. My property is 15118 Livingston Avenue. I live next to the place, next to the property, and there is a smoke shop there, and there's 2 food trucks. And the smoke shop is right on my property. And the smoke shop is supposed to be a laundromat, not a smoke shop, but they changed it. The new owners, which it's the same LLC, but they bought it for $100, and it's still the same owners. They opened a barber shop, a smoke shop, a food truck inside, but they haven't opened what it's supposed to be. And what they did to the land, on the weekend, they built 2 structures without permit, and they put rocks on the property, and they put slabs of concrete, which should make it, every time it rained, I got flooded. And the smoke shop, it stays open till after 1 o'clock in the morning. We don't sleep. We can't even go outside. Cars in and out. Always noises. No privacy at all. None whatsoever. And the guy, when they bought the property, they tried to rezone it, but the county denied them. The same LLC. They denied that zoning, and now they built something close to my property, 10 feet away from my property. The two structure they built, and I wish somebody would go by there and look what happened over there. And that when he bought the property, he knew that the land was so narrow that he cannot build nothing there. And he want to be too close to us. He already too close to us, and we have no privacy at all. All I need is just to pass Hillsborough County law where he's supposed to be 25 feet away from my property. And none of the stuff over there is 25 feet away from my property. And everything they've done is against the law. And the other reason they try to rezone it, because they got busted by the code enforcement for having a food truck and a smoke shop, and they're going to court. They owe the county probably $100,000 fines. So that's why the only reason they try to rezone the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to sign in. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
It looks like total trash there.
Could you give us your name and address, please?
Debbie Hines, 15123 North 24th Street.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
It's total trash. It brings the value of my property down to nothing. And I've lived there 30 years. Have y'all seen pictures of it? I wish somebody'd ride out there and look at it.
Yes, ma'am. I have seen pictures.
It's terrible.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. All right. So with that, we'll go back to Development Services. Anything else before we close?
Nothing further,
All
ma'am.
right. Mr. Pressman, you have anything you want to say before in rebuttal?
No, I'd just say the applicant's going through this process so they can bring the property up to a properly zoned parcel, and uses that meet code, and that's why we're in the process. They are under code enforcement, and those are issues that we're seeking to address.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Then with that, we'll close major modification 24-1141 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item C1, standard rezoning 25-0931. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from CG to CR restricted. Michelle Montalbano with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Oh, I forgot, this is your night,
Yes.
as it looks, right?
For the record, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. This is RZ Standard 250931. We're in the greater Palm River area, located, as shown here, on Causeway, just west of 78th Street. 1.15 acres. This application is seeking the CI zoning category, currently zoned CG. Planning Commission finds consistency. DSD also supports. All agencies, we've not heard of any objections. Checked the record yesterday, the day before. There was nothing on file. Not aware of any calls or any emails. We are adding restrictions in working with the staff, which would exclude car wash, crematoriums, garbage hauler, truck terminal, recyclable materials, and motor vehicle bodywork, painting. And the second element is any item for open storage will have a maximum height of 9 feet. So this is the site on Causeway Boulevard, as shown by the property appraiser. Very importantly, I want to make you aware, one owner owns all the parcels on the east, which are residential. And we do have a letter from him in the record that he is in support or has no objection to it, and that, again, is in the record. When you look at Causeway in this area, the zoning is very intensive. It's all CG and CI, as you can see laid out along the corridor. Future land use category as well on the south side is very intensive at OC20. And even when you pull back, zoom out, you can see it just continues that intensity. Under the Greater Palm River Community Plan, this policy supports new and infill development compatible with the existing community patterns. As I measured it, it's actually 3 miles of M category, CG category, and CI all along that corridor from the city of Tampa to South 86th Street, and 3 miles of OC20 and light industrial. Recent approvals included the corner, CIR, which was approved under 25 and 175 earlier this year, and staff found that consistent along with 21-1220, which was a couple years ago, which is located to the west of the site, and DSD supported it as well. So it's really a decade history of CI zoning approvals as they run through the corridor. And as you look at the uses, that reflects that throughout east and west from the site, across the street and on this site, or on this side of the street, auto repair, auto sales, gas, strip centers, contractors. Now, I do want to point out on the east, where again, we do have property owner, no objection, there is an approximate 42-foot wide public, sort of unclaimed corridor between those two. So between the 42 feet of that corridor and the 30 feet required for the buffer, that would be 72 feet as a guaranteed buffer and included screening that I'll show you in a minute. Oh, there we go.
Mr. Pressman, is that the area associated with Delaney Creek?
This is hesitating a little bit. I'm sorry, your question?
Is that 42-foot wide area associated with Delaney Creek?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see that continues for some distance. This is jumping around on me here. And here's the view from an aerial of Delaney Creek. And you can see there's quite substantial screening between the two properties. Causeway itself is a 4-lane divided highway. It's a county truck route. It's a state arterial roadway, carries 27,500 vehicles per day in 2020. This is the west neighbor, as you can see, is very intensive. And then these are just some of the intensive uses that are in the immediate area. Just a quick look. Immediate vicinity. And just a glimpse, this was the site before. It was all cleaned up. They've done a nice job cleaning up and making it from being an eyesore on the property. Planning Commission found it compatible, supports the vision of the community plan, and is consistent. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
No questions at this time. I just wanted to confirm, and I'll do this with staff about that buffer, that there's no buffering required based on your question. Thank you very much. Development Services. Mr. Pressman, you need to sign in. Good evening.
Good evening, Michelle Montemorro, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone an approximate 1.5 acre property from CG to CI with restrictions. The property is located along Causeway Boulevard, a 4-lane divided arterial roadway and commercial corridor. The nearby CI zoned properties along the south side of Causeway Boulevard have rezoning restrictions prohibiting some of the more intense uses permitted in the CI district. Therefore, the applicant has proposed to restrict several uses as well. The abutting properties to the east of the rezoning site are occupied by single-family homes. However, these homes are accessed by South 7th Street or 30 South Avenue and do not face the rezoning site. Between the rezoning site and the residences is an approximate 42-foot wide reserved right-of-way area, which acts as a natural buffer between the rezoning site and the residential properties. The applicant is also proposing to restrict the height of any open storage materials to 9 feet. Due to these considerations and subject to the proposed restrictions, staff finds the request compatible and approvable. I'm available if you have any questions.
Just one question. Mr. Pressman put in a revision he submitted into the record, a question of staff to confirm that no buffering would be required on the east. That's that 42-foot gap he was talking about that's associated with Delaney Creek, and whether he wanted to confirm. So I thought we should confirm that on the record.
I believe because it's less than 50 feet wide, the buffering would still be required.
All right. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Planning Commission.
Lillian Linehan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category. It's in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. To the north of the subject site, there's residential 9, residential 20 future land use. To the south, there's residential 6, and to both the east and the west, there's office commercial 20. The subject site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the Future Land Use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed, and Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The subject site is currently vacant, and directly south of the site consists of a drainage site owned by the Department of Transportation. To the east, there's an approximate 42-foot wide natural buffer that appears to contain drainage, and that turns into 30th Avenue South. This natural vegetation serves as a sufficient natural buffer and transition of use between the proposed commercial intensive uses and the adjacent land use. To the west of the site, there are light industrial, heavy commercial, and heavy industrial uses. And to the north across Causeway Boulevard, there are additional light industrial and heavy commercial uses. Therefore, the proposal for rezoning from CG to CI with restrictions meets the intent of FLU's Objective 1.1 and Policy 3.13. Additionally, the Greater Palm River Community Plan's vision emphasizes the importance of fostering an economically diverse community while welcoming new residential, commercial, and industrial development that respects and complements the existing community identity. Specifically, Goal 2, Strategy 12 of the plan encourages and supports new infill development and redevelopment compatible with the existing community patterns that maintains and enhances the community's unique character and sense of place. Goal 2, Strategy 15 encourages development along Causeway Boulevard that avoids strip commercial patterns, which is where the site is located. The proposal request aligns with these goals in the Greater Palm River Community Plan, and based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? All right, no one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Pressman, anything to add? All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0931 and go to the next case.
Ms. Finch, I've been advised that for item D9, PD 25-0802, the applicant would like to come up and discuss a continuance request with you.
Okay. We can do that. All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. William Sullivan, Potomac Land Company, 26336 State Road 19, Howie in the Hills, Florida, 34737. On Friday, on optics, and actually we didn't receive it until today, Madison White of Becker had data dumped a 220-page objection to our project, and we have not had time to process it since I only really discovered it earlier today. And we would ask a continuance till the September 15th meeting.
All right, September 15th.
Ms. Finch?
Yes.
I'm sorry, because there's not 30 days between now and the
maybe
next
more.
hearing.
Go to the next one.
It would be the October hearing, October
Okay.
17th.
October
17th.
20th, I'm sorry,
20th,
October
October
20th.
20th.
October 20th. All right. Let me, Mr. Sullivan, is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask, if you could just step aside and let me ask if anyone is here to speak to that continuance request, not the merits of the case, only the continuance. If you could please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Reres, R-E-R-E-S. I'm an attorney with Becker and Polikoff. I'm here on behalf of the Bloomingdale Special Tax District. We uploaded an opposition statement on Thursday before the deadline for the submission. And I'm actually here tonight with over 43 representatives of the Bloomingdale community, including Tom Leach, the president of the Board of Trustees for the Bloomingdale Tax District. The submission was timely. Madison White is my assistant. She submitted the opposition statement on Thursday, and the residents are here, ready, willing, and able to express their opposition to the rezoning application. The submission statement is a response to all of the submissions. It should have been uploaded to Optics timely within the deadline, and the district is objecting to the continuance.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Let me ask Ms. Heinrich, what is the deadline for submittal for information prior to the hearing?
If it is going to be transmitted to our zoning hearing master and they would not have to appear, that would be Thursday. Otherwise, things could be entered into the record as late as this evening.
Okay, and so would that be Thursday close of business, or is that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Rayer, I believe? Did I butcher that, or did I get it right?
Reres.
Reres,
Close enough.
sorry, I was close. All right. Can you tell me what time that was submitted to the county? Do you have evidence of that?
I believe I have an email confirmation of submission that should have been around 4:10. I'd have to locate the email confirmation.
Yeah, I think that's critical to this continuance, so if you could provide that, I'd appreciate it.
I will.
All right, while she's sorting that out, is there anyone else that would like to speak to the continuance? All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am, please come forward. Just keep in mind, not the merits of the case, only the continuance for your comments. And give us your name and address.
This is Susie Watts. I'm president of Bloomingdale Neighborhood Association. I represent 27,000 neighbors in Bloomingdale. I am in opposition of the continuance because we have 44 neighbors who came here tonight to oppose it, and I was involved in some meetings about some other issues, and I've seen a consistent behavior that when a lot of neighbors come out, that they ask for a continuance. And I believe this is to dissuade neighbors or make it less likely that they'll come out the next time or the next time. I strongly oppose it.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, so no one else to speak to the continuance, correct? Okay. Do you have that documentation?
My assistant is uploading the email confirmation to a thumb drive, and we'll bring it up in just a moment.
You could just read it. We can't take a thumb drive, but you can just read it into the record. If you could put it on the Elmo just so I can see it. For anybody in the audience, we typically don't take evidence that's from a phone or from some sort of tablet, but I just need to see documentation of the transmittal.
I have an email from Keisha Rivas with the Planning and Zoning Tech Development Services.
Yes.
It says, "Hello, thank you for contacting Hillsborough County Development Services. We will enter your comments included in your email into the RZPD 25-0802 application record. Please note that audio and video files submitted via email will not be included in the record. These items must instead be placed on a USB drive, brought to the hearing, and delivered to the clerk. This application will be heard at the August 18th, 2025 Zoning Hearing Masters, DHM hearing, starting at 6 p.m. This hearing will be held on the second floor of County Center, located at 601 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602. Please be advised, if you have any further comments or materials to be entered into the record, they must be submitted via email by the cutoff deadline of August 14th, 2025 at 5 p.m. If you'd like to submit further comments, materials after the cutoff deadline, you must submit them in person or by proxy at the hearing. Materials cannot be submitted at the hearing through virtual participation. If you wish to speak at the hearing, either in person or by virtual participation, please register here. You can register starting 1 week prior to the hearing and up to 30 minutes prior to the start of the hearing, et cetera, et cetera. And the time of the email transmission is 5:29 p.m. is the confirmation, and the time of the submittal of our information is 3:43 p.m.
All right.
on Thursday, August 14th.
And that information that you submitted are documents, it's not a video or anything like that, correct?
It is not a video. We have the video on the thumb drive tonight. It is a written opposition statement with exhibits.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Heinrich, or Ms. Rome, can you confirm that that is, from your review of optics, that that is when the information came in?
Our concern, as I was just reviewing with Ashley, is in the party of record, and I'm seeing if it was put in any other file, I do not see anything, but what she read is what our typical response would be, and, you know, correctly identified it as Thursday. So I'm still looking through the file to see if perhaps it was put in another file. But like I said, she could enter it tonight if she wanted to.
Right, right, exactly. But it was, Mr. Sullivan's testimony was that he got it Friday night, but it was submitted to the county by
Thursday.
Thursday, yes. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Then, Mr. Sullivan, if you could come forward then.
Yes, ma'am.
So while I understand your concern, the opposition's attorney has met the requirements for submittal of the documents, and that is just how those rules go. So it is unfortunate that you haven't seen it until Friday as your testimony, but that doesn't give me basis to grant your continuance.
May I just add one thing, and that is this is an unusual objector, and that is a special taxing district, and may have a different treatment.
Not to my understanding.
Okay.
An objector is an objector, and we have 40-something people in here that met the deadline to file an objection. So I'm not going to grant your continuance. The case will be heard tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so let's go back to our regularly scheduled agenda.
Our next item is item C2, Standard Rezoning 25-0999. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AS1 to CG. Logan McCaig with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Is the applicant here?
Really lagging before. Okay.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. This is 25-0999. We're in the Riverview South Shore area. There we go. On Riverview Drive between US 41 and I-75. Planning Commission supports, DSD supports, no agency objections. I checked the record yesterday, the day before. I didn't see anything in the record as opposition. The issue is AS1 to CG for 0.95 acres. This is as the property appraiser has it at the corner of 78th and Riverview Drive. And in the record is a letter of no objection from the owner to the north and to the east. Owner to the east owns both those parcels. This is one of the letters, and the other was done by email, which is here. The property is 166 feet, more or less, from property to property line to the south, and of course, across Riverview Drive. There's very good natural forestation on both sides of the parcels that are adjoining or abutting on the north and east. Across the street is a convenience store and C-store and gas. That's directly across the street, Riverview Drive. That's just another view of it. And looking at zoning, the corner is CG. This would match what's across the street, and of course a BPO. Under future land use, which is important, is that this site is in CMU 12, which, as you recognize, is an intensive category, which includes urban and intensity and density of uses. Commercial uses shall be clustered at arterial and collector intersections, which is exactly what we're asking for. In 2020, there was a vehicle count of 6,400 vehicles per day, 3,300 vehicle trips on 78th. We have the level of service as a C on both roadways. And I do have an additional transportation report that was completed by a transportation consultant that saw a much reduced number of trips when working with passerby traffic and other issues. I'll put that on the record. Planning Commission has it as compatible, supports the vision of the community plan. Development Services notes appropriate location to support commercial general uses as requested. With that, we appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll
Don't forget to sign in. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. This is Logan McKeag, Development Services, for application 250999. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from AS1 to CG, Commercial General. The property itself, consisting of about 0.95 acres, exists on Riverview Drive at the north east corner of Riverview Drive and South 78th Street, surrounded by a mix of residential, agricultural, and commercial zoning in the area. The site, consisting of approximately 0.59 acres of land, is in an appropriate location to support commercial general uses. The property across the street to the west at 7712 Riverview Drive with 0.83 acres of land is also zoned CG. The site will comply with all CG development standards. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide community plans. The Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use extends to the north and east of the site. To the west is Residential 4, Residential 6, and Natural Preservation, and to the south is Residential 4, Residential 6, and Suburban Mixed Use 6. Subject sites in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the Future Land Use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed, and Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The subject site is currently vacant, and surrounding the site are light commercial uses to the west and single-family uses to the north and east. Located to the south across Riverview Drive, there is a mobile home park. The site is located at an intersection adjacent to other commercial uses within the CMU 12 Future Land Use category, and the proposal from rezoning from AS1 to CG meets the intent of Objective 1.1. The proposal meets the intent of FLU's Objective 4.4 and 4.41 that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised mostly of light commercial and single-family residential, and across the street, across 78th Street South is a gas station, and the proposed change to CG would align with the existing mix of uses. Lastly, the subject site is within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore Area-Wide Systems community plans, and the subject site is located along Riverview Drive and west of Interstate I-75, where according to the Riverview District Concept Map, more intense uses such as industrial uses are desired. The request to rezone the site to CG meets the intent of the Riverview Community Plan, and there are no applicable policies in the South Shore Area-Wide System Plan that relate to this request. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Pressman, anything else? All right. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0999 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item C3, standard rezoning 25-1000. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AR to RSC6 restricted. Michelle Montalbano with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here? Evening.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with Half 1000 North Ashley Drive, representing the applicant. Thank you very much. This is a simple request. This is a approximately 3-acre site. It is located in the Lutz Community Plan and in the urban service area, and it's going out of control. So basically, it has a residential future land use 4. We are requesting for RSC 6 with a restriction to 4 units per the acre. And there it's back. And staff reviewed the application. They found it consistent with comprehensive plan and the land development code, and no objections from reviewing agencies. And I'm here if you have any questions.
No questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to sign in. Development Services.
Michelle Montalbano, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 3 acres of property from AR to RSC6 with restrictions. The applicant has agreed to a rezoning restriction limiting development to 4 dwelling units per acre in order to align the zoning district with the density permitted by the Res 4 future land use category. The property is located in Lutz community area. The surrounding area consists of agricultural, residential, or institutional uses. The abutting vacant property to the west is currently zoned RSC6. Therefore, staff finds the rezoning request approvable as the proposed zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning and development pattern. And also staff submitted a revised staff report last Friday, which included newly received comments from the school board, which had no objections. Available if you have any questions.
So that was the reason for the revision?
Yes.
All right, perfect. That's it. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Lutz Community Plan. To the north of the site is the residential future 1 land use category. There is residential 4 adjacent on the west side, and further west there is public, quasi-public, and residential 1 future land uses, and to the east is agricultural rural 1 to 5 and residential 2, and to the south is more residential 1. The subject site's in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development, and the proposed rezoning is compatible with the existing residential character of the surrounding area. FLU's Goal 2 and Objective 2.1 in each of their respective policies establish the future land use map as well as the allowable range of uses for each future land use category. The residential future land use category allows for the consideration of up to 4 dwelling units per gross acre. With 3.01 acres, the subject site can be considered for up to 12 dwelling units. Even with the zoning category of RSC6, the applicant has included a restriction and note that the future land use category limits the site to a maximum density of 4 dwelling units per acre, even with the higher density zoning district. Therefore, the proposal meets the requirements of Objective 2.1 and its accompanying policies. The subject site meets the vision statement of the Lutz Community Plan, which states that the Lutz community has two distinct components. The majority of the community located to the east of Del Mabry Highway, including the historic downtown, can be described as semi-rural community. And the second component of the Lutz community is located west of Del Mabry Highway, which can be described as a suburban-style planned residential developments. These planned communities are a part of the Lutz community, but have been generally planned, rezoned, and are under construction or have been built, and there is minimal opportunity for new developments of that type and scale in the western part of Lutz. The site is located to the west of Del Mabry, is located within the urban service area and the residential for future land use category. Given the site location to the west of Del Mabry and the existing designations, the site is in one of the areas where this zoning would be appropriate within the existing community and according to the community plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Madam
I'm
Chair,
sorry.
I have one person online.
I apologize. All right. Oh, I see that. Mr. Edwards, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. If you could, I apologize for skipping over you. Give me your name and address, please.
My name is Jonathan, address at 1902 Big Fern Meadow Loop.
And go ahead and tell us why you're in opposition, please.
First of all, I just want to take an opportunity to thank you all for your time. I do understand that, you guys have a huge responsibility in what you do. Really, this is just kind of like my first time getting on one of these meetings, just seeing just kind of what y'all do, how it plays out. I won't go too much off on a tangent, but yeah, that area is just not. I saw the plans. I saw the post from the realtor company, whoever is handling that case. Just no accountability whatsoever. Again, I appreciate what y'all do. I appreciate what how the role everybody has involved, but just highly inappropriate and just no accountability. That's kind of it. I'd rather not go off on a tangent and go too deep and speak on anything that I don't have knowledge of. But I appreciate y'all's time for this evening, and I'm going to go ahead and yield.
All right. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Edwards. I appreciate it. Before I move on, is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? All right. Seeing no one. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Albert, do you have anything to say in rebuttal?
For the record, Isabel Albert with HAF. I'm not exactly sure which plan he's talking about because this is a Euclidean, so we don't really have a plan, nor do we have a realtor. So I'm not sure. I can't really respond to that, but we're meeting all the policies and everything of the comprehensive plan as well as the code.
All right. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Then with that, we will close rezoning 25-1000 and go to the next case.
Our next case is item D1, PD 24-0591. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AS1 to planned development. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Wright with TSP Companies. Address is 20085 Sable Palm Court, number 418, Land O'Lakes, Florida. We're here tonight to request a rezoning from AS1 to planned development to permit the development of a 5,000 square foot medical practitioner's office. I had prepared a presentation, but a lot of it's duplicates of what you're going to hear otherwise, so I'll just shorten it really quickly. There are wetlands on the subject property. There's wetland A is in the middle of the property, and there's wetland B that runs along the frontage of Stearns Road. We did get a permit from EPC to impact the wetland A. I'm going to submit that into the record tonight, along with the wetland delineation. The only other thing that I'd like to address would be that there is one letter of opposition in the file. That letter, a single objection to the request, was filed by Debbie Burnett. The objections were to the addition of a coffee shop and a drive-through, the addition of a dental office, and existing traffic congestion on Alethea Pinecrest Road. With regard to the objection, the request no longer includes a coffee shop or drive-through. Second, the objection does not include competent and substantial evidence determining a dental office or medical office is or is not needed. And then transportation staff reviewed this application and the included traffic study and determined the application to be approvable. We have a recommendation of approval from the Development Service and then also a finding of consistency from Planning Commission. So I would request your recommendation of approval. Here for any questions.
That was my only question. I did see that letter of objection, and I didn't understand the coffee shop part of it. So that was previous, and you've since withdrawn it?
Correct. It was
Understood.
originally a part of the request.
All right, thank you. That was my only question. If you could sign in, I'd appreciate it. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Tim Lampkin, Development Services. So I'm going to, the applicant did a very good job, so I'm going to try to be brief. The request is approximately 1.2 acres. It's located on the southeast corner of Lithia Pinecrest Road and Stearns Road. They're proposing to rezone it from AS1 to PD. They propose to develop a 5,000 square foot health practitioner's office and dental office falls under that. The subject property is triangular in shape with frontage on both Lithia Pinecrest and Stearns Road. It lies approximately 1,670 feet south-southeast of Bloomingdale Avenue intersection. Surrounding uses include single-family residential to the north and northeast and a Bright House network switching station directly to the southeast. To address compatibility with adjacent residential uses, the applicant proposes a 20-foot wide buffer with type B screening along the northeastern property line. In addition, the applicant is voluntarily extending the same buffer south along the eastern boundary beyond what's required, except for a 20-foot section reserved for potential cross-access to the adjoining property. The applicant proposes a building height of 35 feet, while the Land Development Code requires additional setbacks for buildings over 20 feet. The applicant is requesting relief from that requirement. The applicant's justification includes site restraints such as floodplain mitigation, stormwater retention, wetland avoidance, and the challenges posed by the irregular triangular lot configuration. Staff also notes that adjacent AS1 zoning permit structures up to 50 feet in height. The applicant has not requested any variances from parking, landscaping, fencing, and the project will be required to meet all other applicable standards of the Land Development Code. In conclusion, staff, based upon the proposed buffering, context, and site constraints, staff finds the request consistent with the intent in the surrounding area and finds the request approvable subject to conditions. And thank you. I'm available if you have any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is not located within the limits of a community plan. The residential 4 future land use category surrounds the site on all sides, and it is the predominant future land use category in the area. Further north along the Bloomingdale Avenue and Lithia Pinecrest Road intersection, there is some OC20. The subject site is located within the urban service area where, according to Objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of all population growth will occur. Flu Policy 1.4 outlines compatibility as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The applicant is proposing a health practitioner's office on a site that meets commercial locational criteria, has limited the size of the building to a neighborhood scale, and is proposing to meet the buffering and screening requirements on the eastern boundary that is adjacent to residential. Due to the site design and sensitivity to nearby residential, the request meets Flu Policy 1.4. And per future land use element, Objective 8 and Policy 8.1, the residential 4 Flu allows for the consideration of up to a 0.25 FAR with 1.19 acres. A 0.25 FAR equates to a maximum of 12,959 square feet of non-residential uses. However, the site is limited to 5,000 square feet due to its location on a major local roadway. In order to maintain the scale of existing development, Flu Policies 22.1 and 22.2 outline that properties that meet commercial locational criteria in the Res 4 future land use category that are located within 300 feet of an intersection of a collector or arterial roadway and a major local roadway are limited to 5,000 square feet. The request is consistent with this policy as the proposed building footprint is limited to 5,000 square feet per the site plan and the proposed conditions of approval. Lastly, the mobility section, Objective 5.7, its supporting policies call for a comprehensive bike and pedestrian system to attract more people to walk and bicycle for all trip purposes. The applicant has committed to constructing a sidewalk along Lithia Pinecrest Road on the western boundary of the site, as well as another sidewalk along Stearns Road on the northern boundary of the site. These important pedestrian connections are consistent with this policy direction. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Yes, we have one hand. Go ahead and come forward. While she's coming up, anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? All right.
Good evening. My name is Christine Schrader. My address is 4411 River Close Boulevard, Bellrico. I am opposed to this project. Lithia Pinecrest, it's my understanding, is a failed road. There's a lot of traffic on that road. We are soon going to have a very large Whole Foods that is going in just down the street from this proposed area, and I just feel like the congestion would be overwhelming until something is done with the infrastructure in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in. All right, anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? All right, no one. So we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Ratliff, you're here. So we'll let you comment on her comment on the status of Lithia Pinecrest.
Sure, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. Lithia Pinecrest is a failing roadway, that is correct. Essentially, there was a change in state law, so we no longer are under a concurrency-based type system. We're now under a mobility fee system, and we're not permitted to hold developers accountable for existing deficiencies. So when they pay their mobility fee, they will have deemed to have satisfied their mitigation of their impact on the roadway system, and then it's up to the county to program improvements on that roadway.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Mr. Wright, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Nothing further.
All right. Then with that, we will close rezoning PD 24-0591 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D2, PD 24-0924. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AR to planned development. Jared Follen with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good morning, or good afternoon, good evening.
All of the above.
All of the above. Hopefully this will work for me today. Isabel Albert with 1000 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33629. Here representing the applicant. It is not my friend. Okay, so here's the site information. It is located in the urban service area in the Riverview and South Shore Community Plan, near Summerfield Crossing. Just south of there is Big Bend Road, and this is 301, just to give you the where it's located. It's in the residential for future land use, and it's approximately 11.5 acres. So the request is to rezone it to single-family units for 36 units, 5,000 square foot lots. The Urban Planning Commission has like 3 pages of policies to which we meet. First of all, the urban service area, meeting the minimum units requirement under the residential 4, which is at least 3 units. We have 3.11 units. And it's also consistent with all these objective and policies under the land use category, the relationship to the land development regulation, the neighborhood community development, which they found it compatible with the area, as well as the community design components. And then other policies, the site design development patterns, and the Riverview Community Plan, as well as the South Shore Area Systems Community Plan. Development Services also reviewed the application and found it compatible with the existing area and the surrounding areas, and found it to be approvable. Different reviewing agencies has also reviewed this and had no objections. And so with that, that concludes my presentation for now, but if possible, to save some of my remaining time for rebuttal.
I had just one question before you go. In reading the backup, there's a number of letters in opposition.
Correct.
And prior to this hearing, up to this hearing, they mostly concerned the environmental condition of the property. And some of the letters that were submitted associated with this hearing assert that there's been filling ponds and things like that. Tell me what the status is with EPC.
So I have our biologist here, and I was going to let him speak for the rebuttal, just to get all the information, but he can come up now and explain it a little bit.
Let's go ahead and take his
Absolutely.
testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to sign in. Good evening.
Good evening, Drew Sanders, Half Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the wetlands of the property. I was brought in to help the current applicant to restore the wetlands. So part of my responsibility is to work with EPC, try to understand what was going on the property previous to the disturbance, and develop a plan that could restore those functions. And we worked with EPC, got the consent order. The work has now been completed. The restoration work is done, and EPC has reviewed and has signed off on it and has issued the final consent order.
So the final consent order has been issued with EPC, which means they're satisfied with the restoration of the property.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
testimony. If you could please sign in as well. Ms. Albert, does that complete your presentation?
But just for the record, the final consent order was just signed last month, even though we've been in this process for over 2 years. So,
all right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Jared Fallon with Development Services. So this is a request to rezone an 11.57 acre parcel from AR agricultural rural to a planned development in order to allow the construction of 36 residential single-family homes. The site is generally located at 10809 Dixon Road and is within the urban service area and the Riverview Plan area. The surrounding area primarily consists of residential uses. To the north, east, and west, adjacent properties are zoned agricultural and contain single-family uses on large lots. Adjacent to the south lies a large townhome development and an elementary school. The proposed development standards will match those required for standard zoning district RSC 9, which requires a minimum 5,000 square foot lots with a minimum width of 50 feet. The development will include the construction of a public roadway within the development and will connect to the frontage road, Dixon Drive, which will be its only permitted access. The roadway is also proposed to stub out to the east for potential future connections. Given the residential nature of the surrounding area, Development Services finds the planned development approvable, and all other reviewing agencies have given their support of this application. Happy
Thank
to
you
answer
so
your
much.
questions.
No questions at this time. Appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and it is located within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide community plans. The residential 4 future land use surrounds the site, and additionally to the south, there is public, quasi-public, commercial 20, office commercial 20, and research corporate park future land uses. The site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of the existing development. The site currently has vacant land, and there's also vacant land to the north and east, and single-family uses surround the subject site on all sides. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1 and Policy 1.4. The proposal meets the intent of FLU Objective 16 and its accompanying policies that require the new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 of the community design component of the FLU require new developments to recognize the existing community and be designed to relate to and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is mostly single family, therefore the proposed residential use will complement the surrounding area. The proposal meets the intent of Goal 2 of the Riverview Community Plan, which reflects the vision of Riverview using the district concept map. The Riverview District Concept Map illustrates the unique qualities and land uses related to the distinct geographic areas identified as districts. The site is located within the residential district, which encourages attractive residential developments and that complement the surrounding character and promote housing diversity. The site is also within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan, and Goal 1 of the Cultural/Historic Objective desires to promote sustainable growth and development that is clustered well and well-planned to preserve the area's environment, cultural identity, and livability. The proposed planned development to allow a single-family residential development of up to 36 units will complement the area, and the planned development is consistent with the intent of the Riverview and South Shore Area-Wide System Community Plans. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Let me just take a second. We've had some people walk in, unrelated to this hearing. We've had some people walk in, and I don't know if you heard at the beginning, we have an overflow room on the first floor. If you don't have a seat, you would like to get a seat, there's a room downstairs, you can have a seat. It's televised, so you can watch the progression of the hearing. I offer it up if you'd like. You're welcome to stay in the room if you would like as well. So at this time, for this case, let me call for anyone who would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor of this application? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to the request? Okay. How many of you would like to speak? I need a show of hands.
4 speakers, I believe.
4 total? Because I saw more signs go up, but those folks don't want to speak. Is that correct? I need an answer, because I need to be able to define the time. Thank you. All right, so we'll just say 4 minutes apiece. If you could go ahead and line up and come forward if you plan to speak. Makes it go a little faster. Let me also ask, is there anyone online that wanted to speak in opposition?
I don't have anyone online.
All right, thank you so much. So we have 4 in the room. Whoever wants to go first, please come forward.
There'll be 3 of us.
Oh, all right. So we'll stick, because I said 4, we'll stick with 4 minutes apiece. Go ahead and come forward. Actually, that would be 5, wouldn't it? That math works out to 5. So 5 minutes, Michael. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. First off, I'd like to make a correction. We don't live on Dixon Road, we live on Dixon Drive. And the planner, I believe, called it Dixon Road.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
My name's Kathy Moore, live at 10603 Dixon Drive, Riverview, Florida, 33579. I've lived there for 50 years, and I've seen a lot of changes that have taken place. I can say most of the changes we've managed to live through, and our community has kept its unique personality, even with some of the changes that have happened. But this change will definitely change our neighborhood. We have a unique neighborhood of 52 houses. It is agricultural residential, so a lot of people have cows, horses, chickens. It's more of a rural, old Florida, old Riverview type community. We're more like a village than we are a subdivision. Everybody knows everybody, and this will definitely change that. This will be putting a subdivision right in the center of our community. And the county has not really benefited us in the past. We have Panther Trace dumps their water into our natural spring-fed creek. Summerfield dumps water on our neighbors on the south side. And now this community will, even though they say they're supposed to keep their water contained, they have a lake that will, when overflooded, will come over its banks and be also causing more flooding. So therefore, I don't think that this is an appropriate place for us, and I don't see why all of Riverview has to be cookie cutter type subdivisions, why we can't have unique areas like our neighborhood that can stay intact. And people move there because they like the atmosphere and they like the way of life. So I appreciate it if it could stay that way.
All right, thank you for coming down. I really appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
My name is John Murdoch, and I've been 10702 Dixon Drive. Been out there 38 years. I'd like to begin with a question. Do the applicants realize that the land they want to build on is contaminated? KC Coastal ran a new legal dirt pit for over a year and a half without any permits or inspections. The face pond on the property was not filled in. Instead, the owner of the property pumped out the face ponds and dug 20 and 30 foot deeper, which released a toxic chemical into our drainage ditches on Dixon Drive. The drainage ran across their properties and down to 301, down to Bullfrog Creek, and eventually made its way to Tampa Bay. Dead tropical fish lined the ditches on our street. I called the EPC. They sent out a representative, reported the toxic chemicals were so high he had to recalibrate his instruments in order to get a correct, accurate reading. Every dump truck leaving the site with clean fill came back filled with scrape. Scrape is the first 18 inches of the surface where a building is planned. It consists of blocks, bricks, wood, rocks, grass, septic pipes, metal, garbage, plastic, any debris that leftover construction debris was dumped on the property. I personally watched them dig a 20-foot deep hole where they dumped 4 construction dumpsters full of metal studs, drywall, paint buckets, and other construction debris. How many other dumpster loads are buried on that property? This is what replaced the clean dirt on this site. I would definitely not want to build a house on top of this mess. If you need proof, send an engineer out and I'll show them where they dug the hole and buried all that construction debris. They also dug into the wetlands and a spring pond in order to make a 3-acre lake over 70 feet deep. EPC told them not to touch the spring pond since it was part of the aquifilter, but they did anyway. They used the lake to dump all the trees and tree stumps that they cleared off their property. Not a tree remained standing. Again, them without no permits. After repeated calls to code enforcement, we were told that everything was being handled downtown by planning and growth. Several years ago, we were told the exact thing with a dispute with the storage center on the corner of Dixon and 301. There was another job allowed to progress without permits and inspections. The building without permits has got to stop. It gives the citizens on this street the appearance, and rightly so, that applicants, contractors have influence over planning and growth, which leads to a lax in code enforcement. The contractors do what they want and pay their fines later. That if any fines are even leveled. No one has the right to supersede over code enforcement. This should be investigated by county officials and should be held accountable. Beginning in March 2021, the EPC made several inspections of the site and found many violations. But here we are in August of 2024, and nothing has been done to repair the damage. As I mentioned earlier, the EPC told the owners not to touch the spring pond since it was part of the aquifilter, but they did anyway. The owner, man-made lake, is continually full to the top because of the aquifilter pumping water in. As a result, Dixon Drive floods every time there's a typical Florida rainstorm. The type of flooding does not exist prior to unauthorized alteration of the property. Where's the EPC enforcement? Landowners should be getting daily fines until their drainage problem has been fixed. The water is retained on the owner's property. He is draining this water on private property. That is, the county does not recognize that easement going down through there, and it's private property. When it floods, it'll go 20, 30 feet up into people's property, and it's private property. You're not supposed to drain the water there. And what they did to restore that wetland is not working. It all washed out, washed all the way down, black sludge all the way down into the ditches. So it needs to be stopped. There's no permits.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. All right, our last speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brent Davis. I'm at 10609 Dixon Drive in Riverview. Would all the people that are here in opposition let us know? Let the record show that there are about 10 more people downstairs. So there's about 35 or 40 people here, and we've been before you before, as you know. The information that you presented earlier about the optics website, you have reviewed the information that was submitted as late as last week during the drainage?
Yes.
That's a major point of contention for us. Contrary to what the biologist for the applicant says, that is not fixed. It's still like that as of this morning. It is washed out, the ditch is blocked, and they were even pumping the pond out. So that is not factual. I'm not sure how the EPC signed off on that, because I've spoken with Mr. Inch numerous times, and I don't think that's the case. Just my opinion. A little history here. The property has been quitclaim deeded twice from the owner to KC Coastal, to Mr. Pavel Pop Bowie, to Smart Communications. My opinion is that they're trying to get around these EPC fines, which were reduced, and as Mr. Murdoch stated, somehow were handled downtown. and it was reduced dramatically to only $9,100. You've got a traffic issue there as well. We have 3 services of a church on Sunday that block our street for 45 minutes at a time. We also have a charter school that we've mentioned in a previous matter that is blocking the street at the end 5 days a week. And now we're looking at putting maybe 72 more cars on the street. That is unacceptable to the people that live here. And the applicant has come along and just destroyed this land and dug it up and hauled fill dirt out illegally and total disregard for the community. And now they have the audacity to come before you and ask to put 36 homes in there. We only have about 50 some now. It's about a 40% increase in the amount of people that would live on Dixon Drive. Now, we have a very unique area. I'm going to put a picture of it up here if I may. Let's see if I got that right. We're the area in red right here. And as you,
If you just bring the microphone over with you, it moves.
as you can see, our area is very unique with the cookie cutter homes surrounding us. It's trees, people with livestock and farming and so forth. This community doesn't need 36 homes and a cookie cutter subdivision, which is totally different than what we have. We have a very unique area, and we certainly want to keep it that way. We're concerned about our property values, about safety, and this is reality. This is what happens when it rains. Did I get that up there right?
I see it.
Oh, this is what happened when it rained. This is not a hurricane, and this has happened 3 times since they've done this work, wetland restoration. It is not working. This is what we have to deal with on a regular basis. So for this applicant to come in here, you know, like a good neighbor and say that they want to build 36 homes, they're not a good neighbor. They're greedy developer builders that want to make money at our expense. And basically the choice for you is going to come down to this. Do our rights as people that have lived there 30, 40, 50 plus years have any value as opposed to this developer who wants to come in and make money? We've met with Mr. Lee several times. In fact, they had a community meeting was nothing but a dog and pony show. And all he talks about is he has to make money. That's what we hear from Mr. Lee. He's not the applicant, but he's the man that wants to build the houses. I got to make money, I got to make money. Well, none of these people care if Mr. Lee makes any money. They want to preserve their way of life. We've lived there a long time. Most of us have intentions of retiring there. We don't need the development. That's the bottom line. Your choice is them making money or us preserving our way of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. If you could please sign in. All right, thank you. No, there's nothing from the audience, sir, that's inappropriate. All right, is there anyone else that wanted to speak in opposition? Yes. No, you have to come forward. I'll allow you a minute because we're just now at 15 minutes and we have to keep this hearing moving.
And Ms. Finch, if you could just make sure the last speaker enters any exhibits he wants into the record.
Yes, sir.
To the clerk's office.
Sir, you can enter your documents in. Okay. Yes, sir. I'll give you a minute of time.
Thank you.
Name
My
and
name's
address.
Charles Weldon. I'm at 10707 Dixon Drive. I don't know who's in charge of the compatibility. There's no way that's compatible with our neighborhood. There's no way. I would like to know the person that decided that was compatible.
No decisions have been made, sir. These
I
are
know,
recommendations.
but the recommendation was that it was compatible with
There
our
are
neighborhood.
county
It's
planning
not.
staffs, and
It's not
so-
compatible.
All right.
Number 2, we already have I have on my house, in the back, we already have an illegal, in my opinion, illegal drainage from the Somerville community behind us on the south side. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, I'm surprised.
Sir, you have about 15 seconds left.
No
If you
worries.
could wrap it up.
So all I'm saying is, I have structures in the back, I have animals. We get flooded on an ordinary rainstorm. I have submitted it on the portal, and please review this because it's
Thank
not,
you very much. Please
it's not
sign
appropriate.
in. Please sign in. All right, so opposition testimony is closed. Excuse me, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
Nothing further. I don't know if Transportation has anything further to add.
Mr. Ratliff, anything you'd like to add?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you so much. Then we'll go back to the applicant. Ms. Albert, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
And I believe I had some time left over from,
Will, because I let the
Thank you.
opposition go another minute. We'll be a little lenient with that, but not much.
okay, I'll leave this for Mr. Drew, who's going to talk about the environmental, and then Mr. Yates is going to talk about transportation.
All right, thank you. You could make it brief, sir, I'd appreciate it. Good evening.
Drew Sanders, Half Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida. So I'm going to speak just briefly on some of the flooding concerns as it relates to the subject property. There was a ditch that was on the property prior to some of the alterations that occurred that we recently restored. We worked with EPC to address that, and included in our restoration plan at EPC's mandate was the replacement of this ditch. So it now allows water to flow the way it used to. And it does go into the easement that was mentioned a few minutes ago. There is some contention. It does show up on a property appraiser as a Hillsborough County easement. That's where the water used to go into, and we restored it back to that condition as EPC has requested.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I just want to go through a couple of the transportation. In the transportation staff report, you can see the trip generation for the site is 29 AM peak hour trips, 38 PM peak hour trips, so relatively low in trip generation. Dixon Drive is an unregulated county roadway, so a local roadway, but the first thoroughfare roadway would be US 301, and that is shown to operate at a level of service C. Just wanted to go through, I know one of the comments related to transportation was related to the school in the area. And you can see this is the existing charter school to the north. This is Dixon Drive, and this is the proposed project over here. So Dixon Drive has a right-in, right-out only access to US 301. The school has no connection to Dixon Drive, and there's no logical reason for
Nothing
traffic.
from the audience, please. Go
There
ahead,
is no
sir.
logical reason for traffic related to the school being on Dixon Drive.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Ms. Albert?
Isabel Albert for the record. Again, this has been going on for 2 years, working with EPC. We have a sign off from them from last month. That letter is I put it into the record. We meet all the policies. There's numerous policies in the comprehensive plan that supports this case, as well as development services addressing the compatibility. And I'm here if you have any questions.
No further questions. They've been
Thank you
answered in
very
the
much for your
testimony.
time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close rezoning 24-0924. And if you all are exiting the room, if you could please exit quietly so we could continue on with the full agenda that we have. All right, so we're ready for the next case, Ms. Heinrich.
Our next application is item D3, PD 24-1075. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RDC 12 to plain development. Sambala Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Ram Goel. I'm the applicant for this project. I represent company Sunny FM LLC. And this site is at 6318 Palm River Road. It's currently zoned RDC 12, and we are requesting PD to allow 28 multiple use affordable housing units. The staff has found us compatible with the surrounding land uses, mainly because we have RDC 12 properties both to the east and west of our site. We are getting affordable intensity bonus between ourselves and the county. And also, we have met all the conditions of the staff. The staff supports us, and I can show you the site map. Is it going now? We have to go like
No, you had it. Turn it over. There you go. Perfect.
this is the site here.
Just bring the microphone over with you.
Okay.
There you go.
Our site is close by right here. And I'd like to introduce Elizabeth Rodriguez, our transportation engineer. She will explain more.
All right, thank you, sir. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Good evening.
Good evening, Elizabeth Rodriguez, 18156 Sandy Point Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33647. He basically covered everything. We have a variance and design exception, but those are deferred until site plan. The variance is for driveway spacing. The design exception is for substandard roads. In terms of the variance for driveway spacing, one of the ways that we are kind of justifying that is that we're, can you see the site plan? We are stubbing out to our neighbors to the east and west so that we can have a shared access point among the three properties when they develop/redevelop. So we're using that again as justification when we do our driveway spacing variance. And I think he mentioned that we are, part of the reason we're getting this number of units is that we're entering into an agreement with the county to do affordable housing, and that's attached to the staff report, as are the zoning conditions. And that's it.
Just to clarify, Ms. Rodriguez, the variation to reduce the buffer from 5 feet to 0 feet is to meet that cross-access requirement to the adjacent property?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. That's all I had.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in. Does that complete the presentation, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Right? That completes it.
You're good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Sam Ball of Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 2.4 acres from RDC 12 to planned development to accommodate the development of 28 duplex-style dwellings with an affordable housing density bonus that would increase the number of allowed dwellings from 21 to 28. The predominant zoning development pattern consists of single-family and duplex zoning with properties developed for single-family and religious use, as well as undeveloped vacant land. The residential buildings within the proposed development would be limited to 2 dwelling units per building, and the buildings would be spaced at least 10 feet apart. The density would be limited to 11.7 units per acre, which is consistent with RDC 12 zone properties that adjoin the property to the east and west. The single-family property to the north would be separated from the building envelope by 105 feet, a storm pond, and type A screening. The properties to the east and west will be separated by a 9-foot type A buffer, the required landscaping will also require a 6-foot hedge on the northeast and west property lines, and the property would not be allowed to be subdivided. Based on the proposed use and development standards, staff recommends approval subject to conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 9 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and is located within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The residential 9 future land use surrounds the site on all sides and is the predominant future land use category in the area. There is some public, quasi-public future land use further west of the site. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1 and Policy 1.4 of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan by providing residential uses within this urban service area where 80% of future growth is to be directed. The proposal meets the compatibility requirements of FLU Policy 1.4 as the character of the area contains similar residential uses along the north and south side of Palm River Road. Single-family residential uses extend to the north and south. The community design component within the FLU establishes guidelines on compatible development. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 encourage new developments to match the predominant character of their surroundings. The Res 9 designation surrounding the site allows for the consideration of up to 9 dwelling units per acre. The nature and requested density of 11 dwelling units per acre is gradual increase incompatible with the surrounding area and is therefore consistent with this policy direction. The subject site meets Strategy 4 under Goal 2 in the Greater Palm River Community Plan, which seeks to encourage the availability of affordable and attainable privately owned housing stock that is safe, decent, and community compatible. The proposal for affordable housing on this site is consistent with this goal. Similarly, Goal 5A seeks to provide compatible residential growth, and the subject site is located along the Palm River Road and Maydell Drive, which is an area identified for a neighborhood node. The proposal also allows for a range of affordable housing options. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Yes, ma'am. If you can come forward. While she's coming forward, is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone online for this case?
I don't have anyone online.
All right, thank you. If you could give us your name and address.
My name's Karen Lamberton, 6322 Palm River Road, Tampa, Florida, 33619. We live on the east side. We own and live on 2 parcels on the east side of this property. This rezoning would affect both pieces of my property with this shared access that we are not agreeing to share, coming right up to my property line, taking away the 5-foot buffer that they just said they got rid of. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
It's a 50-foot open access that will stop on my property. How am I going to keep their traffic off my private road, off my property, with a 50-foot open access? I doubt anybody in this room would like that being shoved on their property. The only way they're pushing this through, I was told by someone at the county, is by calling it affordable housing, pushing it through under affordable housing. This has been tried to be developed before. It's always been told to us that there's not enough room for fire, rescue, anybody to get in and out. Now they're wanting to increase it and put more units. I know that to you all, it might not seem like 6 or 7 more units is a lot, but when you live there, we've lived there over 45 years. My husband was born on that property. That's a lot. The rezoning calls for 28 units, which is too much for this 2-acre area. The area we have does not support this kind of development. We have no infrastructure. There's no drainage systems in place. This much building has got to affect our properties with runoff, creating more flooding problems, which we already have. All the adjacent properties have septic tanks and wells. There's no sidewalks on this side of Palm River Road. We don't even have street lights except the ones we have to pay for. The zoning was there when the property was bought. Now there's nothing on the property now. It's already zoned for 21 units, which I didn't know till recently, and they're trying to make it 28. Please consider the people that live there and have lived there for 40, 50 years. Our neighbors on the west side, he's disabled, he couldn't come to the meeting. He's got over 50 years there. And take into consideration the people that live there and what 28 units is going to do to that. And do not rezone this.
Let me ask you a question before you go, just to clarify, make sure I understand where you are. So are you at the intersection of Palm River and 67th?
I'm the east side of that property. I have 2 properties.
All right, hang on.
One is a 15-foot wide road that goes all the way to the back to that property, and the other one is 2 acres.
I see. I understand now. Thank you so much.
They're wanting the access to go through my road and then into the other property, and it affects my resale and what can be done on my property.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming
Thank
on. I appreciate
you.
it. If you could please sign in. Anyone else to speak in opposition before we move on? All right. Seeing no one, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
The only thing I would add for zoning is just to confirm it is an increase due to affordable housing density bonus. And as you'll see in the conditions and in the backup, it does require a land use restriction agreement with the county to maintain the affordability for a certain time and percentage of income.
And that runs with the land?
It does run with the land. And also, I believe, transportation would like to speak in regards to some of the comments made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ratliff.
Yes, for the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. With respect to the shared access, it's not set up as a mandatory issue or item or condition, if you will. If they want to live there and continue to have their individual driveway access, that's totally fine. The shared access is being set up so that it provides in the future, when the applicant no longer wishes to live there, maybe one day sells it, and somebody wants to develop that property to the its highest and best use, that it would provide for an ability to meet access spacing, because otherwise all of these properties, none of them can meet access spacing if we don't try to start piecing together a shared access arrangement, and none of them would be able to reach their highest and best use. And so, again, it's just set there so that if they just want to keep what they have there, then it will stay with the individual access, and that is just, this property is providing the possibility for those to tie in so that they can have a more compliant access arrangement in the future. With respect to the issue of the buffering the property line, I would point out condition 9 allows the developer to install a fence or a wall across those stub outs until such time as redevelopment occurs. Now, it doesn't mandate that. If that's something that the applicant wants to agree that they will do in order to kind of preserve the compatibility, that's completely fine. It basically says that at such time as if the adjacent property owner were to redevelop, then that fence or wall piece would have to come out. So that could potentially be something that would help with that compatibility issue that the applicants can speak to. With regard to sidewalks, the applicant will have to put sidewalks in along their piece of the road. Because they deferred substandard road, that's something that will be evaluated at the time of site review per current policy, whether they're required to make substandard road improvements or whether they seek an administrative variance to potentially waive improvements. The lane widths are 11 feet, so that does meet minimum life safety standards. So I know that the speaker was concerned about emergency services, but those lane widths would be fine for allowing emergency vehicles to access in that situation. So.
All right, thank you for those clarifying comments. I really appreciate it. All right, we are now, I'm sorry, no ma'am, I'm sorry that we've got to move on. All right, we go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Ms. Rodriguez.
Elizabeth Rodriguez again. So James pretty much said what I was going to say on the access. We're not causing people to drive on the neighbor's property. We're literally creating these county required stub outs so that in the future, if/when the property to the east or the west were to redevelop, they could tie into our shared driveway, which just makes kind of a better access situation for everybody rather than have a whole bunch of driveways that are too close together and not, in keeping with the code. And we would agree, and this can, be stipulated however we want to, but we would certainly agree to putting some kind of barricade. He said wall, that sounds kind of permanent, but like maybe some kind of signage and something that would keep people from driving over there, maybe also kind of stripe it off in the meanwhile, the two cross accesses, stripe it off so that it's very evident that it's not to be driven on, and then some type of barricade at the end, again, just to make it very clear that it's not to be driven on. But our intent is certainly not to, send traffic onto somebody else's property. It never has been.
That fence or wall is contemplated, as Mr. Ratliff mentioned, in existing or proposed condition 9 to put a wall or a fence across those stub outs until such time as the shared access.
Okay, great. And then as far as drainage, and Ram could probably speak to this much better than I, but we have to, maintain our runoff and so forth on our site. And as far as sidewalks, again, we have to construct sidewalks along our frontage and maybe beyond our frontage, depending on how our substandard road design exception pans out.
All right. Does that conclude the rebuttal testimony?
Is that wrong? We're good?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Then we'll close rezoning 24-1075 and go to the next case.
Our next application, D4, PD rezoning 24-1263. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RSC2 and ASC1 to planned development. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening. Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson, representing Homes by West Bay this evening. This property was the subject of two comprehensive plan amendments earlier in the year, one to bring it into the urban service boundary, and the second to change the future land use category to Res 4. That was approved by the board earlier this year. The zoning we're bringing forward to you is actually coming in at 2 units to the acre. You'll see that we have some unique site constraints, and with that, I'd like Isabel Albert to come up and make the planning presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. For the record, Isabel Albert with HAP 1000 North Ashley Drive. This is the site. It's approximately 32.33 acres. It is located in Baldrico off of Dover Road, just north of Durant Road. It is located in the urban service area and has a future land use as Res 4, as Mrs. Corbett just explained. The current zoning is ASC1 and RSC2. The request is for 62 single-family units, meeting the minimum density just under 2, with 60-foot wide product single-family home. The surrounding area is predominantly single-family homes ranging in sizes, as you can see over here. And reviewing agencies had no objections to the request. The Planning, Development and Services staff found it approvable and compatible with the area, and the Planning Commission staff found it consistent with the unincorporated comprehensive plan, and numerous policies are stated in their staff report. And this concludes my presentation.
Ms.
Thank
Albert,
you.
before you go, let me just clarify for the record. Perhaps I misread, but I thought I saw a request for a PD variation regarding buffering in the county's online record. Is that correct? Because the staff report, and I have a revised staff report, don't note it, and you didn't mention it as part of your presentation. So I just wanted to, perhaps that's an error on my part in the reading, but I just wanted to double check for the record.
I don't recall that, but I can go and look. So I'll go and double check, but I don't recall that.
Perfect, and we'll ask Mr. Lampkin too. So, Ms. Corbett, does that conclude your presentation?
It does not, and I'll let them confirm.
All right, thank you.
I did want to say that we did have a community meeting out before the comprehensive plan amendment. We had very good feedback from the surrounding area. One thing, and this is really not relevant to the case, but we did talk with the residents and did want to put it on the record that there is a drainage pond out there, or drainage pump out there that is not on a generator, and it has failed a couple times, and it's caused a real issue. So we strongly encourage the county to find a way to get a generator on that pump. And that was just something that we had committed to the residents that we would put on the record, and we're doing that this evening. In the meantime, are you ready?
Yes. Sorry about that. There is one for the buffer to the north. It's because it's so minimal because it's along wetlands, and that's why they're waiving it, but the whole north is predominantly wetlands.
All right, so that's the justification. There's wetlands
Correct.
there that serve that purpose?
Functions.
Okay.
And
So
then Ms. Staff is going to explain further.
Sorry.
All right.
We're trying to be quick, but I just wanted to let you know that both Steve Links from Steve Traffic Mobility, I think now, Steve Henry, our traffic engineer, is here to answer any questions regarding that, and Jeremy Couch, our civil engineer, is here to answer any questions should you have them. And if you don't have any, then that concludes our presentation.
All right, no further questions at this time. Thank you so much. Development Services. Good evening.
Development Services, Tim Lampkin. You'll note you received a revised staff report was handed out, and this was due to an updated transportation section of the report. It was just reflecting an addition in the body of the transportation review that elaborates on the administrative waiver, a variance.
All right, I do have that.
Okay, perfect. And I will weave into the question. I'm going to go through, and then I'll answer the question that you had for the applicant. So the request is to rezone 32.33 acres from ASC1 to RSC2 to planned development to allow for 62 single-family detached homes. The site is on the east side of Dover, approximately 1,500 feet northeast of the intersection with Durant Road. They're proposing the unified residential project. To the north, there's an existing RSC 2 zoning developed with a 26-home subdivision, although portions remain vacant. The applicant's proposing retention ponds and wetlands along the northern edge of the site, which will serve as a natural buffer. However, staff notes, so there's a rezoning in process. It's part of the Energy Innovation Park, formerly known as the Energy Industrial Park, it's adjacent to Pocket E, but Pocket E is providing the requisite buffer, and so therefore the residential is not required to have a buffer.
And that's to the north of this project?
Correct.
So there's no PD variation needed because
No.
they're not required to do it?
Correct. There
Understood.
was initially, but then staff determined that no, it wasn't needed because the EIP requires a buffer.
All right, thank you for that, I appreciate it.
And in addition, the applicant has committed a 5-foot wide buffer with enhanced type A screening adjacent to the residential areas, even though no buffering is required by code. To the northwest, there's a 3.21 acre AS1 parcel developed with a single family home. Here again, the applicant is voluntarily providing a 5-foot buffer with enhanced type A screening along the site's northern and western boundary where a buffer is not required by the land development code. The site's internal layout does preserve existing wetlands and integrate stormwater retention areas, creating a significant separation. It's approximately 360 feet between the nearest proposed home and the northeasternmost property line. The proposed land development conforms to applicable provisions of the Land Development Code, and no variances or waivers have been requested. In conclusion, based upon the site design, the land use pattern, inclusion of the enhanced buffering, staff finds the request approvable subject to conditions. And thank you. I'm available for questions if you had any.
No further questions. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category, and it is in the urban service area, and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. To the north and the east of the site is residential 1 and EIP future land use. To the west of the site is residential 1 and residential 4, and lastly to the south is residential 4. The site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The site currently is underdeveloped agricultural land. There are single-family uses surrounding the site, and overall the proposal will implement a single-family residential development in a complementary manner to the existing residential uses located in the area. Per Objective 2.2, future land use categories outline the maximum level of intensity or density and range of permitted land uses allowed in each category. The site is in the residential 4 land use category, which is intended for low-density residential development. As the language states, residential uses are allowed, and therefore the proposal meets Objective 2.2 and its associated policies. Proposal meets the intent of FLU's Objective 4.4 and FLU's Policy 4.4.1, which requires new development to be integrated into the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of mostly single-family residential. The proposed development will complement the surrounding neighborhoods. Additionally, development clusters the dwellings towards the southern portion of the site to provide ample retention areas and protect environmentally sensitive land on the north side. This is consistent with Objective 6.3 and Policy 6.3.3 of the FLUs, which states that clustering is highly encouraged to ensure that development will occur in a manner that protects existing natural resources and retains the character of and the ability to manage the areas surrounding those natural resources. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll call for anyone who would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor of this application? All right, seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, how many hands do we have? I see 2. Raise them high so I can count. 3, is that 1 in the front? No, okay, so there's 3 in the room as I see it, is that right? And then I believe we have some folks online. How many people do we have online to speak in opposition?
There are 2 people online.
Okay, so that's 5. So we'll do 5 minutes apiece. I'm sorry, we'll do 3 minutes apiece. That math doesn't work. 3 minutes apiece. And if you all don't have any preference with who starts, We'll go with those that are online first, and then we'll come back to you. So whoever wants to go first online, give us your name and address.
Yes, Brady Harris, 2110 Henson Road, Dover, Florida, 33527. I would like to bring to y'all's attention that there is going to be major flooding because of this. I don't know how you justify or how the Planning Commission justified the wetland situation, but you can't move wetlands, and it's a majority of the property is wetland. Also, I don't know how they're going to access it. There's only one access point, and that's where the gentleman's driveway is. So there's 4 roads, 4 neighborhoods that have a one way in, one way out. That's going to be definitely impacted by flooding. It's already happened, and it'll happen again. Traffic is a nightmare out here. It opens up onto Durant Road, and if you use the driveway as access point, it opens up on the Dover Road. And both of them are 2-way roads with a 4-way stop sign. And schools, when they let out, back up for at least a mile or further. They're going to flood the Herndon, Whitlock neighborhood, Arch McDonald, and they're going to flood people out on Mark Road. And I don't care how big of retention ponds, a generator, pumps, it's not going to help. I've lived in this area 56 years now, and I've raised my kids, and I enjoy my grandchildren, and we're getting flooded out, and water is flooding down a little creek beside my property, and it opens up into the Alibi River, and it's backed up into my property where I've lived here 56 years, and it's only happened twice in my lifetime. And once was last year, and the other time was 2 years ago since they started all this building.
Sir, you got about 10 seconds left.
So I would, I'd ask you to, look at this very closely and oppose it.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. We'll go to the next person who wanted to speak in opposition online.
Penny Martin.
Could you give us your address, please?
Yes, Penny Martin, 2030 Martin Road in Durant. Please don't recommend this case to pass the zoning review. After a thorough review of our county guidelines, myself and many in this community see this request for RS4 as not consistent with our comp and plus plan, nor does it align with the consistencies here of our neighborhood. Look at the map on page 5 of 18 of the application. It looks very clear to us. This area is comprised of homesteads on large agricultural lots, and most of us have cows, horses, barns, and tractors. It's a country rural area. This case is new to you, but it comes with a lot of background. While the county staff deemed it to be consistent, if you dig deeper, I found that it is not consistent. My local community members and I worked together, and we submitted an extensive review to the boards that outlines 18 inconsistencies. Please refer to the email during your review. It's on county record so you can see our findings. This case was already denied in -- This year, the plan went from 31 homes to 85 homes, and then just recently changed to 62 homes. Quote, so they could put in $1 million homes, and the request became consistent all of a sudden. I encourage you to dig deeper to find out what those changes were between the 2 different text amendment requests over the years. To touch on a few things that don't align, the FLUS Objective 1.2, the RS4 plan does not fit or is compatible. Goal 3, community contacts, appears it was completely overlooked. We have hundreds of opposition petitions and have shared emails from others that are on public record I encourage you to read. We need your help to stop this. The other things I'd quickly like you to take into consideration is the major impact to our wetlands. It is destroying our ecosystem out here in Durant. Flooding is a big issue. Traffic is atrocious in a little tiny area. We have one road in and out of here. When you review the traffic reports, please note that they don't align with exactly what we deal with every day. Our children's safety walking to school on our overstressed streets is also a concern. And also, look at the big picture. Remember, we live in a small country town. The same team is pushing to add 1,200 homes and tons of commercial warehouses on 3,000 acres east of this land. The engineer promised us a minimum of 8,000 to 10,000 new cars just from the residential side. 33 new homes are being built a quarter mile down the road on Durant Road, and we've had over 8 new housing developments put in here also. We are over capacity, folks. We don't have the roads to move the current traffic as now. The roads are gridlocked, and it's a nightmare to get anywhere. We don't have any infrastructure plans to widen the roads nor add any schools, as we don't have the room. So let's be realistic and stick with the guidelines and leave the land as is for the RS1 and make it more manageable for this small rural country area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. All right, so we'll go to the folks that want to speak in opposition in the room. If you could all come forward and line up, and who would ever like to go first? Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I've never used this before. Do things go face up?
Yes, face up, and the HTV will show it for you once you put it down.
Great.
And when you go to talk about it, just move that microphone towards you so we pick up your testimony.
Okay. Oh, wow. It's not showing up there, though.
It'll be there. There it is now.
Oh, cool. Okay. Okay. My name is Debbie Holiday. I live at 2130 Martin Road in Dover, Florida. I oppose 24-1263 for the following reasons. Infrastructure and environmental issues. The main access, they say, is South Dover Road with 2 stub outs. One at Siloam Springs, and they state another one at Martin Road, which is east, via a gate. On their map, the traffic from this gate would come across a private landowner's home site to get to Martin Road. This is unacceptable. Martin Road is also a rural one-lane country road. We have cow farms and horse farms on that road. It is not capable of handling a large volume of traffic. We also have a hard time now getting onto Durant from Martin Road. It's also considered a sign of additional urban sprawl to us. Martin Road also has a huge amount of wildlife that live in this area and visit our neighbors. Deer, sandhill cranes, gopher tortoises, and more. The sandhill cranes roost on a wetland off this road every year. We also have large oak trees as well. So far, the wildlife have been protected from the outside traffic. Opening this road up for traffic and pedestrians would greatly change the character of our neighborhood and threaten the wildlife as well. Children in this area walking or taking a bike to school will also be at more risk given this increase in traffic. 4 school systems are on Durant Road and Turkey Creek. They now cause gridlock traffic every day. In addition, the EIP has been approved for more homes, as Penny mentioned, another 1,200 homes. And there's another subdivision at Durant and Blunt that's currently in progress. Compatibility. The applicant is requesting Res 4 stating 62 homes, but with this approval, they would also have the right to build up to 125 homes. Commercial structures, multi-purpose projects, office buildings are commercial buildings. Bring out, to the northwest, a home with 3.21 acres is adjacent to the property. Dover Woods is north at 2 homes per acre. Immediately adjacent to the south, home sites start at 2.37 acres and increase to as much as 5 acres to the next 3 home sites. The rest, all the way down to Durant, are 1+ acre home sites. Only 2 neighborhoods that are south, Herndon and Arch McDonald, are a Res 4. Then the other neighborhood, Whitlock, is a Res 3. As mentioned, east will be Martin Road neighborhood. Home sites are considerably larger lots with as much as 5 acres. Others average 2.5 acres. North is the EIP, which has Res 3. Given that only 2 neighborhoods in the Res 4 In the area, this would mean the proposal would be inconsistent under the neighborhood community development criteria pertaining to 4.4, where it says to enhance and preserve existing neighborhoods and communities. You can actually see on this map.
Ma'am,
the
can you move
larger lots to the
that
east.
microphone with you so they pick you up?
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
And you've got about 10 seconds left.
Oh, okay. You can see the larger lots here. I really want to show you, though.
If you could just wrap it up, and you're glad to submit your whole written testimony and graphics into the record, and I'll see it.
Okay, all right, because I have a lot of pictures about traffic and stuff.
You can submit all of it into the record, and I will see
Okay,
it.
great, thank you. So I just
Thank
walk
you.
over
Yeah.
here?
Yes.
Thank
Sign
you.
in and submit your graphics to Michael. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening, Yvette Neiman. I live in Dover Woods, which is right next to this rezoning. And I'm here to echo the citizens of our local area. Area residents overwhelmingly oppose this application. This project conflicts with the county's comprehensive plan in numerous ways. Our neighborhood coalition provided a detailed consistency review to the Planning Commission at the public hearing. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission ignored many of the conflicts. They systematically excluded the conflicts and arbitrarily selected only those that would support moving forward. We still maintain that this application violates the goals, objectives, and policies of our comprehensive plan.
Did you have a graphic you wanted to show?
Yes.
Because they don't realize it yet.
Yeah.
Hang on one second. Just turn it over. It's
Oh, you
face
have it up.
There you go. Perfect. Yeah, I see. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so there's 3 documents that'll be shown. If this application were to develop under the current rural classification and for the current land use density, we would not be in opposition. We urge the zoning hearing master to recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please sign in. All right, next speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is George Neiman. I live at 4711 Dover Cliff Court in Dover, in the Dover Woods subdivision. That subdivision, by the way, our subdivision, borders the largest, or it's right next to the largest section, the 20-acre lot. We've got great concerns about it. And I'm also a leader in our neighborhood coalition, which we formed to fight offensive development. This is an example of offensive development. It's, as previous speakers mentioned, it's inconsistent with many of the goals, objectives, and policies of the Hillsborough Plan. And I've offered this criticism to the county commission, that the Planning Commission cherry picks. They select a few things that are consistent. They just skip over, as you see in the documents that my colleague is handing in. They skip over what is inconsistent, and then they turn around and say, oh, yes, it's consistent. Meanwhile, anybody that can read and understand it, you look at the policies and goals, and it's in direct opposition to it. And in addition, the flooding is a huge issue. This letter actually is from a few years ago, actually in 2005, when they were developing a new subdivision across the road from this subject property. And the people in the Whitlock subdivision, which is adjacent to this property, they've had continual flooding issues with standing water. When Milton came through, they've got homes with for a couple of months with standing water. The county solution is we'll put a pump in. The pump doesn't work. This applicant in a community meeting tried to quell the concern by saying, no, we'll put a better pump in. Pumps don't work because one of the things that we still have to pay attention to is that we've got the energy industrial park right here. And they're going to take those berms down. They're in the process of developing 1,200 homes. When they take the berms down, the water always flows south. And if you look, it's going to go on to the 20 acres. Now, their 20 acres, is that designed to take runoff from 1,200 homes? They're going to raise the grade to put the homes in. This applicant says, oh, to the folks that are worried about flooding, we're going to raise the grade of our new homes, and we're going to pitch the water somewhere else. Where are you going to pitch the water? Because if you look,
About 15 seconds left.
here's the flood zone, and they're right in it. And so no one's paying attention. This county, when I look tonight, you see all the people behind me? There's a lot of angry people because of the decisions that the county makes and says, we'll fix it later.
All right, sir.
Thank you, hearing master.
Thank you for coming down, and please submit all your documents into the record, and don't forget to sign
Yes.
in. All right, I believe that concludes our opposition testimony, so we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich?
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Ratliff, anything?
We have Sarah Rose here if you have any questions. Otherwise,
I didn't have any questions for transportation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Cami Corbett for the record. There are a few factual misstatements that were made that I think are important to clear up. One, the applicant never promised to fix the drainage problems for our development by installing a generator or a pump. We heard their concerns, we heard what happened to them, and a large part of what happened to them was as the result of the loss of electricity to the pump. What we said we would advocate for was to encourage the county to get a generator of some sort, and that's what we committed to at that meeting, and that's what we're committing to this evening. And I will have Jeremy Couch tell you exactly what we told the residents with respect to how this development will affect flooding. Another statement that was made was that somehow Homes by West Bay was involved in the energy park proposal. Homes by West Bay has nothing to do with the energy park proposal. The University Innovation Park portion of the parcel that it has residential dwelling units, I'm not involved in. I am involved in the Turkey Creek, the easternmost parcel, but that's not where any residential is proposed. So I want to make that clear for the record. And with that, I'd like to have Jeremy Couch come up and address both the drainage and then the access points, and then I'll have Steve Henry come up and quickly address traffic.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, hearing officer. I have not been sworn. I was downstairs. Can I pause my time and swear in?
If there's anyone who plans to testify about this case or any future case and you have not been sworn, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know.
Jeremy Couch, 17937 Hunting Bow Circle. I am a professional engineer licensed in the state of Florida and an expert in drainage and land development. I've been practicing for licensed over 15 years and nearly 23 years in the Hillsborough County area. This project will be required to meet all of the requirements of both Hillsborough County and the SWIFMUD. Further, it is in a volume-sensitive basin, and as we explained to the residents, right now there is nothing that prevents water from running off of this property directly into their community. When we develop our housing, we have the ability to control the rate and volume which discharges from this property. And I demonstrated to them that I think this is going to be a big help for them, in addition to us relentlessly working hard to get a generator installed at that pump station so that if there is a power outage, the pumps do not fail. With regards to the access points, the primary access point for this community is on Dover Road. We have the requirement for an emergency access point on Siloam Springs. This will be gated. It's a requirement by code. And then in addition to the east, we are also required to stub our road out. These are requirements from the Land Development Code, as Mr. Ratliff stated on previous projects. On a previous case, and that's all we're doing. We're not accessing to the east, we're not accessing to the south, we're just meeting the requirements of the Land Development Code. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to sign in. Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We did conduct the access management analysis for the project. And based on the results, we will be putting in a southbound left turn lane on Durant Road at our project access. In addition, if you read the staff report, that Durant Road actually operates a level of service C, as indicated in the report. So unless you've got any questions. that's it.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ms. Corbett.
Tammy Corbett again. I just wanted to quickly address, there's a lot of testimony about the Res 4 land use category. That's already been approved. The board has approved a Res 4 land use category, but as I said at the beginning, we are actually proposing a density at 2 units to the acre. So is the same as if we had voluntarily agreed to reduce our density, our request to Res 2, and we are developing consistent with that. So as far as the consistency and compatibility of that future land use category, Planning Commission staff, professional Planning Commission staff evaluated that, the Planning Commission itself evaluated that, and the Board of County Commissioners evaluated that, and all found it consistent with the comprehensive plan. And with that, I conclude our presentation.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, we'll close rezoning 24-1263. We are past our time for a break, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. So by the clock on the back of the wall, let's come back at 8. We'll say 8:20, but it might be 8:21 if the math is right. So we'll join till then. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to use it again. Welcome back. We're back from our break. If everybody could take a seat, please, so we could resume the hearing. I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, with that, Ms. Heinrich, we are ready to call the next case.
Our next application is item D5, PD rezoning 25-0602. The applicant is requesting to rezone from RSC6 to planned development. Tanya Chapella with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here?
That's me. This is LaTanya Boykins, by the way. LaTanya is the property owner. This is 250602, 0.73 acres, currently RSC6 zoning category. This is a planned development for a community residential home B, maximum 14 residents. We have one added condition that the business or operation or facility must be licensed by ACA. Items to consider: there's a 500-foot separation from residential structure, where 39.2 feet, more or less, is the closest measure proposed to the adjacent residential parcel. And there are 3 other facilities that are located within 1,200 square feet of the radius of the proposed site. Planning Commission finds it consistent. Development Services supports it. There are no objections from agencies. So we are located in the greater Carrollwood-Northdale area, 0.73 acres. This is a location map south of Fletcher Avenue on North Boulevard, a little closer per the property appraiser at West 131st Avenue as the northeast corner. This is the PD site plan, and to be more specific, the building is located in the center, retention to the north, parking is 8 spaces, 1 handicapped on the south, access is on 131st, and there's a limited use driveway element to access the garage that's noted in the back of the structure. There's a 15-foot enhanced type A buffer on the north and on the east, as shown here. Plan shows trees that will be remaining. And distances to homes is 47 feet to the north, 104 to the east. And for some reason, the west and south are not showing up, but it is in the staff report. And as you're aware, the specific requirements for this use as a residential home B is that it shall be designed and appear as similar to a residential structure as possible. This is just a very rough concept plan of what's proposed. This is the home abutting on the east, the home abutting north, the view westward, and view southward. As I introduced LaTanya, this would be privately owned and operated by LaTanya and her husband, Cliff. They own a total of 5 similar facilities, about 80 residents. They've been in the business and operating these sites since May of 2020. LaTanya is a licensed core trainer for the state of Florida under ACA, is that correct? Facility operators must take a 26-hour training and pass a 100-question test. She teaches core training, which covers all the state regulations for ALFs. This year, she was nominated by the mayor and Hillsborough County with the Trailblazer Award, centered on her work with seniors and providing a safe environment and community living, which really is the direction of what LaTanya wants to do, which she'll talk more about, is building houses for people in her community who need them most. This is just to give you a little idea of her sites that she has now. This is the site that is on Northeast Lane. Similar uses nearby is the Aspire Nursing Home, which is located way north on Fletcher Avenue. It's a 120-bed large-scale, still skilled nursing home. There's a Walgreens clinical laboratory that pops up on the radius list. I personally checked it out. I didn't see anything other than a Walgreens, but it does pop up on the list. And North Boulevard Group Home, which is a 6-female home approximately 300 feet north of the subject site. This would be the other facility. As you can see, it's very residential oriented, doesn't stand out, and it's about 300 feet north of this site. Under the housing comp plans, Objective 1.6 notes to promote, facilitate, and provide housing opportunities to serve the older population among other populations as well. And 1.2.6, promote residential infill within the urban service area, including not limited to flexible building envelopes, parking, access, and setbacks while maintaining safety standards. 1.6.5, the development of community residential homes shall be allowed within each of the land use plan categories that permit residential development. And 1.6.15, promote and prioritize senior housing and opportunities to age in place. These are all policies we think are very strong that speaks to this particular site. When you look at the Planning Commission recommendation, they note it is compatible. It does support the vision of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan, and it is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element and the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Development Services will note to you that the applicant's proposal is keeping with height, scale, mass, and bulk of the residential development. Conditions are included to require facility be designed and constructed to resemble a residential structure. They note that the size of the lot could be developed with 2 single-family homes utilizing the RSC 6 development standards, which is a 25-foot setback in the west and south, 7.5 feet from the north and east. Lastly, when comparing the trip generation, the 2 single-family home and the proposed uses, the AM peak and PM peak hours are comparable to residential. Now, we have heard from a number of residents. One of the main concerns is stormwater. So I do want to point out that the site has been engineered by our engineer, Mike Nolan. He's here to answer any questions, make a few comments. So this site will meet all stormwater concerns. It will go through all the agencies. It will be permitted. Right now, the site is vacant and had a residential home. Waters were flowing wherever God intended them to go. With this approval, as you are well aware, stormwater will be well controlled, tremendously more controlled than what it is now. The impervious area proposed is only 44%. Building coverage proposed is 19%. The maximum building coverage for residential projects is 40%. So we're way below that standard. In fact, as staff has indicated, if there are 2 residential homes at 6,000 square foot per home, there would be no stormwater requirements whatsoever. There'd be no retention, there'd be no ponding. So this proposal by LaTanya is tremendously more safe and tremendously more tending to stormwater than what would be allowed under the residential. So with that, I'd like to have LaTanya make some comments if we may. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is LaTanya Boykins. I'm a licensed administrator for assisted living facilities, as well as a core trainer for the state of Florida. So I have dedicated my life to make sure that our seniors have environments where they can thrive. I think that it is imperative that seniors, everyone can't live in large facilities. They get lost, they get overstimulated. They are part of our community. And many of us have aging relatives, aging parents. They need to have a more home-like environment. Everyone cannot thrive in environments that are, again, overstimulating. So I have, again, dedicated my life to this. I have 5 residential assisted living facilities, taking care of families every day, taking care of seniors, making sure that they are able to age in place, making sure that they keep their dignity. I understand the concerns of the neighbors. In fact, I even had a meeting at one of the facilities and invited everyone so that they can see what goes on and see how important these environments are to the community. And that's one of the reasons why I received that Trailblazer Award, because I'm doing this on a scale to show people that as seniors age in place, their families, they deserve to not have to feel bogged down with the day-to-day care. And our seniors need to feel that they are still a part of our community. And I know that there is some opposition, which I don't understand, because again, I can build 2 homes that are 6,000 square foot and invite 14 of my relatives to live there, and I don't need any type of approval to do that. So I'm trying to make sure that I speak to their concerns. We have done that, and I'm asking you guys to understand, as your parents age, they will in fact need a place to go. And some of the folks over in the Forest Hill community, they in fact may need to live in these places, and that way their relatives can visit them where they're just only blocks away as opposed to hours away. So this isn't anything outside of the norm that we are requesting. It's something that fits well within the community. And again, families need it. So, I mean, I'm here, I'm asking for you guys to make this exception so that our seniors can continue to age gracefully in place. They've worked all their lives to do that, and there shouldn't be this much opposition for something that is so needed. Thank you.
Could you give us your address before you leave?
Sure, 13444 Canopy Creek Drive, Tampa 33625.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Pressman, does that conclude your
Hearing officer,
presentation?
if it may, we have another woman to speak
Oh,
during this
okay.
time. If we may, please,
All
thank
right,
you.
sure. You have about a little over 5 minutes left. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Benite Stewart. My address is 13128 Brookside Moss Drive in Riverview, Florida. I am an administrator in the state of Florida, licensed by ACA. I'm here because I have been working with Latanya Boykins for almost 2 years now, and I can go home and go to sleep because I know my residents, the people I'm taking care of, are well taken care of. It's important to know that because I have testimonies from family members sharing how much they appreciate us taking care of them. So I'm just going to read a couple. We're in support of Latanya Boykins, Annie's ALF, opening a new 14-bed residential assisted living facility in Tampa. My mom, who recently passed away, was under the loving professional care of Annie's ALF. We highly recommend their facilities as their staff provided a safe, clean, and loving environment for my mom. And we are eternally grateful for the care that they were able to provide. Knowing that Latanya Boykin is working on to open a new facility is encouraging to hear, and there is no doubt that we will recommend their services and facilities to anyone in need in the Tampa area.
You need to talk about licensing.
And so I do want to talk about licensing. I know one of the biggest fears of the neighborhood is that we're going to convert this ALF to a drug and rehab center, but with ACA, we have to get state licensing and zoning approval. We can't just switch it over overnight. That doesn't happen. We have to get approval from DCF. We have to get approval even from the zoning department to get rezoned to be a drug and rehab center. And I'm going to let Latanya speak a little bit more about that.
I apologize for that. I just do want to speak that you have to be licensed for the Agency of Healthcare Administration. There are strict guidelines. This is for an ALF facility only. That's to assist seniors with the activities of daily living, grooming, bathing. This license does not allow me to change it and say, okay, now I want to open up a rehab center or a drug treatment center. It is only under the scope of the Agency for Healthcare Administration. We have the Fire department has to come out and sign off. Zoning has to sign off. The emergency management division, they have to sign off. There is a 100-question test that you have to pass about all of the state regulations. So ACA comes into the buildings. If there are ever any complaints, they're very strict in what they allow and what they don't allow. So it's not like you can just come in and just change things around at will. It is only for assisted living facilities within that scope.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Pressman, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Tania Chapela, Development Services. The existing zoning of the subject site is RSC 6 residential single-family conventional, which permits single-family residential development. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to planned development in order to allow a 14-bed Type B community residential home. The existing building has been designed to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Its height, scale, mass, and bulk are consistent with the residential development in the area. In addition, conditions are included requiring that the building keeps its residential character. The proposed height is 30 feet, which is below the 35-foot maximum allowed in the RSC 6 zoning district. Although compliance with distance requirement in section 61128 is not required under planned development requests, staff has reviewed the proposal using those standards to evaluate compatibility. The Type B community residential home is located within 500 feet of residential zone property. However, the building has been designed in a residential style, and it ensures compatibility with the community. With respect to setbacks and buffering, to the north, the building will be set back 52 feet, which exceeds the minimum 7.5 feet. This separation includes a stormwater pond and a 15-foot buffer with type A screening and tree plantings well above the minimum required. To the west, the property is separated by North Boulevard right-of-way with a distance over 100 feet. The proposed front yard setback is 14.76 feet, allowing parking to be placed along the south. And then to the south, the property is separated by West 131 First Avenue right-of-way with a distance of approximately 177 feet. The proposed setback is 77 feet, which exceeds the required 25 feet. To the east, the setback is 38 feet compared to the required 7.5 feet. A 15-foot buffer with type A screening and tree plantings will also be provided. The subject site is located at the intersection of two arterial roadways, North Boulevard and West 131st Avenue. Surrounding properties in the RSC zoning district are generally 15,000 square feet inside, while the subject site is about 31,800 square feet, nearly double the size. Under current zoning, the site could otherwise be developed with 2 single-family homes. Finally, when comparing traffic impacts, the trip generation from the proposed use is comparable to that 2 single-family homes during peak hours. For these reasons, staff finds the proposed facility compatible with the surrounding development and consistent with the intent of the Land Development Code. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the greater Carrollwood-Northdale community plan. The subject site is surrounded by the residential 4 future land use category on all sides, and there's OC 20 further northeast of the site. The subject site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The site currently has single-family residential uses, and there are single-family residential uses surrounding the site. The proposal for residential facilities is residential in nature and therefore meets the intent of Objective 1.1. According to FLU's Objective 4.6, residential support uses are allowed within residential neighborhoods to directly serve the population. These uses must be located and designed in a manner to be compatible with the surrounding residential development pattern. Furthermore, FLU's Policy 4.6.1 outlines that residential support uses such as child care centers, adult care centers, and churches are an allowable use in any of the residential, commercial, and industrial future land use categories, so long as the facility is of a design, intensity, and scale to serve the surrounding neighborhood in which it occurs. In this case, the applicant is proposing a planned development with a 14-bed Type B community residential home. The proposed density is within the maximum that may be considered in the Res 4 category and is therefore in scale with the surrounding neighborhood. The proposal is consistent with policy direction in FLU's Objective 4.6 and Policy 4.6.1. Goal 1 of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan seeks to provide community facilities and residential support uses. Goal 2 of the plan requires that new development and redevelopment shall use compatibility design techniques to ensure the appearance, architectural style, mass, and scale of development are integrated with the existing suburban nature of each neighborhood, with the proposal being considered a residential support use and the planned development adding architectural features that match the surrounding residential uses. The proposal is consistent with the community plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor of this application? Seeing, oh, hello. While she's coming forward, is there anyone else that wants to speak in support? Okay, so we have 2 people total? 3 people. Don't be shy. Let me see you. Okay, so we have 3 total. Is that correct? All right, so we'll do 5 minutes apiece. Go ahead.
I
Good
won't
evening.
take 5, I promise.
All right, thank you.
My name is Serena Stewart. I live at 8562 Tidal Bay Lane in Tampa, Florida. My father-in-law is a resident of an existing Annie's Place facility in Carrollwood. I can speak unequivocally to the dedication of the staff and leadership to the care of each client, their families, and communities. As a registered nurse for over 29 years. I am proud to have such exceptional care delivered to those who need compassion. They adhere to local, state, and federal guidelines and seamlessly integrate into the communities without disruption. Finally, just to echo what Tanya said, there are at least 14 seniors in Hillsborough County that need a safe, quiet, and tranquil place to spend the rest of their years, and we cannot fail them. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in before you go. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Angelique Johnson, and I live at 10101 Seaspray Place, Tampa, Florida, 33624. And I would like to speak to LaTanya's character and her operating ability. My background is in the assisted living space. I am also a core-trained administrator. I currently help families find assisted livings like Annie's. I have probably placed 2 or 3 dozen families in the care of LaTanya Boykins over the years since I met her when she first started working in this business in early 2020. I can tell you that not one of the families that I've placed has anything negative to say about the care. LaTanya is professional, she's meticulous, she's a go-getter, and she does everything above board and the letter to the letter. I've enjoyed working with her. I've been in hundreds of assisted living facilities, from the residential 6 beds all the way up to the multi-level CCRCs, and she is definitely at the top 10% of owner-operators across the state. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Please sign in. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Mike Nolan with Environmental Engineering Consultants, 2914 West Candy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I'm a civil engineer, licensed PE here in Florida. I did the site plan for this project. I wanted to touch on the, briefly on the drainage criteria that this project, will be permitted under. So once this were approved under zoning, we'd have to go in for a building permit. We'd have to file plans with Hillsborough County, with SwiftMud for approval, and one of those criteria for approval would be the drainage review. And so the county's criteria is going to be a lot more stringent than SwiftMud's criteria. In this case, the site is actually partially in a volume-sensitive zone, and it has no positive drainage connection, no positive outfall. And so in order to develop under that criteria, you have to retain the difference between, or you actually have to retain the entire post-development 100-year storm. So you have to retain everything that's going to flow off the site up to a 100-year event on site, period. And then you can, then you must percolate that. And so there's really not much wiggle room there based on the county drainage manual. And so, we're going to have to meet those criteria. And the site is going to outflow less in its constructed state than it would be outflowing in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I believe that completes those that wanted to testify in support. Who would like to speak in opposition? All right. So I have one. There's one in the back, 2, 3, so 4 total. All right. Do we have anybody online that would like to speak in opposition?
There's nobody online.
Okay, so 4, so we'll do 4 minutes apiece. Whoever would like to start, if you could all come forward so you're ready, and then whoever would like to start, please go. Good evening. Oh, go ahead. Okay, good evening.
Hello, I'm Beverly Keeney with the Forest Hills Neighborhood Association. My address is 10902 North Edison Avenue. I do live directly in the area of the facility, and I represent 1,200 homes in Forest Hills. They are part of our mailing group. We have large groups meeting quarterly at our Babe Zaharias, and the last few meetings have been about storm resilience and the flooding in our area. So we were part of a group that brought it up in the area. But what we want to say first off is that our whole board voted on this, and we oppose a commercial development of any kind at that location. It's not specifically in opposition to the ALF and how she presented herself as a great caretaker. There are small businesses in the area that are converted homes, and they have a normal-sized lot, and they do blend into the area, and they have drainage with the lots. So this large-scale commercial development with a parking area is not really representative to us of the residential area that's zoned for single-family homes. So please don't force this zoning change on our historic neighborhood. Families have lived in these homes for generations, and this change would prompt more of the hardworking middle-class and retired senior owners to consider giving up their property. They did say they could have 2 homes in the area. To us, that's a better solution. Our area is prone to flooding. It just went through the horrific circumstances of Hurricane Milton. That was a 100-year flood event. And we don't want the additional concrete, 6,000 square feet for the building and the 6,000 more for the parking lot, to further complicate the rainfall and the water runoff situation flowing towards both. We have lakes there, northeast in the front, and there's a second one on Hamner behind it. And we have just a broad range of lakes in our basin. We understand we're in a basin, and that water has to collect and flow out of Forest Hills. North Boulevard there and 131st Street, neither are equipped to handle the increased traffic. Right now, they line up at the light all the way to Fletcher Avenue. Those are divided highways, Fletcher Avenue and Florida Avenue. Those are more apt to have a facility like this. And they have stormwater drains, and they have raised curbs. This is just a 2-lane road going in and out that I'm telling you that the road is actually crumbling and full of patch potholes because of the standing water currently. The planned development is really not a good fit for our community if allowed. We just continue to get members' names and anything that you guys would allow us to put in addition to their petition that they have for all the 81 homes in their area. And I'd like to put in a letter from our board that addresses a lot of the things that we see that they could be in different areas that we would prefer to be single-family homes.
Thank you so much. When you sign in, you can submit your documents to the clerk. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gina Marie Eisen, I-S-I-N. My family's property is on 13108 North Ola Avenue, where my mother currently resides, and I currently live with my husband at 13102 North Ola Avenue on the corner of 131st and Ola in that neighborhood. I'm here to express my strong opposition to this rezoning. The news left out all of our other concerns. This is a single-family residential neighborhood. It's my neighborhood. It's quiet, it's stable, it's rooted in long-standing community ties. I grew up here thanks to my very humble Hillsborough County school teacher salary. I plan to live here for the rest of my life. Like many others, I choose to stay because of the character and the integrity of this neighborhood. We already have a questionable facility labeled as an assisted living facility near 131st and Florida Avenue. It's been there since I was born, 33 years ago. We also have apartments behind the Dunkin' Donuts on North Ola Avenue that have quietly turned into a drug rehabilitation housing program without clear public notice or transparency. And now there are rumors of even more facilities that have already been added in the area, including on North Boulevard between 131st and Fletcher. This isn't just about one facility, it's about a growing trend. Once a commercial residential use is allowed in a single-family neighborhood, it sets a dangerous precedent. It opens the door for more exceptions, more traffic, more safety concerns, and a slow erosion of what this neighborhood was built to be. I'm a Hillsborough County public school teacher. I work hard, and like many in this community, I cannot afford to just pick up and move if things change. This is my home, and I want it to remain a safe, quiet, family-oriented place for years to come, especially as my husband and I prepare to welcome our first child in December. I understand the intended use behind this proposal comes from good intentions. I do not doubt the qualifications this owner has, but this is not the right location. We are not against these services for helping people, but those services belong in areas already properly zoned and equipped to handle them. Please do not approve this rezoning. Respect the integrity of our community. We have built something worth preserving. Give us the 2 single-family homes. 2 beautiful $600,000 homes sound like a wonderful addition to our community. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Dennis, and I live at 13109 North Hamner Avenue. I'm in strong opposition to this proposed rezoning project. I have submitted a lengthy narrative with images and aerials of our area, and I ask for your time to review this information when considering your recommendation. As a little bit of a background and a little bit of flex, my grandparents bought a home on the street over 60 years ago when the interstate expansion took their home, so they moved into this neighborhood. My parents then bought a home on the same street 40 years later, and then I bought a home that I've lived in for over 20 years as well, and I've raised my 4th generation kids on this street. So I have a lot of information as far as to know what this neighborhood is, and what happens in our neighborhood. I can tell you from what I personally experienced with flooding in our area and our street, and the project of this size will inevitably have a negative impact without some major infrastructure improvements by the county. The roadway I live on is less than 150 feet from this parcel, and unlike some of our neighboring roads, our county-maintained road does not offer any stormwater solutions near the project. I've submitted an image with my narrative about rainstorms showing the standing water, often making our road impassable. The proposed project increases the impervious surface of the project significantly, and I've done the math for you, and even with a proposed retainage pond, my concern, along with others on our road, is excess water could potentially flow through only one home that separates our project from our street, and to create even more standing water issues. I want to also note that our roadway is still on septic, and any excess water shuts down our systems. I worry about the neighboring homes of this project and any burden excess runoffs would bring to their system. I personally had to do indoor camping recently for several weeks, and it's not awesome when we have too much standing water on our road, and we've personally had to have commercial dewatering pump off the road when the county's unwilling to come out and manage the water. I share in the property's owner's commitment to our aging seniors. It's a necessary evil. I currently have a family member myself in a long-term facility in Tampa, and I understand the important role that it plays. However, it does not need to be at the expense of a residential parcel. There is an excess of inventory of commercial parcels available in Tampa and Hillsborough County market that came as a part of COVID. There is excess commercial everywhere. There's no reason this parcel should be converted from a residential parcel to a commercial parcel. I do want to note some of the images that Mr. Pressman had put up actually used my home as a representative if you put 2 homes there. I don't have 12,000 square feet of impervious surface that they're proposing on their land, so it's not really a one-for-one image. I also want to note, as far as when we allow these facilities into our neighborhoods, although Ms. Boykin, I believe, does have positive intentions, that doesn't mean that when she, as she has multiple in her portfolio, decides to retire and sell that portfolio to somebody who maybe doesn't have as proper intentions. And as a resident, we have nothing that we can do against that. As one of the oldest neighborhoods in Tampa, we do not have walls and neighborhood associations that can prevent this type of commercial encroachment into our residential area. I suspect several people in this room, maybe even the property owners, the land use consultants, they live in neighborhoods that are gated communities. Within those walls, commercial developments would not be allowed due to current zoning. Although we don't have physical walls separating us from public roadways, the county should not allow businesses to take over residential parcels and convert them to commercial for-profit establishments.
You have about 10 seconds left.
Okay. There are dozens of residents who have signed petitions in opposition, and that's on the record. Maybe we should imagine all of us holding hands to create that wall of barrier from the outside. Please preserve our neighborhood.
Thank you for coming down. Please sign in. Last person, please. Was there one more person to speak? Yes. Go ahead and come forward. Give us your name and address, please.
Yes. My name is Jamie Farnham, and my address is 513 West 129th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33612. Okay, I decided to come up impromptu, so I'm not going to be as eloquent as my neighbors here. I am a speech-language pathologist who works in skilled nursing facilities. I've done that for 18 years now, so I'm well aware of the needs of our elderly. And I'm sure that, I'm sorry, forgot your name, forgot the lady's name. I'm sure that she, she's well-intentioned and her character is stellar, but our neighborhood is not meant for that. You said that like this 14-bedroom facility is consistent with our neighborhood, but it's not. We're single-family dwellings. This neighborhood has been here since the 50s. I've lived in my home for 20 years. My neighbor's lived in her home for over 20 years. That area also, that street, 131st, right there at that corner, 131st and North Boulevard, is a school bus stop. So I'd like to know how they're going to safeguard those children when they build all that. Also, our neighborhood, right around that area, we have a lake, as the lady mentioned. We have family of ducks. We have geese that all our neighborhood adores. And I'm worried. Am I right? Yeah. Okay.
Nothing from the audience, please.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
And I want to know how's that going to affect that? That's the kind of neighborhood we live in. And I don't see how this, and another thing that someone mentioned was a slippery slope. Like, they're starting to build these commercial, properties that don't belong there. This is an old, wonderful neighborhood that we need to preserve. This is what we need in Tampa, Florida. We need to preserve these neighborhoods, not let them start being encroached by all these, commercial developments. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could sign in, please, at the clerk's office. All right, seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything you'd like to add?
I would only add, I know that the applicant spoke to the residents in our land development code for residential communities such as that. They have a conversion, so 5 beds is equal to 1 dwelling unit. So just so that people understand the differences in the density, actually with the 14 beds, this would be like 2.83 units per acre.
Understood. All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then we'll go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Mr. Pressman.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. I have the greatest respect for the residents that spoke. I will tell you that we did hold a neighborhood meeting, and we had approximately 10 or 12, maybe 15 people at that neighborhood meeting. I recognize a couple faces. So we've done a really good reach out as we heard some people had concerns, and we felt we did a really good job at mollifying and addressing a lot of those concerns, because most of those people are not here this evening, as far as I can tell. I think one of the central comments heard from residents, with the greatest respect to the residents, about this being their community and this being their neighborhood and the fabric of their community. The push has been by the local, state, and federal governments to not put our grandmothers and grandfathers in sterile hospital-like facilities like up on Fletcher Avenue. There's really only 2 locations that come up in the 1,200-foot radius. One is the Aspire Nursing Home, which is way up on Fletcher Avenue, very far away, very at the extreme of the 1,200. And then there's a small 6-person about 3 foot away. Beyond that, those are only similar uses in the immediate area that come up on the ACA list. But these uses need to be part of the community. They need to be part of the fabric of the community rather than shunted away and put away and stored again in a very sterile hospital-like environment, to be a part of the community. And what really is the impact of these uses? Well, the impact of these uses are very low, extremely low impact. In fact, as I work with a lot of ALFs, and LaTanya will tell you, they would love to have more trips. They love that more family comes and visit, but they don't. It's a very low trip rate. There's obviously no parties outside. There's no loud music outside. There's no pool. It's a very quiet, very well-behaved, just by its nature, as a neighbor. So I think when you pay attention strongly to the comp plan policies Again, objective 1.6, promote facility, provide housing opportunities to serve older populations. Promote residential infill with flexible building envelope, parking, and access setbacks. The development of community residential homes will be allowed within each of the land use plan categories that permit residential development. Promote and prioritize senior housing opportunities to age in place, policy 1.6.15. That is the local push for this use, along with the state and federal use. So with that, we appreciate your consideration. And I would just say, LaTanya, do you have any other comments that you'd like to make? And thank you for your time.
All right, you got about 2 minutes.
Okay, I'd also like to say I understand their concerns, and it's my neighborhood as well. I own 12205 Northeast Lake, so I own a home over there. So I echo in that sentiment, and it is also the same, I'm using that. That is an assisted living facility as well. Very quiet, very peaceful, very serene, very tranquil. It's not going to do anything to cause any disruption to the neighborhood. So that is my commitment to the neighbors. That's all I wanted to say, is not to try to disrupt the neighborhood.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. With that, we'll close rezoning 25-0602 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D6, PD rezoning 25-0700. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD 80-0118 and CG to planned development. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? If you all could try to be quiet as you exit the room, I'd really appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. Here with the PD rezoning request that I'll try to make pretty brief. This is located at the northeast corner of Highway 41 and 19th Avenue. Currently, the site is improved with an RV park. There is a new single-family residential home community proposed or already approved in construction to the east. And then, as you can see, there are commercial uses prevalent along Highway 41. So a little bit of zoning history on the site. The site is currently split zoned, both commercial general and an antiquated PD from the 80s. This PD was specific to the RV park use that exists on the site today. What we are proposing to do with this application is essentially extend that commercial zoning to be site-wide. So we're requesting commercial uses. However, those uses are relatively limited. Some of the more intense commercial uses that you would see in the CG category have been listed in the conditions of approval as prohibited. So we're really limiting the number of commercial uses. As I mentioned earlier, that single-family home community is located to the east. In order to ensure compatibility with that use, we have limited only commercial neighborhood uses located within this CN zone, I would call it, adjacent to that single-family community. So within 200 feet of the eastern property line, we are limiting or allowing only commercial neighborhood uses to ensure compatibility there. Development Services found the application approvable. Planning Commission found it consistent, and we received no objections from the other reviewing agencies. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, but I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
I just have one quick question.
Sure.
It's a pretty extensive list of what you aren't going to do. Do you have anything to offer as to what you do plan to develop on the property?
I would say mostly retail type commercial uses. We don't have any kind of specific commercial general uses limit on the site plan, but that's what we've high level planning. So.
Understood. All right, thank you so much.
Sure.
Don't forget to sign it. All right, we'll go to Development Services.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. And so this is a request to rezone approximately 6.5 acres. It's at the northeast corner of US Highway 41 and 19th Avenue Northeast. They're proposing to go from CG and PD 80-0118 to planned development. This is to allow, as the applicant stated, commercial general uses with specific use restrictions on the easternmost portion of the site adjacent to developing residential subdivision. The site is predominantly surrounded by commercial developments, including a drive and movie theater, fast food restaurants, and a Publix. To the immediate east is PD 21-1335, approved for single-family residential and is currently under construction. To further address compatibility with adjacent residential uses, the applicant is providing a 20-foot wide buffer with type B screening along the eastern boundary. This is consistent with the Land Development Code. Additionally, a stormwater pond will be located immediately west of that buffer, further creating separation. The applicant also proposes a condition, as they stated in their presentation, limiting uses within 200 feet of the eastern property line to those permitted by right in the CN zoning district. For any building over 20 feet in height, the applicant also proposes to comply with the additional 2 feet of setback for every foot over 20 feet, enhancing the transition to residential and minimizing impacts such as lighting or building mass. The site also fronts along 19th Avenue Northeast, which is designated as an urban scenic roadway. In compliance with LDC requirements, the applicant will provide approximately 17 street trees and 14 canopy trees along this frontage based upon the linear footage. Regarding lighting, staff asked the applicant what they were proposing, and they're not proposing any conditions, but the applicant acknowledges that the nearby drive-in theater and adjacent residential uses and will design to minimize impacts. Mitigation strategies may include full cutoff fixtures, directional lighting, reduced mounting heights, and landscape or fence screening. A photometric plan will also be required at the time of permitting. And final compliance must be certified by a licensed engineer prior to occupancy. And the applicant is not requesting any waivers or deviations from development standards for parking, landscaping, buffering, or fencing, and the project will be required to meet all applicable sections of the Land Development Code. And the Planning Commission has found the request consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County the comprehensive plan. Based upon these considerations, staff finds the request approvable, subject to conditions. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Oh, no questions. Thank you. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 12 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Ruskin, Apollo Beach, and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. There's OC 20 and residential 12 future land uses to the north of the site. To the east of the site, there's residential 12, and to the west of the site is OC 20. To the south is also OC 20. The subject site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the Future Land Use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The site currently has mobile home park uses, like commercial uses surround the site, and the proposal for the commercial general uses with the commitment to restrict uses commercial neighborhood on the eastern boundary meets intent of Objective 1.1. Per FLU's Objective 2.2, future land use categories outline the maximum level of intensity or density and range of permitted land uses allowed in each category. The site is in the residential 12 future land use category, which can be considered up for 12 can be considered for up to 12 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 0.5 FAR, with anything over 0.35 FAR being limited to office or residential support uses. The applicant's request of commercial general uses with a maximum of 0.3 FAR is within the limits of the maximum intensity expected in this land use category. Goal 1 of the Ruskin Community Plan states that it encourages commercial development and redevelopment within downtown Ruskin and the town center. The proposal meets the intent of this policy direction. The South Shore region's desires to promote sustainable growth and development that is clustered and well-planned to preserve the area's environment, cultural identity, and cultural heritage. The community desires to encourage activities that benefit both residents, employers, employees, entrepreneurs, and businesses that will enhance economic prosperity and improve quality of life. The proposed plan development aligns well with both the Ruskin Community Plan and the South Shore area-wide system plans, and there are no applicable policies in the Apollo Beach Community Plan that relate to this request. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? All right, seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right, Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, go back to the applicant. You have the last word if you'd like it.
I'll go ahead and waive the rest of the rebuttal time. Thanks.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. Then we'll close rezoning 25-0700 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D7, PD 25-0704. The applicant is requesting property currently zone AR, AS1, and PD 0044 to Plan Development. I've reviewed this for Development Services and will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here?
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson, representing Eisenhower Property Group this evening. This is a new PD, but it's actually just an add-on parcel to an existing subdivision named Berry Bay, located in the Waimama area, just east of 301. We are adding on the parcel. We're adding some commercial uses that weren't previously allowed in the WVR category. And with that, I'll ask Isabel to come up and make a presentation.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening. Isabel Albert with 1000 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida. As Ms. Corbett said, this site is located in the Waimama Community Plan. It's in the urban service area and has a future land use of residential 4. The current zoning is comprised of an existing planned development known as Berry Bay and ASC1 and AR. It is currently approved for 1,157 units and a 2-acre fire station. So originally, Berry Bay was approved. As you can see here, it's mostly platted. And then in last year, we did a new plan development to incorporate these 2 areas in yellows that you see on the screen. And those areas were had to comply with the new regulations for the WVR2. It was approved for 1,157 units, as well as that 2-acre fire station. So today, the reason why we're back with the new plan development is because we are adding 30 acres, highlighted in yellow. We are maintaining that 2-acre fire station, and as Ms. Corbett said, we are adding the commercial use along 301. It is the Res 4 future land use category, and therefore the WVR2 does not apply anymore, and the site to the north, known as the Bullfrog Creek, will be maintained as a mitigation site. So staff reviewed the application. They found the request compatible with the surrounding area, considering that it's mostly already approved and developed. And Planning Commission also reviewed it and found it consistent with the unincorporated county comprehensive plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Ms. Albert, I just wanted to verify for the record, that change in the future land use category was county initiated. Is that correct?
No, actually, yes, this portion was county initiated. That was part of the WVR2 changes that they did just recently approved.
And so that explains why all that extensive requirements are gone, because that land use category is gone.
Correct. Well, it's not, yes, that's right. All those additional requirements that we were talking about had to do with the future land use of WVR2, which is now has been changed to residential 4, which does not apply anymore.
All right, understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't forget to sign it. Ms. Corbett, does that complete your presentation?
Unless you have questions for our civil engineer, our biologist, or our traffic engineer, it does conclude our presentation.
None at this time. Okay, thank you. Development Services.
Development Services, Michelle Heinrich. As you heard, this is a request to rezone property from ASC1 and AR to ANPD 24-0044 to a new PD, which is essentially an enlargement of the existing PD 2444. That PD was originally rezoned in 2019 with a transfer of density from the northern sending area to the southern receiving area known as the Berry Bay project. Later modifications required compliance with the WVR2 residential standards for portions of the project. As you heard from the applicants, this has been changed to a Res 4 future land use category, and therefore the WVR2 standards are no longer required, and because of the expanded density that's now permitted in the southern area, there is no longer a transfer of density that is proposed. However, that area is remaining within the PD and will remain a conservation area. No development is proposed for that. As previously approved, the site will allow single-family attached and detached units and a public service use. No changes to previously approved development standards within the PD are proposed. Newly rezoned areas will continue the previous standards, which require lot sizes of between 4,000 and 6,000 square feet in size. One difference, however, is under the new PD, a commercial pod with limited CG uses is being proposed at the intersection of Highway 301 and Berry Grove Boulevard. Staff received no objections from reviewing agencies and does recommend approval subject to proposed conditions. I'm available if you have any questions.
Just real quick to verify the revised staff report that you submitted, is that for the purpose of amending, it looks like zoning condition 3? Is that correct? Is that the reason for the revision?
The revisions were for transportation revisions, and all of those are in strike through and underline. And let me see here, I can get those specific numbers for you.
Oh, I do see 10 has transportation conditions.
Correct. So in 3, there were additional transportation requirements for Pod A that was included. And then there was additional in 10.1. That was for transportation and related to how the project would be approved along with FDOT.
Okay, I got it.
And I believe that's it.
Well, there's some strike through on 4, but I see that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yep. Okay, all good. Thank you, I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Waimama Village and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The residential 4 flue is on the north and west sides of the subject site. On the east, there are residential 1, residential 2, residential 4, and natural preservation flue categories. And south of the site are agricultural, rural 1 to 5, residential 1, residential 4, and natural preservation. The subject site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The proposed single-family use is compatible with the existing residential character and density of the surrounding area. Additionally, the proposed commercial uses within Pod A meet commercial locational criteria as outlined in Objective 4.7 and its associated policies. FLU's Goal 2 and FLU's Objective 2.1 in each of their respective policies establish the future land use map as well as the allowable ranges of uses for each FLU category. This site was part of a larger publicly initiated map amendment, applications HCCPA 2444 and HCCPA 2445, which brought the subject site into the urban service area and changed the future land use designation to residential 4. The residential 4 future land use category allows for the consideration of up to 4 dwelling units per gross acre, and with 31.84 acres, the additional parcels can be considered up for 127 dwelling units. The request is for an additional 133 units, which can be considered within the overall maximum density for the planned development. The overall planned development totals 496.95 acres for residential uses, which can be considered up for a maximum of 1,987 dwelling units. With an additional 133 units, the planned development will have a total of 1,290 dwelling units, and Pod A contains 8.2 acres, and the maximum square footage allowed under the residential 4 future land use corridor is 89,298 square feet. The applicant is only proposing 25,000 square feet of commercial uses. Lastly, there's an agreement to reserve 2 acres for a fire station, and it has been revised that if an agreement with the county cannot be reached within 3 years, this land will be used for the commercial uses within Pod A. The vision statement of the Waimama Village Community Plan focuses on health, equity, and resilience and sustainability, as well as maintaining a small-town character. The proposed development is meeting the intent of the vision statement by proposing the additional residential development at a lower density than the maximum of 4 units an acre allowed, which contributes to the small-town character that the plan intends to achieve. The site is also within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan. The vision statement states neighborhoods should be served by balanced transportation systems, efficient utilities, and neighborhood-oriented goods and services. The proposed commercial development within Pod A meets the intent of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan and will be a closer node of commercial development residents of the larger plan development can now utilize. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in the room or online to speak in opposition? All right, one person in the room?
One person in opposition online.
And one person online. All right, if you don't have a preference of order, if you want to go ahead and come forward, we'll take the person online first. So with 2 people, that's 7.5 minutes apiece, but feel free to not take that long. Sir, if you would like to go online, give us your name and address.
Robert Laver Sr., 5019 Bonita Drive, Waimama 33598.
Go ahead and tell us why you're opposed to this project.
Berry Bay community wants to expand their building on the property that abuts our property on two sides. I'll call them BBC to keep it short, is already so large that they are seeing major negative impacts to the decades-old neighborhoods in the area. Property values are going through the basement. Major increased traffic with no infrastructure and rural neighborhood roads that have become dangerous due to overcrowding, speeding, construction trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds. The semis are using Bonita Drive now, so they don't have to go through the intersection up at 674 and 301. They avoid that by coming through these neighborhoods on these tiny little roads. Major highway and intersection to the north is being avoided at all possibilities. All the homes in the area around septic, flooding is already a major issue. It wasn't an issue when I came here 55 years ago, and it has only become worse and worse in the last 20 years, and it's getting terrible in the last 5. The homes are all on septic, and flooding is a major issue, and as you've heard in other cases, people have had difficulty during those periods of time when that standing water will not flow away. The grasses that have been planted in the sides of the road by Hillsborough County and by the state of Florida are the ones that are now protected. They grow 7 to 10 feet tall. You cannot control them. They take over your property as the flood goes a little higher each time there's a heavy rain and each time there's a storm. Those seeds are carried further and further and further up onto people's land. And try to live on a land that's water's being held back by 7 to 10 foot grasses, and it cannot flow. BBC builds up the land 4 to 10 feet, and then it may not be them, but on Bonita Drive, that's about a half a mile away. They're 40 feet above the standing elevation, and they dug a lake to let it run down into, which then feeds into Doug Creek. Doug Creek was dug by Hillsborough County, and there used to be a sign. They didn't believe me until I told them about it. A 1964 sign that said Doug Creek, dug in 1964 by Hillsborough County. 3 days later, after I told them about the sign mysteriously disappeared. The properties are literally eroding away around here. They turn to mush for days at a time when we have heavy rains. Light rains even cause flooding in many of the yards. You're not going to make it any better by building up these home sites behind us that abut our land on two sides, and you're building it up 4 to 10 feet. Where's that water going to go? You're going to put it into retention ponds that they're digging that are not holding it. They're going to then feed it into roadside ditches and trenches and pipes, and it's all going to end up right back into Doug Creek. Doug Creek is considered now a natural waterway, and nobody's really responsible for it. Nobody wants to keep it from overflooding. It's like our third boundary is Doug Creek, and it's never been a problem until recent years. But now each successive rain, each successive storm brings the flooding closer and closer to our foundation. Other people have already lost theirs. People across the street on the other side of the creek have to use a boat to get to their car when it rains because they have 4 feet of standing water. Their whole property goes under water. It's been doing that now for 2 to 3 years. The serious problem of wildlife displacement is we bury the remains all the time with the traffic buildup out here. Nobody wants to build this infrastructure up like it should be. Homes that are in the southern part of Berry Bay are getting bullet holes shot into their homes. They're having to report it to the police. It's a miracle nobody's been seriously hurt. We've even had people with bump stocks. You can hear them shooting down there in that area behind us, which is south of Bonita Drive. The wildlife is killed here regularly. This was a wildlife pass-through. They would go under this bridge and get across Bonita Drive. But now, because of the construction, those animals are being forced across in different areas, and they're being killed all the time. Hillsborough County is robbing us of our investments. Property values are sinking. The future is not good for the developments here or spreading all over South Hillsborough County, in particular the Waimama area. There's a pure corporate greed, and the expense of longtime residents are the ones that are paying. It needs to stop. Most people feel like moving here, and they come to these meetings that the county holds, and I talk to these people that have been talked into moving here and buying a home in Florida, and they all tell me to a person that they were lied to by the salespeople that told them this is a great place to come. All the infrastructure's built out, there's schools, nobody has to worry about anything, there's plenty of parks, there's going to be areas for the public to commune in the outdoors, and now that's been canceled just recently, so that's not a requirement anymore, so they cut what's going to be available to the public for public lands by half. And yet they're going to increase the number of buildings they're going to build by the same token. That's absolutely ridiculous to consider this as a place to retire. People think they're going to have a great time, but they can't even get onto 301 because of the roads not being built up properly and the lighting not done properly. And when you look at the situation we've had now for years, they promised when they built Sun City Center, they said in 1971, we're going to 4-lane Highway 301 all the way to Bradenton. They still haven't done it. That was 1971. You're telling me you're going to do the infrastructure right now? You've already told these people a lie and said that the infrastructure is built out. It's not built out. They're not going to build it out in time. And it's a crying shame what you're doing to the people that have come here to live for 50 years and more. It's gone. You're destroying it day by day.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, well, we have one gentleman in the room. Good evening. Give us your name and address, please.
Good evening. Bill Byer, 5222 Lake Venice Drive in Waimama. Excuse me, apologize for the rough voice tonight. I saw the notice for this hearing, and to be honest, this is my first time at a zoning hearing. And I'm learning quite a bit tonight, learning that I didn't find all the documents like maybe I should have, but be that as it may, I think I'd like to first thank the attorney for saying, and I quote, it's just an add-on. It's just an add-on of, let's just say, 1,100, 1,200 homes, where it's just an add-on for some. To the gentleman that spoke before me, I don't think he would agree either that it's just an add-on, but we seem to be just adding on to all the different neighborhoods, all the different communities in Hillsborough County. I really came out of curiosity. To get to my home, I take a left off of 301 onto Saffold Road. I did notice when trying to look at some of the documents for this that there was a notation in there that Saffold Road was in, and I quote, good condition. I totally disagree with that. Take a drive down Saffold Road. As the gentleman speaking before me alluded to, the roads are horrible. Depression in the road that with one of the last hurricanes closed Saffold Road to probably about a week, okay, and I believe it's Doug Creek that crosses there. When the developer stripped that corner on Saffold Road and 301, as predecessor indicated, they elevated that property line or baseline, however you want to say that. That property's elevated a good 8 to 10, 12 feet. If you don't believe that, you can take a tape measure, take a left on Saffold Road, measure the block wall that was put in. It's aesthetically disgusting, okay? They did put some portholes in there for drainage, which drains into the ditch, which floods the road and goes nowhere. During the last rains, one of the last rainstorms wasn't a tropical depression. That water coming off that property was just cascading like a waterfall off the southeast corner of that block wall. Now, the developer did mitigate that a little bit. We haven't rain tested it, but the mitigation was to take some gravel, put it on top of the block wall. It's probably about a 12-foot section. The workers could hardly stand on the top of the block to put that stone in there. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. Then they mitigated the kind of the western side of that, right off of 301. They just threw loads of sod down. It's absolutely hideous. One of the things that we wonder, my wife and I, every time we get on 301 and we drive down and we come out of our neighborhood and we look at what Berry Bay's doing, we just simply ask ourselves, when is enough enough? And I would ask the county that, not just for this rezoning request, but everything we've heard, you've heard before I'm speaking tonight. Those stories are sad, and you have to listen to the people. When does the greed become enough? And that's all it is. Got to make money, got to make money. I don't think anybody's against making an income, but let's be reasonable. You're destroying neighborhoods. The wildlife, take a look at the roadkill on 301. My gosh, you can't get on the road anymore without roadkill. To the accidents that are going to happen on that road, if you can get onto it, I only hope that there's no fatalities, nothing serious on there. The lighting is poor, even coming onto Saffold Road. The significant depression that's in that road, and I think there's something with Hillsborough County way in the future to mitigate that. It's dangerous. Nobody obeys a speed limit. You can't go the speed limit through that depression. And when the water's on that road, it's just treacherous. There's an old commercial that some people may remember, and this one came to my wife's attention in her head when we were driving down the road and seeing some of these Hillsborough County developments going in. It was about littering. It was a great commercial. If somebody's too young, you might want to Google this one. It was just an Indian, American Indian, looking at the land, seeing all the litter that people were throwing onto the roadways. And it was just a simple tear coming down that American Indian's cheek. And that's pretty much the way we feel when we're driving down the road and we see massive developments going in. Infrastructure, I don't really think anybody really cares about infrastructure. We care about the infrastructure, but I don't think anybody else truly cares. You can do a lot of lip service to say, we care about infrastructure, we're going to do this, we're gonna fix this, we're gonna put this in, we're gonna mitigate the water. As somebody said, you can't mitigate water. Water goes where water's gonna go. You can try to kind of arrest it a little bit, but you're not gonna stop it once it starts coming. And I think a lot of people experience that with the last rounds of storms that we had here in Florida. So I would just, again, I'll give you a couple minutes back, but I would say, when's enough enough? When is it time to really start listening to individuals, people that have lived in their neighborhoods for 20, 30, I heard tonight, 50 plus years, and a developer's gonna come in and throw 20, 30, 40, 50 homes on a property because they bought it up and they wanna make money. Let's think about the compassion for the individuals that have built their lives on those properties. And I think it's just time to say enough's enough. And I thank you for your attention today.
Thank you, sir, for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could sign in. All right. We'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, do you have any additional comments?
No, I don't know if transportation has anything to put.
James Ratliff for the record. I would just note the project that I think the gentleman was just referring to is there is a bridge replacement over Doug Creek on Saffold that's scheduled. It looks like construction completion is currently on track for late 2026. Other than that, the substandard road improvements for Saffold were handled as a part of the kind of the southerly area developments. This particular zoning, the additional lands have deferred the decision on substandard road for excuse me, Bonita to the site construction plan phase, so that'll be determined at that time.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Corbett, you have, no, sir, I'm sorry, can't do it. Ms. Corbett, it's time for a rebuttal.
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. I just want to start by saying there's been a lot of accusations tonight about developers and greed and when will we stop. Each of the projects that I've been before you here this evening are well within the planned, comprehensive plan density. In fact, the last case was half of the allowable density. And there are planning professionals, both with the Planning Commission and Hillsborough County, have identified that housing still is a need and there is a need to approve housing. So we are fulfilling that need. And I just wanted to start with that because I heard that a couple of times this evening. I also heard in the testimony, specifically the first gentleman's testimony, that he identified that the water runoff problem that they're having now is coming from construction off-site and doesn't really have anything to do with this development per se. That there is a project that's under construction, and so that stormwater system probably has not stabilized yet. I'm not saying it's all coming from there, but that he identified that that's where that was coming from, and if so, that's where that would be coming from. And as you know, we have stringent stormwater requirements. We work very closely with Hillsborough County and the Water Management District, and we are not allowed to have different pre- and post-development conditions, and we know that that gets developed or gets addressed at site development. Also, during this past year, especially last year, all of Hillsborough County flooded in places where it never flooded before. We had 2 historic hurricanes in addition to historic rainfall, and again, those issues will be addressed at site development. As to what home sales consultants from differing home builders represented to other property owners, that's not something that Eisenhower Property Group is involved in. We sell our land to home builders, and they are the ones that sell the individual homes. Also, I heard a statement about the bullet holes. We did have a couple of unfortunate instances in one portion of the Berry Bay community. Law enforcement has been contacted. There's a community crime watch group that's been set up. None of those individuals affected by that are here this evening because we are working with them. They did come to our community meeting that we held, and they expressed concerns, and we've been working with them ever since, and they are not here this evening, so it tells me that they have been satisfied with our efforts. But also, I heard bullet holes, bump stocks, speeding cars, litter, that's all human behavior. That's regulating human behavior. That's not regulated by rezoning. Bad behavior by humans doesn't come simply by people living here. Apparently, it's already occurring, and that's what they've indicated. In this new development, although I called it just an add-on, it is an add-on to an existing development, not a brand-new development of a greenfield area. And at this time, I think I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and address the traffic issues.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And we have conducted the traffic analysis for the project. One of the things that developers we're working on right now is actually putting in a signal at 301 in Berry Grove Boulevard. So that is under design right now and actually in permitting. We were hoping to have the permit by the end of the year, start construction next year on that. We also have worked with the county. We have improved, as Mr. Ratliff had indicated, we improved Southwell Road as a part of the original approval. Our improvements went to Doug Creek and stopped there because the county does have a CIP project in which they'll take those improvements and extend them across the creek. So unless you've got any questions.
No questions. Thank you so much.
And again, this proposal has been found consistent with the comprehensive plan by the Planning Commission, and Development Services is recommending approval with conditions, and we respectfully request you do the same.
Thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0704 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D8, PD 25-0801. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RSC 6 to plain development. James Baker with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tu Mai. Office address is 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant, Yasmiel Hernandez of Sunshine Homes Unlimited. He's also here with me tonight. Subject site is located at 8615 Twin Lakes Boulevard in Tampa. Total land is 0.77 acres. Current zoning is RSC 6 with a future land use of Res 6. It is in the urban service area. The applicant is requesting to rezone from RSC 6 to PD for a 4 townhomes development. There is an existing driveway which would serve as a direct access for the project on Twin Lakes Boulevard. However, during the review process, transportation staff recommended a future project access as a driveway stub out to the north of the property should the redevelopment occurs on the adjacent property. The reason for staff's recommendation for the proposed future access was due to the project site not meeting the 245 feet minimum separation between driveways for a Class 6 collector road. Therefore, we submitted an administrative variance for access minimum spacing on June 20th, and the county engineer found the AV request approval on August 11th. We believe this project is compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with a comprehensive plan for the following reasons. One, the surrounding area is residential and higher intense residential uses to the south. Directly to the southeast of the subject site is villas at Twin Lakes, which consists of 18 villas, single-family attached with two-car garage under PD 15-0682. Number two, also the property to the north has an existing use of multifamily residential. Third, the maximum density for the Res 6 land use designation is 6 dwelling units per acre. The project falls below the future land use designation at 5.19 dwelling units per acre. Lastly, we received several letters of support that I would submit into the record. There were no objections from the review agencies, and we concur with staff's findings of approval. Thank you to development staff and planning commission for their findings. We respectfully request your recommendation for approval. At this time, Mr. Hernandez would like to speak.
All right. Don't forget to sign in. Good evening.
Good evening.
Give us your name and address, please.
My name is Yaismel Hernandez, and my address is 3265 Laurel Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33618 currently. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity today. This means a great deal to me as someone who has deep roots in the Tampa Bay area and a strong commitment to its future. I graduated in 2002 from Tampa Bay Tech. I bought my first house at 18 years old in West Tampa. Since then, I've added value to the community, like Sulphur Springs, Clare Mill, Town and Country area. These experiences gave me not only knowledge of real estate, but also personal connection to the neighborhood and families that make up the city. Over the years, I've worked closely with Tampa Housing Authority, Agency for People with Disabilities, and invested my efforts in helping families find stability and growth. Everywhere I've worked, I've focused on one goal: to increase value, not only the value of property, but the value of people's lives and their sense of community. My vision for this project is not only building 4 townhouses, it's about creating opportunity for 4 families, including my own, to grow stronger together, to feel pride where they live, and to see how their communities thrive. For me, development is personal. It's about giving back to the same county that has given me a start and making sure the next generation has even more opportunities to succeed. Thank you for allowing me to share my story. I look forward to being part of a plan that truly adds value both to the to the Twin Lake community and to the families who call them home, as I will.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, we'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, James Baker, Development Services. The request is to rezone a parcel from RSC 6, residential single-family conventional, to planned development to allow a 4-unit townhomes development at density of 5.19 dwelling units per acre. The subject site is located at 8615 Twin Lakes Boulevard and consists of folio 2429.0000. The property is in the urban service area. Adjacent properties consist of residential uses to include a school and multifamily duplex, and townhouses. In the surrounding area, the primary use is residential, mostly single family. The nearest major roadways to the project site are North Dale Mabry to the west, West Bush Boulevard to the north, and West Wards Avenue. A variety of highway commercial uses are located along these roadways. The density of the development is capped at 5.19 lots per acre and will be allowed a maximum of 4 units in compliance with RES 6 future land use category. Buffering and screening both in compliance and exceeding land development code requirements will be provided. The proposed building height is 35 feet. It's consistent with RSC zoning to the north, and no additional setbacks for heights greater than 20 feet are necessary for this density, given the corresponding standard zoning district RMC 6. Development Services does not foresee any compatibility concerns with the proposed single-family development. The surrounding area is residential, and higher intense residence uses such as to the south are adequately buffered and screened from the development. The density of the proposed development is appropriate for the area and does not pose any negative impacts to the surrounding residence uses. You have any questions at this time?
I don't. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Linehan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is not located within the limits of a community plan. The Residential 6 future land use surrounds the site. Further to the east is Residential 20, public, quasi-public, in the City of Tampa boundary. To the west is the Residential 20 future land use category, and to the north there is Residential 4 on the northern side of Bush Boulevard. The subject site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The proposed rezoning to PD to develop 4 dwelling units is compatible with the existing residential character and density of the area, with 2-family residential abutting the side to the north and single-family residential to the south and west. FLU's Goal 2 and FLU's Objective 2.1 in each of their respective policies establish the future land use map, as well as the allowable range of uses for each future land use category. The Residential 6 future land use category allows for the consideration of up to 6 dwelling units per gross acre. With 0.77 acres, the subject site can be considered up for 4 dwelling units. The proposal meets the requirement of Objective 2.1 and its accompanying policies. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, I have one person in the room. Anybody online?
Nobody online.
Okay, go ahead and come forward, sir. Give us your name and address, please.
My name is Donald Lacey. I'm co-owner of the property to the north of this. It's 8621 Twin Lakes Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33614. I am not in support or in opposition to it. The master plan has some components on it. I'm the parcel to the north that they intend to have the future driveway go through. And the way it's set up, if I can put the layout in here and talk about that for a second.
Sure, you can just put it face up on the Elmo that's next to you.
Okay.
And then when you talk, just bring the microphone towards you so we pick up your testimony. There you go.
Okay. Our property is here. We have a driveway that comes out at that location. His driveway presently comes out here. Well, as I understand it from the transportation, Mike Williams, the traffic engineer, told me that if the future, this place, if we develop further at this location to the intensity that they're talking about here, that they would want to see this access point disappear, and it would come through to our property and come out our access point. If that's what I've discussed with Mr. Williams, that's what he said it is. I want to confirm, if I can, with that aspect. I have 5 structures on my property at 8621. If I improve those structures, I do not want to be dealing with this issue of having this coming in. Now, if I decide to come in and try to get like 10 or 11 townhomes, what that parcel is sized could do, then I can understand the aspect of this, but I don't want to end up having the hassle of this coming up if I try to improve, revise, or do anything with the existing homes that are on my property.
Let me stop you and just have Mr. Ratliff of the county's transportation staff address that stub out requirement and the timing of that, if you could.
Yes, for the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. The gentleman is correct. The intent is only in, the event that there's an intensification or redevelopment of the property. If you're just working with those existing homes, that's not something that we would trigger, looking for that. Again, it's
So
just...
I can renovate and improve those homes if need be, or those structures.
Correct. Yeah, the intent is that if you're intending to add additional units to build to the highest and best use, again, so that these properties can, access can be provided in a safe way, given the proximity to the school driveway to the south and the fact that none of the access points in this corridor meet spacing, and it's within the school zone. The intent was to provide an alternative so that in the future, if that does happen, again, if it stays the way it's at, or there's just some renovation or something, that wouldn't be something that would be triggered, and everybody would keep those driveways in the interim, but it provides for that possibility in the future.
So their traffic would essentially be coming out here, if I can point at it, and come out our drive. If that's the case, then essentially there's like 2/10 of an acre up here on our property that would become relatively useless because this thing comes in at such a depth. I would suggest that we bring that access point in at a location about halfway closer to the roadway that would still have plenty of queuing space, and it would take up less disturbance of our property in here. Otherwise, this is the highest point. It's the highest point along all these areas. They all flow down to the lake, which is further to the east, to the right on this layout. So I can't use it for drainage retention. I'm surprised they're trying to use it for drainage retention here because this slopes down. The whole property slopes down to that side. So I would like to see that brought forward about halfway, at least to this point. It would disturb my property less. I don't want a zoning here to be disturbing my future property. And just to give an intent, there's no intent at this point for me to be changing that. I just want to make sure that when it happens, I would like consideration and have that done. And before we go to the Board of County Commissioners, I'd like to know whether or not staff would support that aspect of it.
Well, I think at this point, that's a conversation with, you can talk to the applicant's representative and county staff, but I just wanted to get you clarification about how that stub out works and the timing of it.
And as long as that's concerned, I mean, I would rather see these buildings be moved up a little here, and that would be able to happen also if they did that, if they could move it up a little closer up in this area. And the fence that they show is a 8-foot, I know we may not be talking about the master plan here, but that's what is affecting me. It's an 8-foot, it's a 6-foot fence, all steel fence. Right now, it's dilapidated and falling over at an angle and everything. They haven't fixed it in 10 months since the hurricane caused that effect. I'm hoping that we're going to get a much more improved walling fencing along that area that's better looking and actually will stay, and they'll keep and upkeep that. The other aspect that they did say, compatibility. This is compatible size-wise, if you will, width-wise of the building units, because the Mobley property with the southeast of here does have similar 30-foot wide living units. If they're talking about smaller townhomes like 20 feet, 18 feet, stuff like that, 22 feet, does this master plan limit them to 30 feet wide, or does it just allow them to have 4 townhomes?
I'll ask county staff to respond to that when you're done with your comments.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Don't forget to sign in. If you'd like to submit anything to the record, you're more than welcome to. All right. I believe that was the only person that wanted to speak in opposition. There's no one else? All right. We'll go back to county staff. The gentleman's question about the width of the townhomes.
Sure. For this project, it is a multifamily project, so there will be no minimum lot size for each unit.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. We'll go back to the applicant. Ms. Mai, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Madam Hearing Officer, before she starts, may I interject briefly?
Mr.
So,
apologies.
There's one condition change that I did want to read into the record as well, and I apologize. There was I missed a verb in the transportation staff report. So it's in condition 7. It says the developer shall, and there should be a shall construct. The word missing is construct, so it should read, the developer shall construct internal driveways as generally shown on the PD site plan, including the driveway stub out to the northern project boundary. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And with respect to moving the access, it's a little hard to evaluate. There's a scale issue on the PD site plan, and so it's a little hard to evaluate sitting here at the dais. The only thing I would say is that typically there's 125-foot minimum spacing for the first connection, typically whenever you've got a local roadway or driveway coming off of a collector road, that intersecting. So we can't move it closer than that. I don't know exactly where it's sitting at right now. That's typically the range that we shoot for. So again, we'll see what the applicant has to say about that, but I would just put that caveat out there that there are some constraints that we're working with. We can't move it too close.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, Ms. Mai, it is your turn now.
I just wanted to reiterate that because Hillsborough County Land Development Code requires a minimum connection spacing of 245 feet for a Class 6 roadway, that's why we proposed the future stub out to the project's northern boundary. The staff recommendation was for the access point to be up to the north to be more compliant and achieve a safer and more efficient access to the collector roadway. The project generates a de minimis level of traffic based on the characteristics of the roadway and DOT crash data that we submitted. The project does not pose any life safety concerns. As far as what Mr. Lacey was requesting as far as the moving of the access, all of that would be addressed during site development review, and we can certainly work with him on his concerns.
And he had a question about the fence as well, that borders.
That would be, again, addressed during site development. Obviously, we have the option in the conditions of approval to have a fence or a wall for that stub out, and then if that redevelopment occurs to the north, then that would be removed, and the access point would be up there.
Understood. All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0801. We take our second break at 10 o'clock, which it is right now. So if you could come back at 10:05, and we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
documents that we submit?
No, just need the one copy to scan into the record.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
right, everyone, if you could have a seat, please. Welcome back. We are back from our break to take the last two cases. If everybody could have a seat, please. We're ready to start. Thank you for letting us move along. Thank you so much. Ms. Heinrich, we are ready to call the next case.
Our next application is item D9, PD 25-0802. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AS1 to Plain Development. Tanya Chappella with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation. And before he begins, just an item of housekeeping from what was brought up before with the continuance request discussion. The representative on behalf of the Special Tax District, we did find in optics the information. It was submitted on time and it was uploaded, unfortunately, under first name of her assistant, which is why we were unable to locate it quickly, but we have been able to locate that. And so I don't think it changes your previous determination because, of course, they could be submitting it tonight, but just so she is aware, it is in optics.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. So we'll call for the applicant, please. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is William Sullivan at 26336 State Road 19, Howey in the Hills, Florida, 34737. I'm with Potomac Land Company. Just wanted to start, this is the location of the property right there on Valrico Road. And as you can see from this aerial map, to the south of us is the Bloomingdale Section DD. These are smaller lots, 6,600 square foot lots. And to the east of us is Chimino Elementary. To the north of us is Chimino Elementary. That's their driveway in. And then to the west of us, across the street, are another section of Bloomingdale, and then we have some non-platted, earlier lots that were subdivided earlier, or not subdivided, but just broken up earlier, not prior to Bloomingdale, but during the course of Bloomingdale. They were not part of Bloomingdale. There's the picture of the project location showing Chimino, and then Colbert Road, and then Bloomingdale Avenue. The future land use is R4. The present zoning map is AS1. I want to spend a minute here with the Brandon Community Plan. The proposed site density is 3.0 unit to the acre, meaning the 75% density required by the Planning Commission in the future land use of R4. And we are in the suburban area of the Brandon Community Plan. Now, I want to point this out because there's going to be discussion later that our property is not in the suburban, but is clearly marked on the map. It is in the suburban district of the Brandon Community Plan. There's no real hesitation. That's the school property that makes the L shape and goes out to Hideaway Lane on the other side and then goes out to the front. So it is definitely in the suburban district, and they're going to bring that up. In this Brandon Community Plan, we looked at the suburban district, and we looked at all the zonings that are around it, and we are proposing the lowest density in the suburban district of the Brandon Community Plan that has been for the last 25 years, and since the plan's actual inception since 2010. Most of the communities in there are, you've got single family and storage of 100,000 square feet. You've got storage of 19,000 square feet. You've got townhomes of 116 at 90% of capacity. You've got townhomes at 83% of capacity, which is allowable density. You've got single family duplex, triplex, mixed use at 80% of the duplexes. The suburban plan of the Brandon Community Plan was designed to allow communities to flourish that are, of a denser lot than large lots that you find in the urban estate district. We're in the urban service area 100%, and that's kind of where we are. The topography map we'll get back to in a minute. It was supposed to be moved, this slide, but we'll get back to that. So then I'm going to let Sean Cashin, my engineer, take over from this point, and then I might come back in. Thank you.
Don't forget to sign in, Mr. Sullivan.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Sean Cashin, Gulf Coast Consulting, 13825 ICOP Boulevard, Clearwater, Florida. I am a licensed professional engineer. So the topography map, there is a depressional area that is within flood zone A, within the 100-year flood elevation, or 100-year flood designation per FEMA, and that is located at the southeast corner of the property. Hillsborough County has determined that that flood elevation is at 43.9. And as we go forward with this process through the county, we will have to conform to the Land Development Code and the drainage criteria for the county. One of the things we will have to do is store the pre-post 100-year volume and ensure that that 100-year base flood elevation as determined by the county at 43.9, that we are lower than that elevation in our post-development scenario. We have run some preliminary calculations, and that is the case. It indicates that we are going to be at a lower elevation, and of course, we will go to greater extent and detail during the construction plans. There we have the utilities map where, we have water and sewer out on Culbreth Road that we would connect to for this development.
Back to me again, sorry about
No,
that. We apologize, that our slides are a little out of order. This is the surrounding density in the Bloomingdale area, and I wanted to go back to the, since we were talking about density before. In the Bloomingdale area, the lots on the east side of Bloomingdale are 6,600 square feet, and we're proposing 6,900 square feet. In fact, all of them are 6,300 to 6,600 square feet on the east side of Culbreth Road. I apologize, of Culbreth Road. On the west side of Culbreth Road, the lots are larger, and on the west side, they're 88,050 to 7,800 to 8,050 square feet on the west side of Culbreth. So we are on the east side, not on the west side of Culbreth, so that's why we propose the lot sizes that we are proposing. Let's keep going down. And now we go back to the general site plan. I apologize.
Sean Cashin again. It's a general site plan layout which shows the access connection to Culbreth Road. The drainage retention areas are concentrated at the southeast corner. North is to the right. And that's where the existing depressional area is, and that is where our drainage retention will be located as well. Project site data table, typical lot layout, 6,900 square foot minimum lots. Bill, do you want to go through this?
Yeah, this is the vertical screening and landscaping. So we have a few different types of screening. So we have type A screening is going to be built between the school and the school's entrance and our property. We have type B screening, which is going to be at the entrance at Culbreth Road. It's a 20-foot wide. It's not required, but we determined after meeting with the residents to put a type B screening of 20-foot wide easement with 25-foot wide landscape track with type B screening. And then on the western side of the property, we are proposing a 10-foot wide vertical landscape and drainage easement, which is what you're seeing right here. And that will contain a 6-foot high PVC fence, opaque with 3-inch calibers, 10-foot high, every 40 foot on center along the western boundary. And for the most northerly 810 feet, because that's where the houses are. And then after that, then the ponds are back there. And then in the south, we're proposing a 6-foot high PVC fence. And Sean, do you want to just talk about the south for a minute, since they're going to bring it up? What's along the south property, since they're saying?
Oh, well, yeah, along the south property, there's a right-of-way easement and a existing right-of-way, which existing right-of-way is a 15-foot wide remnant right-of-way that's just kind of left over. It's not proposed, as part of our plan, but it is along the southern boundary of the site, the right-of-way easement and the existing right-of-way.
Now you can go.
Okay. We have submitted to SwiftMud, and SwiftMud has verified and certified that there are no existing wetlands or surface waters on the site within the property. That is a survey that was submitted to them. Concept plan, lots in green, and the pond areas, which will be dry retention areas, are shown in aqua color. The ponds right now comprise about 22% of the site. A typical subdivision, usually the range is 10 to 15% retention. We do have some additional retention for this site. It is a closed basin with no positive discharge, and so we need additional retention area to store that 100-year storm and not raise that determined 100-year elevation. Overall open space is 25% as shown. Connectivity map, access to Culbreth, potential shared access to the north to that folio number. We were required to show that on the plan by the county.
Let's go back for a second. So one of the things about the connectivity map, just so you know, is that Camino Elementary, and there's a slide that'll talk about it, the school board did not want us to have any access at all to Camino Elementary, so there was no, even on the driveway coming in, we proposed all kinds of directions to see if there would, even pedestrian access, emergency access. The answer was no the whole way through, so that's what that, and then to the south, we have no access because there's no proposed shared access because there's literally a subdivision that's platted, so we couldn't do that. So keep going.
We did submit to the county administrative variance for driveway spacing and also a design exception for substandard roads. The majority of roads in Hillsborough County are substandard because they do not meet current roadway or standards that are detailed on their details. Case in point here, Culbreth Road is a 60-foot right-of-way to meet standards, current standards. The right-of-way need to be 66 feet and some other things I won't go into. So as a result, we did have to submit a design exception as well as the variance. Both have been deemed approvable by the county engineer, Mike Williams. Trip generation analysis was part of the design exception. And it shows the AM peak out trips at 20 and the PM trips in at 22. In context, that's one vehicle for every 3 minutes. The total for the PM was 35, which is less than 50. That is sub-threshold, so as a result, we did not have to prepare a traffic analysis. This was a sub-threshold letter stating that our peak trips are less than 50. That was part of the design exception. Driveway spacing exhibit that was submitted to the county. This is the design exception. Won't go through all this. Bill, you want to go through that?
Sure. This was the email correspondent with the school. We said the pedestrian connection to the driveway, sidewalk, maybe no sidewalk connection without adding new sidewalks and crosswalks, which they basically said no. Then they said no vehicular connection, no emergency entrance, no pedestrian connection, sidewalk to the parking lot, no vehicle connection to the parking lot, no emergency access connection to the with knock boxes. They were basically just, they didn't want us to come on their property, which is fine. I wanted to also point out that one of the issues that's going to come up is that the drive to the school is very difficult and that it backs up onto Culbreth. The driveway for the school is 1,500 feet, which if it's 25 feet per car, that's a 60-foot queue in to a school. I don't think there's another school in Hillsborough County that has a 1,500 foot queue in. And our property actually is literally, if you by car, we're a quarter mile from the, or a half mile from the site. So we're not like right, it's not like our entrance is right next to the school. And then we also proposing in the sidewalk, on the design exception, we were proposing crosswalk improvements of crosswalk rectangular flashing beacons at the one at Culbreth, right there at the school entrance, which right now is just, there's nothing there, and so we proposed it there, and then we also proposed one in front of our property. We asked the community if they would like one at Nature's Way. We got some pushback, so we did not go that direction. But we are not opposed to building one also at Nature's Way because we want the kids to be able to have a good walk to get to school.
Mr. Sullivan, you have less than a minute left.
Okay, keep going. There's the roadway classifications, compatibility. Let's talk about this. In an effort to minimize and impact the surrounding community, the lots were concentrated in the back of the site away from Culbreth Road. A proposed building from the setback of 600 feet. Culbreth Road in the distance to the street to the first proposed is 900 feet, and the first proposed to the north is 400 feet. Environmental survey, we found nothing. You know, there's no tortoises on there. We had three community meetings, and we also knocked on every adjacent door, and then we had some changes in between. And then here's the map of where we talked to everybody and the people that attended the different meetings. We had 2 community meetings that were noticed, and then 1 community meeting that was a neighborhood association of Bloomingdale in between. And then we also knocked on every door adjacent to our project. We also wanted you to know the county existing parks in the area because they've said that they're asking for an additional, they want our property to be a park, and there's a ton of parks right in the immediate area. Okay, we'll go back to that. We'll go back to that the rebuttal.
All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll call on Development Services.
Good evening, Tanya Chapela, Development Services. The existing zoning is single, it allows for single-family residential and agricultural uses. It is AS1. And the proposed zoning is planned development for 33 single-family residential lots. The proposed density is 3 dwelling units per acre, which is below the Res 4 future land use category, maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre. The surrounding area is already developed with single-family homes, zone AS1, RC2, RC4, and PD, allow for single-family development. To the south, we have an adjacent subdivision. There's this plat, Bloomingdale Section DD, which includes some 6,600 square feet lots, which are smaller than those proposed in this project, which is 6,900 square feet. So it's a little bit smaller. And then the proposed buffers are a 20-foot buffer with tree planting along the north, stormwater separation along the south, 20-foot buffer with tree planting and fencing along Culbreth Road to the west. So the proposed use and design are consistent with surrounding development pattern. Therefore, staff recommendation is for approval, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. Residential 4 future land use extends to the west and south of the site. To the north, there is public and quasi-public residential 4 future land uses. And to the east of the site, there's public, quasi-public, residential 4, and residential 2 future land use categories. The subject site is in the urban service area, where according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The proposed single-family use is compatible with the existing residential character and density of the surrounding area. FLU's Goal 2 and FLU's Objective 2.1 in each of their respective policies establish the future land use map, as well as the allowable range of uses for each future land use category. The Residential 4 FLU category allows for the consideration of up to 4 dwelling units per gross acre. With 10.97 acres, the subject site can be considered for 43 dwelling units. The request for 33 single-family units is under the maximum allowable density. Therefore, the proposal meets the requirements of Objective 2.1 and its accompanying policies. The proposal meets Goal 1 of the Brandon Community Plan, which seeks to establish a balanced transportation system by prioritizing options to serve local and regional needs. More specifically, 5A under Goal 1 states new development and transportation infrastructure investments should place emphasis on proximity to community and social services, walkability, and creating a healthy street life. The proposed development includes a 20-foot landscape buffer with a sidewalk easement along Colbreth Road and includes a 5-foot sidewalk along both sides of the proposed internal private roadways of the development. This meets the intent of Goal 1 by providing additional means of transportation and connectivity within the Brandon community area. Additionally, according to Goal 6, Goal 6 provides general design characters for each Brandon character district. The site is located within the suburban character district, which is generally described as primarily residential area of single-family detached homes with side and perimeter yards on 1/4 acre or less. The proposed single-family detached plan aligns directly with the general character of the suburban district and therefore meets the intent and the visions and goals of the Brandon Community Plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to testify in support? Anyone in support of this project? All right, seeing no one, is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in opposition? Okay, so we have one. Raise your hands high so I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there anyone online that would like to speak in opposition?
I don't have anyone online.
Okay, all right, so that would be 5 minutes apiece. I don't know if you have a representative. I appreciate a plan. What is it?
Good evening. My name is Tom Leach. I'm the president of the Bloomingdale Special Taxing District. The taxing district was established in 1985 by the county commissioners.
Before you get into your presentation, I just want to make sure for the clerk, we divvy up this time. If you have a spokesperson that would like to take longer, but I'm trying to stay within that 15 minutes. So if you could tell me what your plan is, that would be great.
I'm going to introduce our attorney, who you've already met.
Yes.
And then we have a couple of other folks that want to speak at the end.
Okay. And so are you willing to stay under that 15-minute time frame? Are you taking the majority of it?
Yes.
Okay. As long as I'll give you some cues so you'll make sure that we stay on track.
Certainly. I'm going to be quick, be brief, and be gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have nearly 50 people here tonight in opposition. So I represent them. I represent the nearly 5,000 families and 25,000 people in the Bloomingdale Special Taxing District. Development associated with rezoning application 250802 compounds community burdens without adding discernible benefits. The application itself contains, according to independent engineers and technical experts, misleading analyses, erroneous assumptions, and in some cases may fail to comply with applicable laws and regulations. The residents of Bloomingdale oppose the rezoning because this proposed development offers no enhancement to the community. To the contrary, if approved, this development will create tremendous community risk without value. The weight of this risk falls on the residents of Bloomingdale. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to our General Counsel, Kathleen Rares, whom you've met earlier. Kathleen's been the counsel for the district for over 9 years. She's met with the district, met with the Bloomingdale Homeowners Association and other residents, and she will speak for us this evening.
Thank you. Don't forget to sign in. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak at this zoning hearing tonight. I want to take just a moment and ask that the residents who are here in opposition of this rezoning application, go ahead and raise your hand for the record. Mr. Leach stated there's almost 50 residents here. The residents who are present in person, for the record, are also representatives of larger neighborhoods surrounding this proposed development. They represent Somerset HOA with over 185 lots, River Crossing Association with 180 lots, Bloomingdale Cove over 100 lots, and the Bloomingdale Neighborhood Association, which has over 1,000 dues paying members and over 25,000 members. So first, I want to talk briefly about the job of the zoning master in the rezoning application. The legal standard for consideration of these requests for changes, because that's what they're asking for. They're asking for exceptions. The legal standard requires a quasi-judicial application. So to be valid and upheld, quasi-judicial applications or actions have to be supported by competent, substantial evidence. That's a higher burden of proof. It means that there has to be real, material, pertinent, and relevant evidence tending to prove each essential element. And we're here because the residents of Bloomingdale think that that evidence is lacking. So I'm going to skip the overview of the application because that was touched on by the developer. But the important thing to note is that they're asking for 33 residential lots, but they're only intending to construct those lots on 5.25 acres. That's less than half of the area that's proposed for this rezoning. The proposed lot size is 6,900 square feet. And that's going to be important because when you look at the lot sizes for the surrounding communities, it doesn't stack up. It's located in a long-established suburban neighborhood, and you can see the most close, the lots along the west side, the closest neighbors are substantially larger than 6,900 square feet. So first, the Bloomingdale Special Taxing District did its homework. They retained 3 experts, and they all reached the same conclusion. The proposed development doesn't comply with the Land Development Code. There's not substantial evidence to support the rezoning application. So first, Patricia Ortiz, she's a certified land planner with over 20 years of experience. She found a lack of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods, a deficit in design, unmitigated health, welfare, and safety concerns. Drew Rourke, who is an engineer and certified in transportation logistics. He has over 30 years of experience, and he looked at the problems with the variance for access distance requirements for the access point for this neighborhood. He looked at the design exception application for the roadways, and he found serious problems and misstatements in those reports. He found unmitigated traffic problems. And Richard Diaz, who's here with us tonight to answer any questions that might be raised, has over 48 years of experience in project planning and engineering design, as well as public works improvement projects. And he found unmitigated strains on infrastructure, proposing serious risk of drainage problems and flooding consequences. So we're going to talk about those expert findings briefly. First, the gross density proposed is 3.01 dwelling units per acre. But this open spaces consisting of the stormwater ponds, which you saw in the prior slides, they're taking up 5.73 acres, more than half of this development. So the remaining area, only 5.24 acres, is supposed to support 33 lots. That's creating a density that feels more like 6.26 dwelling units per acre. That is simply not consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. The surrounding lots are ranging from 0.25 acres to over 2 acres. That's between 10,890 square feet and over 87,000 square feet. So if you look at the comparison of these proposed lot sizes to the immediately surrounding lots, even the smallest lot is going to be more than 4,000 feet larger than what's being proposed. The approval is going to disrupt the suburban aesthetic, and it's going to set a precedent for these smaller lots that is seriously disturbing for the neighborhood and the residents who've shown up tonight. They're proposing clustered development, but if you look at the Land Development Code, clustered lots are supposed to be located on conservation subdivisions. This is not a conservation subdivision. This is outlined in section 5.09.00 of the Land Development Code. There are goals that are supposed to be met when you're establishing a conservation subdivision that are simply not met here. There's no environmental protection policies or scenic vistas. There's no meaningful open space. The majority of this open space is dry retention ponds with no water features. There's a lack of innovative design. There's a lack of land use harmony. And basically, the clustered design that's being used here is solely to increase density. It's solely to increase profit and increase the number of lots that can be squeezed into this sliver of property. Now, the developer talked about this 75% minimum density requirement, but this isn't actually a requirement. The Land Development Code, if you look at policy 2.44, has a minimum density requirement that only applies in areas identified as centers and connectors. This subject lot is not in a C&C, so this density requirement doesn't apply. So because the smaller clustered lots are not justified, the existing character of this community should be preserved with the larger lots that are going to be consistent with an RSC-4 zone. Those types of lots would be 10,000 square feet. Those would be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Now, the public health and safety concerns are basically serious flood risks. If you look at the map here, there's a Zone A flood zone that's basically right smack in the middle of this proposed development, and it's going to separate the access point from the residential areas, potentially in a serious flood event, cutting off ingress and egress for the proposed lots. The drainage patterns for this community, they move north to south, and this is causing serious concern for the residents in Bloomingdale Cove, which are just on the other side of those large dry retention areas, or basically giant dirt pits. So the residents here are really concerned that if those drainage mitigation efforts fail, they're going to have serious flooding on their hands. And that's been a problem that's already identified by the residents in this community, and it's supported through the letters that have been submitted on the record and the concerns that were raised at the neighborhood meetings in these transcripts. If you look at the traffic congestion, the developer argued that the queuing area for the Camino Elementary was going to be sufficient to take care of the traffic concerns. But this is a photo of Culbreth Road, and there are 6 videos being submitted in the record tonight that illustrate the backup onto Culbreth going directly in front of this neighborhood. The backup basically creates gridlock for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon every day during drop-off and pickup. And the design exception that was requested to avoid building sidewalks and bike paths due to an alleged insufficient width on the roadway for Culbreth, it's not going to mitigate any of these problems. There is no plan to mitigate the problems. And the proximity to the school zone is only going to increase risk that's associated with the developer's request for a variance not to build sidewalks on the same side of Culbreth Road where the planned development is located. The increased traffic from this development is only going to worsen the congestion, and this hasn't been addressed in the development plan. You also see buffering and screening deficiencies. Buffering and screening are both required when you're transferring from a less dense area to a more dense area. Type A screening requires 10-foot wide buffers. They're intended for landscape materials and a solid 6-foot fence. Here the developer's proposing the fence, but it's basically on the other side of a drainage easement that is built on the back of the residential lots. So the closest 10 feet from the back of the lot to the neighboring lots is going to be what's proposed as a buffer. This isn't a buffer, it's a drainage easement area. Basically, there's no buffer that's been proposed between the development and the residential lots on the west side of the development. You have a drainage easement that is not permitted to be located within the buffer under Article 12 of the Land Development Code. So the drainage easement, we also have concerns that it's located on private property. This reduces the usable rear yard to 10 feet. It increases the chance that you're going to have impermeable space installed by the residents through things like sheds. We've got violations of the Brandon Community Plan.
Let me stop you just one quick minute. Michael, we are at 11 minutes, is that correct? Okay, so you have 4 minutes left of your complete presentation, including the others that would like to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we have violations of the Brandon Community Plan, which are going to be in the record. I'm going to submit a copy of the slides to everyone, so I'm going to go ahead and move forward, because what I really want to get to is problems with the infrastructure. We have a technical review of the variance and design exception from Andrew Rourke, and he pointed out that the driveway spacing violation and the application that was submitted for this variance had misrepresentations. Culbreth Road is classified as Class 5. It requires 245 feet spacing to the next access point. The proposed access to the south is only 120 feet from the River Park Access Road, and this was represented by the developer to be consistent with the 245-foot requirement. That's simply not the case. There are misleading safety justifications. The developer claimed that the 30-mile-per-hour speed reduces conflict, but the speed doesn't reduce driveway conflict frequency. More access points mean more conflict potential. We talked about the school problems. The queuing on Culbreth is creating cut-through access through the neighborhoods, which is increasing traffic concerns for the residents in the area. And again, there's no mitigation plan here. There's a roadway classification error. The Gulf Coast letter calls Culbreth Road urban with curb and gutter, but you can see the photo here. There's no curb and gutter. This is a suburban or transitioning road. You've got a design exception misstatement. The standard for Culbreth Road requires amenities. It requires sidewalks on both sides of the road, and it requires bike sharrows. Now, the developer's claiming there's not space for these things, but there are alternative roadway configurations that would still allow a sidewalk on both sides of the road and road sharrows. There's a lack of a turn lane, and this is the most concerning slide that we're coming across because we think it was overlooked by staff and by the developer. The bulk of this traffic comes from the north down to Culbreth Road and is used, the end of Culbreth is used to access over 200 homes. It's basically the primary thoroughfare, and most of the traffic comes from north to south. Now, there's a requirement in the Land Development Code for a turn lane if more than there's going to be more than 20 left turn vehicles during peak hours. If you look at the table submitted by the developer, they estimate peak trip hours into the community 22. It exceeds the maximum threshold. The problem here is that the site doesn't have enough frontage to create a left turn lane. This has been completely left out of the development plan. It's not even addressed. So you have serious deficiencies here. Driveway spacing violates standards, safety claims are misleading, roadway classifications are incorrect, design exceptions ignore feasible alternatives, increased traffic and pedestrian risk isn't addressed, and the requirement for the left turn lane is completely overlooked. Mr. Rourke recommended that the application either be revised or completely denied. He also recommended a full traffic study. The last expert echoed the concerns from the priors. The density and the lot compatibility simply isn't there. You have lot widths being proposed of 50 feet, where the neighboring communities have between 125 and 150 feet widths. That's more than 3 times what's being proposed here. Flood zone A. Mr. Diaz discussed the serious problem. He has an engineering degree. He advised that the proposed drainage plan wasn't going to be sufficient because it doesn't count for off-flow from the neighboring units. It's only calculated to have sufficient drainage areas that are going to satisfy the development itself. And it's located in a closed drainage basin, meaning this water's not going anywhere. And part of the neighboring homes are in the same basin. So if these dry retention areas fail, the surrounding neighborhoods are going to be flooded.
Let me stop you here. We are at now over 15 minutes. That was the agreement that you would stay within the 15 minutes and allow for the others to speak. So you can submit all of your documents into the record and I will see them. I would like to give the citizens a chance to talk just for a minute.
Thank you.
If I can. How many would like to speak?
Respectfully, ma'am, we yield all our
If you'd like to yield your time, that is acceptable to me. All right, then I will give you another minute to wrap up.
Thank you. And in courtesy to the subsequent, I know there's one more agenda item. If the members want to put their name and they brought personal statements to submit into the record, if they want to add those and deliver them to the clerk after the next zoning application, I'd ask that they stick around to line up and do that.
We can't. We're not leaving. Once I close the hearing is closed and we move on, and no documents from a previous hearing can be submitted.
Well, then if we could, anyone who's here and has a personal statement who wants to submit their personal statement and put their name in the record, please line up and be prepared to do so. The final recommendation from...
Excuse me. Let me ask staff, doesn't if someone's going to submit something into the record, don't they have to put their name and address on the record?
In the past, that's been at the hearing officer's discretion. It's been done both ways, but.
Okay, all right, then we'll let you all just sign in and submit your documents then, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, we appreciate
And 1
it.
minute, please, and let's wrap this up.
Basically, Mr. Diaz advised that the misleading density calculations are based off of minimum lot size. There's inaccurate data that impairs the ability to analyze compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods. And there's concern raised that there's going to be disproportionate HOA financial burden as the The infrastructure here is going to be supported by only 33 lots. So there's major objections in the record from all three experts and from over 44 residents who've attended in person and who've signed petitions that are also submitted in the record with the district's opposition statement. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Please sign in. All right. Great. All right, Ms. Heinrich. We need to move on. We've gone well past the time. Ms. Heinrich, do you have any additional comments from Development Services?
We do have a revised staff report that Tanya's going to provide to you that reflects what you heard tonight about the increased lot size.
Okay. All right, and did you have any comments about any of the testimony tonight?
For zoning, I guess I would just advise everyone who participated tonight that in Hillsborough County for density, it's not a net density that's looked at, it is a gross land area density. And I know, I didn't know if James Ratliff with Transportation had any information he wanted to put on the record.
All right, Mr. Ratliff, the comments that were made regarding the design exception, the administrative design exception, are those applicable to this hearing?
So design exceptions, administrative variances, transportation-related administrative reviews are a separate administrative review process. They are heard concurrently, or they're reviewed concurrently with the zonings, but it's a separate administrative process. I'm not aware if the applicant has reached out to the county engineer or the manager of transportation review to discuss those issues. That packet was submitted late, I believe, on Thursday. So the case planner hasn't had a chance to fully review that. And again, I don't know whether there's been any conversations, with the county engineer on those issues or not, so I can't speak to that.
Just in general, those issues are applicable to an administrative process and not to this hearing?
Correct. It's a separate process. I mean, we bake the conditions into, whatever the outcome is of that process is baked into the zoning.
All right.
And then just with respect to two other issues tonight, I think there was something mentioned about the applicant not constructing sidewalks. Per the Land Development Code, they're only required to construct sidewalks along their project frontage. So I did want to just make that clear for the record. They're not required to construct it north of the site or anywhere except along their frontage. And the traffic study, just because the DRPM says that in order to process a zoning that they're not required to provide a traffic analysis, that doesn't mean that they're not required to provide one potentially at site. And so, if there's an issue that arises or there's a turn lane potentially that is identified as needed, maybe they wouldn't be able to build the number of units if it was found that the distribution, was such that it was going to cause, more trips coming in that could build a turn lane if the turn lane couldn't fit. Of course, they also have the ability to, seek a administrative variance to waive the turn lane potentially, but, again, there's several outcomes that could happen.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Sure. I appreciate it. All right, then now we'll go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you. Thank you. Try to go through this as quickly as possible. As far as inaccurate, misleading information, the information's on the PD plan, the narrative. I'm not sure what that is, but it was characterized as such.
Mr. Cashin, could you give us your name just for the record?
Oh, Sean Cashin? Yes, thank you. The traffic, the design exception, administrative variance for the driveway spacing, we went through staff, teams meetings, this was a 3-month-long process. Again, I'm not sure what is misleading about that. The information was provided. It was deemed approvable by Mike Williams, county engineer. Potential flooding, drainage. There's not really any drainage information that's shown on the PD plan. I mean, that will come later when we submit the construction plans and drainage report to the county. I will say this, it is a closed basin. We're aware of it. There is a base flood elevation established per the Alafai River drainage model. We're aware of that. Our construction plans and drainage report is going to be reviewed by the county in SwiftMud. It's got to go through a full review. We know what our job is. We've already done preliminary calcs. Our design high water, 100-year elevation in the proposed plan will be lower than what it is now, which is at elevation 43.9. The one engineer and, one of the reports we got stated that this roadway's not an urban roadway with curb and gutter. It's an urban roadway with curb and gutter. The picture showed it. Crown Road, gutter on the side, sloping towards the gutter, sidewalk on the west side. It's curb and gutter roadway. So, got that. Their PE also said from a traffic standpoint, they were talking about the 22, I think it was the PM peak. People can turn south. Yeah, the majority of the traffic is going to come from the north, but people can also come from the south and turn south, make a left out of the site. So traffic can go both ways. I understand the majority will be from the north.
No, nothing from the audience, please.
As far as trees, having a 10-foot wide drainage easement with the swale and trees, we do it all the time. You put the tree at the edge of the swale, you put your swale in by your fence, it works. We haven't had any issues. We do it all the time. So that is pretty much standard. That's what I had to say, Bill. Do you want to?
Yeah, a couple more points. The one thing about the traffic to the south that the audience was yelling about, in their own report, they say that there's a potential that people would go to cut through Allwood, and we don't know, but they possibly would cut down Allwood. The trips will most likely will be going to the north, but they could go south to go north to try to avoid the school traffic. So there are other ways. Ways can take you all different directions to move around. So that's one. And then two is I want to go to the end and just in a conclusion, I just want to talk about a few things. One is they mentioned that we cluster, and for clustering, that's just a term we're using. I mean, it doesn't, we're not trying to meet a planning thing of clustering. We just put the lots as far away from Culberth Road as possible so it would impact, we're only impacting 5 residents' houses. I mean, we tried to make the impact as low as possible. And so that's where we are. And in closing, I'd like to say it's the lowest density in 25 years, the largest lots in the area. It's tied for the lowest density on either side of Culberth Road. The lots are clustered 600 feet in the back of the entrance. The screening standard B along Culberth will be much more significant than what is required. And installing rectangular flashing beacons, we want to get the traffic for these kids to be able to walk to school. I walked to school as a kid. I'm sure a lot of you did too. There would be an opportunity for these kids to walk to school if they have a safe path to get to school with traffic beacons. And that's why I proposed it as a thing. And every project we ever do, we try to do sidewalks, but there's no physical room on the east side of Culberth Road to build sidewalks because the way it was designed by the Schimbergs years ago and Bob Sierra was when they designed the project is they made it look like a boulevard. So they moved the roadway over here, and then they have the big trees, and then they have the sidewalk beyond there. And so that's why the way it is now. Our intent is not to touch the road, leave it as it is. It's a beautiful road. We don't want to, impair it. We'll do our best. We're not going to do a left traffic lane if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0802 and go to the last case.
Please. Our last item is item D10, Major Mod 25-0808. The applicant is requesting a major mod to Plan Development 86-0132. Sam Ball with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
If you all could exit as quietly as possible, we have one more case, and I'm sure you would like to let them have their turn. Control. If you all could please exit as quietly as possible so we could hear the last agenda item, I'd really appreciate it. All right, is the applicant here? The applicant is swimming upstream to get here. Good evening.
Good evening. We're in the home stretch.
We are.
Jake Kramer with Barbas Kramer, 2002 West Cleveland, number 203. Had to remember my new address. Ms. Finch, I just have one document I'd like to place in the record if that's okay.
Okay.
And I'll explain what that is in just a moment. So here on behalf of the applicant, we've been working with the property owner, which is Van Dyke Farms, Inc., on this major modification. We are at the corner of Van Dyke and Tobacco Road. And as you'll see in the staff report, this is the real story of this application, is what's currently approved versus what we think is a more reasonable and a better transition for the area. What's currently approved is 110,000 square feet of commercial uses right next door to a single-family neighborhood. There's a number of uses that would be allowed there. Our proposed transition is 127 for-sale townhomes, which we believe would have less noise, less light pollution. And again, it would be a better transitional use for this area that's between the veterans and a single-family neighborhood. Now, you'll also see in the staff report that there are 3 applications at play. So just to frame this rezoning, we have requested a comprehensive plan amendment as well as an urban service area expansion. And so the staff report, especially the Planning Commission report, takes into account that the board has to make that policy decision. And so that's what they take when they're working on their rezoning, the rezoning. We did have a community engagement session. We had an open house with the community as well as a number of meetings with the HOA. That's what I put into the record, was a record of that engagement session. We got a lot of good feedback from the community. As you'd imagine, opinions were across the board. Some folks were very happy we weren't building apartments here. Some folks simply don't want any development at all. But the feedback we did get was that folks see this as a transition from the suburban areas nearby along Van Dyke to the east to the more rural areas of Keystone as you go towards the northwest. So with that, I'd like to bring up our land planner, David Smith.
Mr. Kramer, if you could sign in. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, Director of Development and Zoning for Stearns Weaver Miller. As Jake indicated, this application is proposed for the corner of Tobacco Road and Van Dyke. This exhibit here shows you generally the land uses around. Large single-family subdivision, large lot subdivision to the immediate west. To the north and west is the Brook Creek Preserve. It's the headwaters. That's all natural preserve. There's agricultural land to the north. There is also a small office to the north, and immediately to the east is an office building, the veterans, and then multifamily development on Van Dyke. The existing PD approves at this corner 110,000 square feet of commercial uses. This is, I think, a significant point. We are not looking to really introduce a more intense use here. We're proposing a less intense use at this location. The applicant has proposed 3 access options, and this was essentially put in play in order to allow us to reduce the number of units per building along Van Dyke and Tobacco Roads, so that we've gone to a commitment in the zoning conditions that no building, no townhouse building will have more than 6 units in it. By giving us options to have single access on tobacco, a couple of things are accomplished. One, that is allows us to reduce 2 units on the frontage on Van Dyke, put that on Tobacco Road, but also allow us access options that pull the access points further away from the Tobacco Van Dyke Road intersection, which can be quite congested. So we're looking, and all these options have 127 townhomes. The layout is such that we have significant buffers, and I'll show you a better diagram in here in a second.
Mr. Smith, can I interrupt you just one second?
Absolutely.
Just to make sure, before you go on, I just want to make sure I understand this. In my reading of this, I thought the modification was, it was a development option between leave the commercial as is or 127 townhomes.
Right. The options are for that pod to either have the commercial, so that stays, or as an option, the townhomes.
Right. And then there are 3
There's
access
3
options?
access options,
Okay.
still the same development option for the site.
Understood. Go ahead.
We had to provide those site plans with the different access points in order to get them to be considered overall.
Okay.
So the compatibility enhancements on this particular property, shown in this graphic, gives you the distance from the nearest residential structures in multiple directions. To the northwest, we have over 1,400 feet. Immediately west, we have 303 feet across Van Dyke Farms Boulevard. There is a retention pond that has been placed in here at the request of the HOA board to mirror the retention pond that's on the other side of the entrance, to also push the units back further away from Van Dyke Farms Boulevard. There's a buffer provided where no buffer is required by the code along Van Dyke Road and Tobacco Road. We've committed to a 20B and a 10A along those two locations. Along the western boundary, you can see there's significant environmental areas with the closest residence of 247 feet, 400, 441, and over 1,000 feet to the south and the east. So this is also a wooded wetland, very high cypress trees, so that there will be very good screen between the proposed townhome site, and I'll just go back once, between these townhome pods and the adjacent single-family residential and the closest impacted residential developments. So also made a commitment in order to soften the features along Tobacco Road and Van Dyke. There's a commitment that there will have banding, window banding, and shutters on the back sides or the sides facing these two roadways in order to break up the facades that would be created by townhomes. Again, the stormwater ponds have been placed in position in order to accommodate requests from the HOA, and as well as provide additional setbacks on principally the western side of the property. So when you look at the overall project, we're at 9.93 dwelling units per acre. We're less than the maximum that was proposed under the Res 12 category. The way we look at this property, this is the far eastern corner of Keystone. And at this location, you have the veterans, you have multifamily development, very high traffic volumes on the existing Van Dyke because there's an arterial road and a collect road of tobacco. And this intersection is most appropriate for higher density residential as proposed, as opposed to, we would say, a commercial development that has significantly greater traffic that would be generated at this intersection. The community plan specific strategies do not directly apply here, given the fact that the urban service area boundaries is proposed to be expanded, and Res 12 would not be a density that would be found within the community planning area. This is what I call an isolated opportunity here because of the existing PD, and also because of the location at the intersection with veterans, that single-family homes themselves would not necessarily be of appropriate use at this particular intersection with the expressway so close. This is the this is the water and sewer availability. This is the other thing that makes this unique. There are water and sewer lines, and in fact, reclaimed water lines available to this property. And going further to the east, there are not development opportunities that would try to use this as a precedent, and no one would have the same facts as this particular project. So I'll turn this back over to Jake, but in summary, the compatibility of this project has been provided for by the location and design of the townhome development, the additional buffering required, provided where none are required, and the design providing for separations between the nearest residential homes and location of its access points to limit conflicts with the surrounding community. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
None at this time, but thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Smith, if you could sign in.
Thank you. Just a few brief points to bring it in for a close here. And these are from the staff report. The reductions, as you can imagine, from a commercial center over 100,000 square feet versus the number of townhomes proposed. So this option, these options would provide for fewer trips. And I'll just step back to the water and wastewater service areas for just a moment, because one of the points we're trying to make here is that the county has invested substantial funds in infrastructure in this area. And so this property actually is required to connect to the water and wastewater service area because of the historic, even though it's not within the urban service boundary, because of the historic nature of when the property was permitted, many of these properties were required to connect. So for a number of years, the county has been making significant infrastructure improvements and investments, and the county does plan to continue that. So the county does have a project that is going to be, it's going to go to the east. There's going to be capacity improvements to Van Dyke, but it's also going to go to the west. There will be sort of a multi-use trail added to Van Dyke. And so those are really improvements that we see as not entirely consistent with a rural area. Those are really suburban style investments that the county is going to be making, $138 million of investment. So with all of that, both Planning Commission staff and Development Services recommended approval, again, considering that the board has to first make the policy decision on the comprehensive plan amendment applications. And so with that, we will reserve any time for rebuttal and answer any questions. If you have them, our entire team is here.
No questions at this time, but thank you so much. Development Services.
If you would like to use one of our slides.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sam Ball of Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is for a major modification to PD 86-132 to allow an option for developing with either approved commercial uses or 127 townhomes on 12.79 acres. I'd like to add that they do the amendment to include the subject, the amendments for the service area and the comprehensive plan. This is not being reviewed for compliance with the Keystone Odessa rural development standards of the LDC because requirements are confined to properties outside of the urban service area. The zoning development in the area consists of low-intensity office, low-density residential with wetlands to the north, south, east, and west of the property. Within 1/2 of a mile, development includes a townhome multifamily project to the east-northeast, and the abutting subdivision to the west is developed for single family at a maximum density of 1 unit per acre. The property on the other side of Tobacco Road is development for office use with approximately 6,101 square feet on 9 acres of land. Properties to the north of Van Dyke are undeveloped, and the property abuts large area wetlands to the south and west. The Suncoast Parkway intersection and right-of-way begins approximately 500 feet to the east. The applicant is requesting a variation to landscaping and buffering requirements to eliminate the requirement for a 5-foot type A buffer along the south and west properties. Staff finds that the proposed development matches that of the primary mix of the uses in the area, which includes the single-family office, undeveloped lands, apartments, platted townhome development, wetlands, and the proposed stormwater ponds located between the proposed development and the single-family structures to the south and west provide significant separation. Building height is limited to a maximum of 35 feet, which is equal to the RMC 12 standard zoning district and RSC single-family zoning residential zoning districts. Structures will be limited to 6 or fewer attached units, and the development option is viewed as less intense than the approved commercial option. Staff has no objection to the proposed variation to eliminate the 5-foot type A buffer along the southern and western boundaries, the expanse of protected natural wetland vegetation between the development site and the neighboring residential structures to the south and west ranges from approximately 200 feet to more than 1,400 feet. Therefore, the purpose of the buffer and screening appear to be satisfied to an equivalent degree. Based on these findings, staff recommends the proposed development compatible with the zoning development pattern in the area and recommends approval subject to conditions.
Just to ask, the revised staff report you submitted, was that just to include the transportation comments?
There were some changes to the conditions of approval. They should be, everything that was, a lot of it's in double strike through and underline, but there were some changes. One of the conditions was in the wrong place and it was redundant, and a lot of it was just minor changes to the post conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Lillian Lenahan, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 1 future land use category with a pending comprehensive plan amendment to Residential 12. It is in the rural area with a pending comprehensive plan amendment to expand the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The analysis provided throughout this staff report is based on the pending urban service area expansion and residential 12 future land use designation approval. The residential 2 future land use is located along the east and south of the site. There's residential 2 and natural preservation future land use categories to the north of the site along Van Dyke Road, and there is residential 2 to the east of the site, as well as public, quasi-public, residential 12, and residential 4 future land use categories to the east of Suncoast Parkway. The subject site is the urban service area, where according to objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The subject site consists of agricultural uses. Agricultural uses are also to the north across Van Dyke Road and further south along Tobacco Road. There are single-family uses to the southwest and east across the Suncoast Parkway, and to the north is public, quasi-public, and institutional uses. There's a light commercial use to the east across Tobacco Road. The proposal for residential development meets the intent of FLU's Objective 1.1 and FLU's Policy 3.1.3. FLU's Policy 4.4.1 states that any density or intensity increases shall be compatible with the existing proposed or planned surrounding development. Development and redevelopment shall be integrated with adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses, the creation of complementary uses, mitigation of adverse impacts, transportation and pedestrian connections, and gradual transitions of intensity. The applicant has proposed 3 conditions of approval to ensure that development will meet this policy direction. With the applicant's proposed conditions of approval, revision to site design, and additional transportation and pedestrian connections, the proposed use is consistent with policy direction in the future land use section relating to neighborhood protection compatibility. It should be noted that the aforementioned added conditions and mitigation measures are integral to Planning Commission staff's finding of consistent. The vision of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan desires to retain its rural residential character as an area of lakes, agricultural activities, and homes built on varied lot sizes and in a scattered development pattern. The community plan also states that the community desires to protect the area from suburban and urban sprawl and recognize that pre-existing urban scale subdivisions, commercial developments do not set a precedent for additional development of this density and design. Procedurally, concurrent rezonings are reviewed as if the concurrent plan amendments are approved. Should HC CPA 2511 and 2512 be approved, the proposed modifications would meet the vision of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan by providing a housing type and design that fits within the overall area of the subject property. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Yes, sir. While he's coming up, anyone else that would like to speak in support? Okay. Give us your name and address, please.
Madam Hearing Officer, my name is David Moore, and I reside at 17310 Carriage Way in Van Dyke Farms. I'm also here as the president of the Van Dyke Farms Homeowners Association. We're the 423 home residential development that abuts this subject property. I did get here late, so I'd like to be sworn in, so
Okay.
if you could do that.
If there's anyone in the audience that would also like to speak that has not been sworn in, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you for letting me know. Please have a seat. Go ahead.
So, Madam Hearing Officer, you heard the previous presentation state that, and you reiterated that this is between 110 square feet of commercial versus what's being proposed here. There's a bit of a twist here, and this is where the Homeowners Association got involved. The owner of this, the long-term owner of this parcel, Tommy Shannon, was also the same person who developed the Van Dyke Farm subdivision. And he's worked with us over the years. And he approached me and the board of the HOA about 2 years ago, saying that we've had the benefit of that being an open hayfield for almost 40 years, and we'd all love it to be maintained as a hayfield, but that's probably not realistic. But he stated that, look, I'm finally going to develop it. If you look right there where our entrance is on this map in front of you, there was an easement that he said I need to give you, because if you don't have that easement, the very costly monuments that we have at the front of our subdivision were actually on the land that was approved previously for the 110 square feet of commercial property. So he did that. No sooner that he did that than he said, you know, I am pursuing folks to develop this land. And there was a proposal that came forward. And it came forward under Florida's Live Local Act that was enacted several years ago. That development was for over 330 units, and the buildings that were going to be built there could be as high as 4 stories. And we worked with the county planning staff, as well as the county commission, because not only did the county not have as much input to that type of a project, the stuff that the state really controlled, the height of the buildings and the density, was very incompatible, in our opinions, to our community right next door. So things developed, and in last September, the county commission changed your land use development plan that basically derailed that project from moving forward. Now that happened September last year. When that happened, two parallel tracks moved forward. The first was the development community that supports Live Local Act and the legislature doing building height restrictions and densities to get around the objections of local residents and local government. They went to the legislature and lobbied them for clarifications of the Live Local Act. They got the changes that they wanted that would allow that previous development to go forward, and the governor signed that into law about a month and a half ago. So the options in my mind aren't between 110 square feet commercial property and 127 two-story high townhouse home community. There's a third option out here, and that is going back to the density and the height that was previously proposed if this project that's now being proposed doesn't move forward. And with that knowledge, and again, we worked closely with the longtime owner of this land, and we kept all 423 residents, we have a bi-monthly newsletter, and kept them all informed as to those various options. And in April of this year, our board voted unanimously to go ahead and support these recommended changes if that's what was needed to have the 127-acre community, which we think is a lot more compatible than the previously proposed 330-unit development. So that letter, we codified a letter, we sent it into the county commission. My understanding is it's part of the record here, that letter. I hope you have a copy of it. If you don't, we can certainly get it for you. But that's basically the reason why the HOA board, on behalf of the association, is supportive of these changes. Now, I have a little bit of a unique perspective. I know this area well. I've lived here since 1995. I've also watched it develop, and I've heard people concerned about this is going to impact the wetlands, this is going to impact the drainage, it's going to add a lot of density. Just a couple of comments on that. I had the privilege of being the executive director of the Southwest Florida Water Management District for 2001 through 2011. If we put 127 townhomes here, if you, when you go just within 3/4 of a mile as a crow flies, there's already 2,000 units in Carlton Arms. There's another nearly 1,000 units in nearby condominiums, townhomes built in the last 6 years. So we're not talking about going from 100 to 200 units. There's already 3,000 townhome condo apartment units right there at the boundary between Odessa and Lutz, which is Tobacco Road. This adds another 127. Furthermore, what gives me great comfort, north of this property, all the way to Gun Highway, which is about a 1.5 mile stretch, nearly all of that land north of Van Dyke Road is in public conservation lands. I was part of that when I was with the Water Management District. We bought it 50-50 with Hillsborough County, and it's all preserved from Van Dyke Road all the way up with Lutz Lake Fern. So you're not going to have further development there, okay? You've got our subdivision, a couple of small subdivisions. That's all there is on the south side of Van Dyke Road. Everything north is conservation land. So the bottom line, I'm speaking on behalf of the board. We unanimously voted to support these changes, not to object to them, in order to hopefully allow a community of 127 townhomes as opposed to what we think is a much worse case, 330 affordable housing units. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. If you could please sign in. All right, I believe that was the only, sir, if you could sign in with the clerk.
Yeah.
Thank you. I believe that was the only person that wanted to testify in support. Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this? All right. I can't see how many hands. I have 2, 3. Okay. Gentleman's blocking my view. So how many of you are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? Do you see 6? Is there anyone online to speak in opposition?
I don't have anyone online.
All right. So we'll do, just to make the math easy, we'll do 3 minutes apiece. If you could go ahead and line up so that it goes quicker, whoever would like to speak. And whoever would like to start. Give us your name and address, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Michael Beam, and I live at 6401 Thoroughbred Loop in Van Dyke Farms in Odessa. I've lived there for 22 years, and I'm one of the closest homes in Van Dyke Farms to the subject property. I have here a map generated from FEMA's National Flood Hazard Layer, which shows the subject property indicated by the red pen there, surrounded, bordered on 3 sides by flood zones A, E, and the same map with the red pen now indicating my home. And so I'm going to be substantially affected by this if it is approved, because I'm going to see that out the front of my house every day. There's no buffer in there. The woodlands area doesn't extend beyond my line of sight. Also, just to give some context, the applicant actually gave a much better view of the vicinity in their Exhibit 2.1 to the application, which shows the subject property here outlined in red. This entire area here is the Brooker Creek Headwaters Preserve. This is the Veterans Expressway. The apartment complex noted by the applicant and their proponent is actually in Lutz. It's not in the Odessa Keystone Community Plan. It's on the northeast corner here. That is in the Lutz Community Plan. And it's curious to me that the Planning Commission has reached contrary results involving the same piece of property. The Planning Commission staff examined the exact same piece of property in the 2 pending CPA amendments that are referenced in page 1 of the application, and reached a very different result than they did just because they were operating in this case under the assumption that those CPAs would be approved. I have here the very detailed staff analysis from CPA 2511, which seeks to expand the urban service area, and also the staff analysis from 2512, which seeks to change the land use from R1 to R12, in which the staff did a very comprehensive and detailed job of pointing out the exact policies and goals of the Hillsborough County comprehensive plan, as well as the Keystone Odessa community plan, that were directly in conflict with this proposal. That would go to the credibility and the weight of the evidence submitted by their staff analysis in this case, and I would urge you to look at their reasoning there, which I adopt.
Thank you, sir. If you'd like to submit those into the record when you sign in, you're welcome to. Who's the next speaker, please? Good evening.
Good morning. Good evening.
Yes, almost, that's right.
Melissa Nordbeck, 19810 Hiawatha Road, Keystone. This application has a companion comp plan amendment to expand the urban service area to include this property that will allow higher density townhomes instead of single-family homes, and to ensure it does not have to comply with the Keystone comp plan. And this is per section 10.03.04H. We are all supposed to ignore reality and to pretend that this property is already in the urban service area and that it isn't in Keystone, and that is absurd. This property is in the rural area. It is on the rural side of the expressway, which is a very clear boundary of the USA. And this staff report should be found inconsistent and would then include the goals, objectives, and policies that the applicant is violating, instead of ruling it as consistent in our pretend reality and listing everywhere that it is consistent. This rezoning request should be denied based on the requirement of a new interim wastewater treatment facility that is needed because there is no capacity to connect to the county facility. It should also be denied because fire rescue has indicated they will need additional vehicles and staff to service the townhomes. And it should be denied because the high school is over capacity. The application should have an asterisk by the school impact fees because a developer can now just write a check to the school board if their project overcrowds a school, and they get 100% of the money back. So the impact fee total per townhouse is false. This application should also be denied because existing students, not new students, will be required to switch schools, and this is also the new school mitigation statute. The scare tactics are either let us build townhomes or you will get affordable housing apartments or Walmart. But this property is mixed zoning, ASC 1, and the commercial zoning that is 110,000 square feet, which is approximately 2.5 acres of the 12.97 acre parcel. Also, if they build commercial, they will have minimum setbacks on all 4 sides. They will not be able to have more than 25% of those setbacks as paid parking, and they will not be able to start construction until the roadway improvements have started, and those requirements disappear with the townhouse option. USA was found inconsistent by the Planning Commission Board. The Van Dyke improvements that were referenced earlier are unfunded by the county, so they have not submitted or put in extra money in this area. That's completely unfunded. The property is not infill. The expressway is the USA boundary, and this property is on the rural side of the expressway.
Thank you for your testimony. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Beth White, 17905 Burrell Road. I'm speaking on behalf of the Keystone Civic Association. This application is running concurrently to 2 urban expansion applications, which the Planning Commission found inconsistent with the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. This modification is inconsistent with the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan based on rural development standards, and is most definitely inconsistent with the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The Keystone Community Plan addresses density, roads, and environmental protections to uphold the rural character of the Keystone Odessa community. Citizens of the Keystone community are very vocal about upholding our community plan. So this modification application being shown as consistent based on futuristic urban zoning, not the current rural area zoning, seems like a bait and switch. In addition to 2 urban expansion applications, this developer also wants to ignore buffering requirements with a variance request and administrative approval for changing Van Dyke Road for in and out access to this proposed development. And in this latest revised narrative, calls for approval of an interim wastewater treatment plant on the property as county utilities are at capacity. So not only are these proposed townhomes being built on top of the wetlands, the neighbors at Van Dyke Farms and Tobacco Road will now have a nice smelly wastewater treatment plant in their backyard. A wastewater treatment plant within the Wellhead Resource Protection Area. This upzoning of density goes against the very heart of the Keystone Community Plan. In regards to traffic, there is not adequate capacity to accommodate the additional generated trips, thus putting our community safety at risk. These additional dwellings would increase call volumes and response times for Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. A portion of the site is a 100-year floodplain. This application calls for complete destruction of the environment by ignoring the wetlands and putting a wastewater treatment plant in WRPA Zone 1. This proposed project puts our community's health and safety at risk, and we ask you recommend denial of the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Good evening.
Hello, my name's Blaine Sanford. I live at 6613 Thoroughbred Loop in Odessa. I'm in Van Dyke Farms. I think at this point, anything I'm going to say is going to be redundant. This is the first time my wife and I have been to one of these, but it's got to get old. If every meeting is like this, and you just sit here and have the same, this to me is an example of why people don't like government and they don't feel like they're being represented. When they show their plans, it's nice and they make the expressway disappear, but that is a clear boundary that's almost 40 or 50 feet tall. And everything on this side is rural, and everything on this side is urban. When they tried to put this live here, learn here, or whatever it's called, they started, drawing lines and saying, well, we have similar developments on the other side. But they are on the other side, and they're down little roads that dead end. Carlton Arms is right on Van Dyke Road, but there's nothing around it. There's plenty of in and out traffic. There's plenty of time to get in and out of traffic. Where this property is going to sit, the traffic already 4 or 5 times a day backs up beyond the entrance, from the on-ramp beyond the entrance of the Van Dyke Farms entrance. They're going to come along and put 4-foot concrete boundaries down the center of the road. There'll be no way to get, it's almost impossible now to get out of our neighborhood and over into the left-hand lane to turn to go north. And when you do this, it's just almost unimaginable how you're going to compress the traffic in that 300 or 400 foot stretch between the front of our entrance and the expressway. So at this point, I'll yield my time to somebody else.
Thank you, sir, for coming down. If you could please sign in. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you for having us here. Appreciate you staying. Ed Schwartz, 6402 Thoroughbred Loop. I actually live in the house in the neighborhood that used to be the call center, not the call center, excuse me, the sales center of the subdivision. So when people come into the subdivision, right here where my finger is,
Oh,
that's
Mr. Schwartz,
my
if you
house.
could pull that microphone over towards you.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
In other words, when you come in right here where my finger is sitting, that's my house. So it's the first house. So where they're saying they're going to put a pond, that pond is literally in my backyard that they're going to be putting. I have no idea what kind of water is going to come out of there. No idea at all. It could be very, very bad in the event of some heavy rains. Also, as they've been saying, Van Dyke Road is a county rural road on our side, as I say, of the expressway. So when you're driving down that road, nowadays, it is so packed with cars, as the other gentleman said, you cannot make a left turn to get to Gun Highway. These roads, Gun Highway, Van Dyke Road, Tobacco Road, and North Mobley Road, which surround the area, these roads were designed when this was a rural area. It still is a rural area, and there is no way this area is compatible with 111 townhomes. It's just, The area is still, we're still in 1995 as far as these roads are concerned. And what these people are talking about with gigantic shopping centers, townhomes, they're talking about a long time from now. The area is just not ready for this kind of development. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down, sir. Please sign in. Next, please. Good evening. Bring that microphone back to you. Yeah, there you go, perfect.
Hi, my name is Lisa Casson. I'm a 29-year resident of Van Dyke Farms subdivision, and my husband and I have owned a home there that was under construction when we bought it 29 years ago. I've volunteered on our Van Dyke Farms HOA board for over 18 years on the Architectural Review Committee. I volunteered in the PTA. I'm very active in my community, but I don't want to spend too much time going on all the background. I just want to try to ask you to please consider denying this rezoning application. I'm apologizing for reading off my phone a little bit, but I'm trying to stay on track with some of these comments. But this rezoning application is asking to go from an R1 to an R12. That's in my discussions with other people that totally understand what that means. That isn't a language that I normally speak in my job or my life, but R1 to R12 is not a normal request to make. It's going from a very low density to a very high density change. It's a huge change. It's not in keeping or compatible with or in character with our neighborhood. It's not in keeping with the Keystone Association plan. It's not a good plan for Van Dyke Farms or Keystone residents that live here. It doesn't stack up to the existing development in this area, as other people just before me have also said. The high-density housing is across the Veterans Expressway from our neighborhood. It is not next to or near our neighborhood in any way. You can talk about how the crow flies, but you'd have to go out and drive way down Van Dyke Road to get to the first high-density housing complex. This would also bring a huge number of additional students into our already overcrowded schools. This is a very significant issue. It hasn't really been addressed tonight other than by one other person, but what this really could mean is that existing Van Dyke Farms children could be bused to other schools under the new plans that are in place right now. And nobody's really, it's only been talked about one thing, but for 423 homeowners in Van Dyke Farms, at least half of them have children in the schools around here. That's pretty substantial. There's also additional traffic problems that aren't really being discussed here. This plan for these 12 acres, this is part of their total proposed changes. This is just part of it. So this is talking about 127 townhomes coming in. But there's another part of this development as well that would end up bringing almost 200 townhomes into this area. There's 2 parcels of land, not just one. And this parcel that they're talking about right now is 12 acres. And it looks like, if you look at the plan proposed as it is, it looks like almost the entire thing is paved over. So I'm done. I appreciate your consideration in denying this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in.
Yep.
Next, please. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Lisa Dean. I live in Van Dyke Farms, and I just want to reiterate what everybody else pretty much has been saying. If you could please deny this rezoning. Our whole area in the Keystone area was just filled with homes on huge lots, and I ride my bike a lot in this area, and just to see all the animals we have and all the nature, it's a very peaceful, nice neighborhood. Actually, even somebody today in this building was saying, when I said we live in Keystone, they were like, oh, that's such a nice area. It's a nice area because the Keystone Association has worked hard to keep this as a rural area. So this is an area where you can go and see horses and cows. And it's just such a peaceful way to raise the kids. And it was just so nice. And I just would really appreciate if you would keep the zoning the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please sign in. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Dawn Bickoff. I live in Van Dyke Farm, 17106 Long Acres. And I do want to say, as I begin, that I am not totally for nor totally against this, but I want to point out some issues that I think are very important. First of all, as you know where the location is, it is an area that is booming in terms of traffic, coming from Keystone, from Pinellas and Pasco County, which is all heading toward the Veterans Expressway. And so that traffic load has increased dramatically as all those outer sections have increased in their traffic load and growth. Sorry. Okay, in terms of environment and ecology, it truly is a rural area. Right behind us on Tobacco Road, we have people with chickens, cows, roosters. We hear them in the morning all the time whenever it's humid. On our property itself, we have seen bobcats, coyotes, river otter, mother and babies, wild turkeys, red-shouldered hawks, owls, tons of deer, possums, armadillos, turtle snakes, skinks, alligators, of course. It has to remain rural. These things have to have a home somewhere. We cannot keep increasing it. Thankfully, we have that nature area north of Van Dyke Road, but there's a lot in that wetland area that you see on the map that's on the screen. Well, it's no longer on the screen. The traffic, though, like I said, has increased dramatically the last few years. I'm a little concerned about the plan for the traffic. It sounds like it's good, but I'm not sure what will happen as traffic increases and the load heading eastbound in the morning and, of course, westbound east of the expressway in the afternoon, what will happen. And I hope that it does not take a fatality to make sure that this is done correctly. I know speed bumps are in Van Dyke Farms to slow down traffic because we have cars turning off of Van Dyke Road, cutting through Van Dyke Farms to get further south on Gun Highway or to the schools, sorry. And so that is also an issue. It's been developed very quickly, and the traffic plans that were explained, I don't think are sufficient enough. I think there may need to be a stoplight at Tobacco Road, and I know a lot of people would not like that, but I think that's one of the options that needs to be considered. Drainage. I'm concerned that the number and type of structures, particularly if it goes commercial, would affect drainage. We are part of Brooker Creek.
If you could just wrap it up.
Okay, at the back part of our property, the creek runs through it, and and this is just from the last week and a half of rain since that last Saturday, we are at the top of the creek. Normally, we have an island back there, and it's so dry. So that's just from a week and a half of rain, not counting what it was like in the heavy storms and hurricanes. Water drainage does have to be considered. I just hope that the drainage, if this townhouse proposal goes through, that the drainage will be deep enough to be able to accommodate the high rains that we've been having lately.
Ma'am, if you could wrap it up. We are past time now.
Okay. Other people talked about schools. I just wanted to mention, yes, they are very overcrowded. So in conclusion, we ask that the land property not be rezoned commercial, absolutely, or for the large multifamily plan developments such as the Live Local apartments. It would be preferable to have individual home sites on half to quarter acres. However, I understand the next best alternative would be the townhouses proposed, as Dave Moore mentioned.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. Don't forget to sign it. I believe that was the last person in opposition. I think so. All right, so we'll close that portion of the testimony. We'll go back to staff. Before I get to Ms. Heinrich, let me ask the Planning Commission. The staff reports that were shown by the gentleman in opposition that were appeared to, I have not seen them previously, that appeared to have findings of inconsistency from the Planning Commission. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, so for both the comprehensive plan amendment, so HCCPA 11 and HCCPA 12, which are the urban service area expansion and the future land use change, Planning Commission staff did find both of those inconsistent in our staff reports and finding. and they were found inconsistent at the Planning Commission hearing that we had. They have not been reviewed or decided upon by the Board of County Commissioners yet. The reason our finding of consistency is consistent for this is because when we review concurrent rezonings, we have to review them as if they have been reviewed by the board and are approved by the board, which is why those findings are different.
So that's a policy decision from the Planning Commission, how to review these?
Yeah, it's a procedural decision. I believe, Michelle, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that might be in the Land Development Code as well.
All right, thank you for that, I appreciate it. All right, Ms. Heinrich, did you have anything you wanted to add before we move on?
The only thing I wanted to add is I did notice a date error on the heading in the staff report. As you know, this is being heard concurrently with 2 comprehensive plan amendments, and that is scheduled for October 16th, 2025 at 6 p.m.
All right, instead of November 13th?
Correct, October 16th.
Okay. And does that change my recommendation date?
No.
Okay, perfect. Is that anything else you wanted to add?
I don't have anything unless transportation has anything, no?
Okay, perfect,
No, ma'am.
thank you. Then, Mr. Kramer, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Jake Kramer. I'm going to turn it over to the experts briefly.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
My name's Tim Nelner. I'm with Height Design, environmental consultant, and I just wanted to put a couple of exhibits on the Elmo here.
Let's see. That blocked
How's that
a little
going to
bit.
work? Is that not working?
Hang on, we're sending in assistance.
Help me. Okay, thank you. This is a 1973 aerial photograph of the property, and that's Van Dyke Road over on the left, so north is to the left here. It's not going to the top. But just a little perspective there about what the area, what the area looked like back in 1973, and then in, flip it the other way so it's going the same way. And then about, this is a 2002 aerial. It's pretty much been the hayfield at that time, and the subdivision or the is built in there. And well, it's just not sitting there for some reason. The little red circle down in the corner, that's the wetland area that's actually on the property. So there's a very, very small wetland area in that very corner, and the development's not going to be touching that wetland area. EPC has got no objection on the rezoning, and they had made their comments too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, I appreciate it. Sir, if you could sign in. And if you want to submit those documents into the record, you're welcome to.
David Smith, Stearns Weaver Miller. Just a couple points of clarification. One, the interim wastewater treatment plant conditions, those were previous conditions from 1990. They just have not changed. There's no interim wastewater treatment plant proposed. It will be connected to water and central wastewater as required by the zoning condition. There was only one application here. It's for 127 townhomes. There's no second application that would take it up to 200 townhomes, to make that clarification. I think also, looking at or listening to the comments, this development is on the far eastern portion of the Keystone Plan. There's over 22,000 acres within the Keystone Community Plan that reflects the rural character. The approval of these townhomes will not change the character of Keystone. It will change the character of this intersection based upon the comp plan amendments, but it is an alternative to the already approved commercial. We're not asking for zoning to commercial. That's already approved. It's a less impactful development, and I think the fact that we realize that the traffic is heavy out there, which is indicative of this is being utilized as a urban corridor for traffic purposes, even though it's in the urban rural service area. But we think that this is the least impactful option that's available on the table and will not change the character of Keystone. Lastly, the staff reports that were discussed for inconsistency. Those findings were based upon reviewing it against the Keystone Plan. So it's not surprising that a urban service area expansion and a Res 12 request would be found inconsistent by Planning Commission staff when they're reviewing it against the Keystone Plan. In this situation, they have to look at it differently.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Kramer again to bring it in for a close. As one of the supporters mentioned, we think it's worth considering that based on state law changes, Senate Bill 1730 this year, there was, to be clear, there was a previous developer, not my client, not anyone involved in this application, that had proposed a Live Local project roughly a year and a half ago. Hillsborough County changed their procedures to disallow that. However, the legislature has now essentially overruled that. So Live Local would be an option. My client is not pursuing that, but it's worth considering just for the potential impact. The previous project that was proposed was for 453 units. 40% of those would be required by state law to be affordable, and it was a 3-story proposal. So that site plan is in the record for you to be able to look at later, but I just wanted to include that as a potential impact. And again, we gained the support of the HOA, which is the most impacted entity, we believe, as you heard earlier. And again, ultimately, I think these two graphics show what this project comes down to is commercial or apartments better, or are 127 for-sale townhomes better? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And so we will close major modification 25-0808 and adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for your time and testimony.